Chapter 4162. Ling Xiao noticed that there was a strange black light in the eyes of the 4 surviving experts of the Thunder Demon tribe. They should be under control. The human demon really came back for revenge. Taking advantage of the chaotic battle between the Thunder Demon tribe and the human warriors, he finally took control of the Thunder Demon tribe in one fell swoop. These human demons were really not easy to deal with. "You guys retreat, I'll cover the rear." Night Demon was indeed an arrogant woman, but at the same time, she was also a kind-hearted woman. In this kind of crisis, her first thought was to let others go first and cover the rear herself. In this situation, there was only one possibility, and that was death. "No need." Shui Feiqi suddenly laughed. Then he slammed a palm on Night Demon's back. Night Demon vomited blood. Although there was a huge gap between his strength and Night Demon's, his sudden attack had caught Night Demon off guard, so he naturally succeeded. Night Demon was quickly captured by the Thunder Lizard Demon. "Don't kill her first, keep her, she's still useful." Shui Feiqi sneered. "Her brother, Ghost Sword, is very powerful. This time, our human demon tribe will destroy all the human warriors who enter Fengju Demon Forest." Her brother, Ghost Sword, was a huge obstacle. "You have to protect this hostage well." "Yes." The Thunder Lizard Demon actually listened to him. "Shui Feiqi, who are you?" Yuan Meng and the woman in green were frightened by the sudden scene. "Can't you see? I'm a genuine human demon." Shui Feiqi sneered. "It's a pity that Ling Xiao escaped. I've hidden in the Blood Spirit sect for so many years. It's all for the sake of one day letting the human demon see the light of day again. The demonic epiphyllum is the king's. As long as he has it, the king can recover his strength. At that time, even if the demon emperor comes in person, he can't change anything." "Ha ha ha ha. Bastard, Shui Feiqi, you despicable and shameless guy. My brother won't give up the sword in his hand for me. Just you wait, unless you kill me now, I'll tear you into pieces." Night Demon roared. "I know you want to die, but it's useless. Actually, I know better than you what kind of person your brother is. That guy is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. On the surface, he doesn't care about you, but in fact, he loves you very much. Do you still remember? Back then, you were training outside. He had accidentally fallen into someone else's trap. In the end, he fell into a coma. That was also the biggest failure of your life. You thought you were going to die. But when you woke up, the people who plotted against you were all dead. You don't know who did it, but everyone knows it was Ghost Sword." "How did you know?" Night Demon said coldly. "Ghost Sword and you are both disciples of the Demon Emperor. How can we just leave you be? That incident was actually caused by us." Shui Feiqi laughed. "Don't worry, you and Ghost Sword are treasures. Even if we want to kill others, we won't kill the 2 of you. No matter what, you are still the Devil Emperor's beloved disciples. We have reason to believe that with the 2 of you in our hands, the Devil Emperor won't dare to act recklessly. But even without my brother, Yu Qiong is stronger than any of you here. Don't even think about getting the demonic Dutchman's flower," Night Demon said coldly. "Yu Qiong is indeed very powerful. Other than Ling Jiaojiao, she is the strongest genius in the Yu family. But as for him, I naturally have a way to deal with him. You don't need to worry about that." Shui Feiqi mocked. "Actually, let me tell you something. I've always hidden the part of myself that belongs to the demons. So the me you see is just an incomplete version of myself, a weak version of myself. My true strength is something even Yu Qiong can't beat. The only one I fear is Ghost Sword. That guy actually broke through after his battle with the soaring flame lion. He reached the peak of the Supreme Core Realm. What a freak. TSK TSK TSK, this Shui Feiqi really is something. I don't know what his status is in the demonic humans. But to be able to come up with such a scheme. How treacherous. If they were friends, Ling Xiao would naturally like them. They were safe and didn't need to worry about others plotting against him. If they were enemies, they would be the most troublesome. Not only were they strong, but they were also very treacherous. This was going to be difficult. Ling Xiao also felt that things were going to be a bit difficult. The demonic humans were scarier than he'd imagined. They'd made arrangements both in the open and in the dark. Shuefeiqi, no, Lord Demonic Human, I beg you, let me go. I can be loyal to the demonic humans. I'll do anything for you. On the other side, Yuan Meng suddenly knelt down. This guy was really a cowardly piece of trash. But that was normal. The more arrogant a guy was, the more useless he was. As the saying goes, a dog that bites doesn't bark. Big brother Yuan Meng, how can you do this? The girl in green was stunned. You're a genius of the Fengdu Demon Kingdom's Red Robe sect. Our 3 races and 4 sects have always been enemies with the demonic humans. How can you side with them? Idiot, can't you see the situation? What bullshit 3 races and 4 sects? When the Yu family is fierce, what's the difference between them and the demonic humans? The Black Flame sect was destroyed, the Kai family was also destroyed. What's the difference between being a dog of the Yu family or a dog of the demonic humans? Yuan Meng said disdainfully. Hehe, you're quite open-minded. Fine, although you're trash and scum, at least you have some strength. As long as you're willing to take this, I won't kill you. Shuefeiqi took out a blood-like liquid and said with a smile. What is this? Yuan Meng asked. Nothing, it's just something to turn you into a demonic human. Don't worry, it will hurt a little, but not only will it not harm you, it will also make your strength stronger. Shuefeiqi said with a smile, if you want to live, drink it, or die. I'll drink. Yuan Meng hesitated for a moment, then took the cup and drank it in one gulp. A moment later, Yuan Meng let out a miserable scream. A blood-red light flickered on his body. After a minute or two, his eyes turned scarlet. Ha, I really feel like my whole body is full of strength. Yuan Meng laughed wildly, feeling very refreshed. Now, I'll give you a mission, insult this woman in front of everyone. Do you dare? Shuefeiqi laughed. Dare? Why wouldn't I dare? At this moment, Yuan Meng was simply a madman. Although the blood made him feel excited, he still maintained a certain level of consciousness. He actually agreed so directly. It was enough to see that this guy was not a good thing at all. Big brother Yuan Meng, no, don't. The woman in green stood up and shouted while trying to escape. But she was stopped by the Thunder Wolf Goblin. She was not a match for the Thunder Wolf Goblin at all. Facing that terrifying power, she fell into a desperate situation. You're worse than a beast. Night Demon gritted his teeth and roared. Hehe, whatever you say is useless. Shuefeiqi said indifferently, don't worry, after taking care of the woman in green, there will be someone who will let you enter paradise. Presumably, even if this happens, you won't dare to tell your brother and the Devil Emperor, right? End of this chapter. Chapter 4163. Sigh. Ling Xiao let out a sigh. Even if he was heartless, he couldn't just stand by and watch these 2 women get humiliated. Even if they were killed, he could pretend he didn't see it. But being humiliated, he couldn't stand it. He was a man of flesh and blood, a man who wanted to unify the entire mystic world. If he didn't say anything today, then he wasn't even fit to be a man. Flying Sword Talisman, 7 Slaughter Talisman, Falling Plum Clear Shadow Step. In the end, Ling Xiao made his move. He didn't care about the woman in green's life, but he had to save Yi Mai. It would be best if Ghost Sword owed him a favor, then there would be one less person fighting for the demonic epiphyllum. He might even ask Ghost Sword to help him deal with Yu Qiong. That way, he would have a bigger chance. The first Flying Sword Talisman killed Yuan Meng. She was worse than a dog, she didn't even deserve to be a human. Because it was a sneak attack. A divine rank Heavenly King Talisman was extremely powerful. It directly pierced through Yuan Meng's dantian, killing her on the spot. As for the 7 Slaughter Talisman, it was used to distract the Thunder Lizard. This Thunder Lizard was a peak Heavenly Core warrior. A divine rank Heavenly King Talisman couldn't kill it in one hit. But the 7 Slaughter Talisman had enough power to distract it. Almost in an instant, Ling Xiao completed the perfect rescue. Yi Mai and the woman in green were both saved, but he didn't run away. Why would he run away? Kai Niming could fight now, Kai Yaoguang, He Zhu, and He Ming had all recovered. He himself had an extremely powerful combat strength. Since he met these human devils today, what else could he do but kill them? Eat this. Ling Xiao gave a healing pill to Yi Mai. Yi Mai didn't have time to be surprised, she quickly swallowed it. She wanted revenge too. She was still angry after being ambushed by Xue Feiqi just now. As for the woman in green, if you're willing to fight with me, I won't kill you, but if you want to run away, don't blame me. Although this woman was annoying, she was still a powerful fighter. Plus, they didn't have any grudges against each other. So it was best to stay and fight. Can you beat it? The woman in green asked worriedly. If I dare to stay, then I have a way. Ling Xiao glanced at the girl in green. She didn't run away. Her performance wasn't bad. He had not saved this woman in vain. Seeing Ling Xiao appear, no one seemed to be surprised. Especially Xue Feiqi, who sneered, the big fish has finally taken the bait. Speaking of which, the most unstable factor in our plan to exterminate the world is you. No one knows where you are or where you will appear. Looks like my acting skills are pretty good. Elder, let me kill this bastard. He killed my sister. Black Barbarian walked out and said to Xue Feiqi. Of course. Xue Feiqi smiled. This guy was actually an elder of the demonic human clan. It seemed that his strength was definitely not as weak as it looked. Ling Xiao didn't show the slightest bit of nervousness. Instead, he smiled and said, then I'm really honored. I'll have to trouble the demonic humans to treat me this way. Brat, if you're afraid, then be afraid. Pretending to be fearless is really boring. Xue Feiqi laughed. Pretending? Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone, if I wanted to run away, to be honest, none of you would be able to stop me. But since the demonic human clan is still here, even if I leave, I won't be able to feel at ease. Arrogant. Thunder lion, lizard, wolf head, cat demon, what are you waiting for? Xue Feiqi was too lazy to waste his breath on Ling Xiao. He felt that he would never be able to win against this cunning human in a verbal fight. So, he might as well just attack. Because right now, they were stronger than Ling Xiao. Me too. Black Barbarian was the first to dash towards Ling Xiao. The thunder lizard faced Yi Mai. The woman in green was trembling in fear. This was because she felt that it was simply impossible for her to face the remaining experts alone. Come out. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and a few bright lights flew out from the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. Kai Yaoguang, Black Pearl, and He Ming appeared at the same time. Two perfect Heavenly Core warriors, and one early Heavenly Core warrior. Because of this, the combat strength of Ling Xiao's group had increased significantly. But Xue Feiqi didn't seem to be nervous. It was as if everything was under his control. Thunder Lion faced Kai Yaoguang. The Thunder Wolf head faced He Ming. That woman is mine. Throwing dagger Zong saw that his group wasn't strong enough, so he faced Black Pearl. As for the cat demon, it was fighting the woman in green. In the books, everyone on Ling Xiao's side had an opponent. But on Xue Feiqi's side, there were still Xue Feiqi and Xue Turtledove who hadn't fought yet. Not to mention, there were still thousands of goblin devils waiting for an opportunity. Ling Xiao, isn't Kai Niming with you? Ask him to come out as well, or else none of you will leave here alive. Xue Feiqi sneered, then he unleashed a terrifying aura. Mid-extreme core realm. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Was this Xue Feiqi's true strength? No wonder he was afraid of Ghost Sword, but not Yu Qiong. His strength was indeed very strong. Kill. Kai Niming didn't waste time. He flew out of the Dongsheng Emperor Ring and slashed at Xue Feiqi. Although this cave was small on the outside, the space inside wasn't small at all. Therefore, it was enough for the battlefield. Blood Turtle Dove stood there coldly, waiting for an opportunity with the 1,000 goblin devils. The chaotic battle had already begun. Black Barbarian looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Brat, I let you kill my sister before, but this time, I definitely won't allow you to ruin our plan. Ling Xiao didn't answer. Instead, he quietly released the bloodthirsty plague. This was simply a divine weapon for group battles. When both sides were equal in strength, the bloodthirsty plague was really useful. It could silently weaken the opponent's strength. The longer it took, the more the weakening. And the opponent still didn't know. This was a rather sinister ability. Don't let him set up the formation. Blood Turtle Dove, you go too. Xue Feiqi had clearly studied Ling Xiao. The human devil king had told Xue Feiqi everything about Ling Xiao's performance in the human devil lair. Xue Feiqi only knew that Ling Xiao had a powerful formation that could continuously weaken the enemy's strength. And in the end, it could even erupt with a terrifying attack. But he didn't know the existence of the bloodthirsty plague. Yes. Blood Turtle Dove obeyed the order and also charged at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was fighting 1 against 2. It was really difficult. Focus on dealing with your enemies. You don't have to worry about me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. If he relied purely on his own strength, it would be really difficult to kill Blood Turtle Dove and Black Barbarian. But don't forget. He had treasures on him now. Ling Xiao took out the Dongsheng Heaven Sword and Dongsheng Demon Sword. The ferocious Demon Sword and the domineering Heaven Sword released terrifying killing intent. The entire cave was enveloped by this aura. And Ling Xiao instantly entered the everlasting heavenly rat beast soul transformation. At the same time, he released the other beast souls. Facing Black Barbarian and Blood Turtle Dove, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid, but he didn't dare to underestimate them. At this time, he had to release his strength as much as possible. End of chapter. Chapter 4164. Xue Feiqi, you human devils think everything is under your control, that's why you're so calm, right? Too bad, I, Ling Xiao, hate being controlled by others the most. I love to break someone's control. Human devils, you're really unlucky to meet me. Ling Xiao smiled, and his aura became stronger. Ha 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 ha, surprised. I know your strength very well. Just dealing with an early heavenly core warrior was enough to make him half dead. I don't believe you can fight both of us at the same time, Xue Feiqi said with disdain. Today, all of you will die here, none of you will be able to leave. Then I'll just ride a donkey and read a songbook. Just wait and see. Ling Xiao moved his body and charged towards Black Barbarian with incredible speed. His speed was so fast that no one could see him, only his afterimages could be seen. But, the Blood Turtle Dove's speed was not any slower than Ling Xiao's. She had been following behind Ling Xiao, turning into a blood-red light and chasing after him. The gap between our cultivation levels is really not something that can be easily closed. Alright, with this fight, I'll try to break through. Ling Xiao loved fighting with strong warriors. Without any challenge, what's the point of fighting? Yin-Yang Universal Tiger Beast Soul, Universal Body. After activating the Universal Body, Ling Xiao's speed suddenly increased by 10 times. Once again, he threw the Blood Turtle Dove away. At the same time, he thrust both swords towards Black Barbarian. Die. Black Barbarian was slow. But, he had a huge advantage in terms of strength. Holding a huge axe in his hand, he swung it towards Ling Xiao. Human, you're too naive. Bang. A terrifying explosion sounded out in the cave. The explosive force formed a shockwave. Both Ling Xiao and Black Barbarian were pushed back a few steps. The Blood Turtle Dove was even pushed back by the strong wind. This guy. How can a human possess such terrifying strength? Black Barbarian stared at Ling Xiao in shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. His speed is amazing as well, he's even faster than me. The Blood Turtle Dove and Black Barbarian stood together. This was because they had already realized that Ling Xiao was not easy to deal with. Sure enough, the demonic human king is right. Ling Xiao, if you are willing to join our demonic human clan, you will be able to do so. I can immediately give you the position of an elder. If you want revenge, we can help you. What do you think? Everyone cherished talent, and Xue Feiqi was no exception. Even the human devil king felt that Ling Xiao was a promising talent. He had also discovered this. What if I want the demonic Sirius? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Other than the demonic epiphyllum, anything else is fine. Xueran said. Then let's not talk nonsense. Let's fight. I only want the demonic Sirius. Ling Xiao naturally couldn't join the demonic human clan. What he hated the most was being coerced by others. Boom. Xue Feiqi was suddenly sent flying by a sword strike. Humph, You dare to talk while fighting with me, Kai Niming? I think you really don't know the difference between life and death. After all, Kai Niming was the second genius of Fengju Devil Kingdom. He had his pride too. He could not be looked down upon by others. Bah! Kill him. There's no need to hold back, Kai Niming said angrily. Yes. Black Barbarian and Blood Dove entered the state of demonization at the same time. Their demonization was similar to the demonization of demonic cultivators. Basically, it could increase their combat strength by more than 10 times. However, their brains would be filled with blood and they would become reckless and barbaric. Ling Xiao was not careless. Facing these two, he directly released the martial spirit barrier. This way, if he released the Tyrant martial spirit, it would not be easily detected. At this moment, he only released the power of the blood drill rat. His entire body was covered in bloodlight. The blood drill rat's phantom was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. In the eyes of Black Barbarian and Blood Dove, Ling Xiao was no longer a person, but a ferocious beast. A ferocious beast that could make them tremble. Kill. Black Barbarian and Blood Dove looked at each other and used terrifying martial skills. Because they were intimidated by Ling Xiao's aura. Only by releasing martial skills could they truly get rid of this oppressive feeling. Demonic human martial skill, Blood Dragon swallows the sky. Demonic human martial skill, Battle God Demon. Both of their attacks exploded at the same time. They were both beginner 8th level martial skills of the Emperor class, and they were both incomparably powerful. After being demonized, their power could even reach the mid-8th level of the Emperor class. A blood dragon, a god demon. At the same time, it pounced towards Ling Xiao. The feeling of rushing towards him made Ling Xiao feel a huge pressure. The entire cave began to shake. The rocks on the top of the mountain continued to fall. If it weren't for the existence of the martial spirit barrier, if it weren't for the protection of the formation in this cave, it would have collapsed long ago. Good timing. Ling Xiao laughed wildly. It's a good time to try the divine skill I just cultivated. The so-called divine skill was, of course, not the heaven-covering palm. It wasn't necessary to deal with these two bastards. In the battle with the flying flame lion, Ling Xiao comprehended the second level of the 12 divine beasts technique. He had a second terrifying attack. Facing the blood dragon and the god demon, Ling Xiao's two swords burned with different lights. The Dongsheng demonic sword burned with a blood-red light. It represented the blood-drilling rat. The Dongsheng heavenly sword burned with a silver-white light. It represented the 9 heavens icebound dragon. Inside his body, 2 streams of energy were used at the same time, and they were injected into the 2 swords without affecting each other. The power of the 2 beast gods was used to deal with the joint forces of the Black Barbarian and the Blood Dove. It should be about time. The first level of the 12 divine beasts technique was the power of a beginner 8th level martial skill of the Emperor class. The second level of the 12 divine beasts technique was the power of a mid-8th level martial skill of the Emperor class. The combination of the 2 beast gods was even more powerful. It could almost reach the power of a high-level 8th level martial skill of the Emperor class. In terms of the level of martial skills, it was stronger than the Black Barbarian and the Blood Dove. Of course, in terms of cultivation, he was at a disadvantage. Soon, 2 beast gods condensed on the 2 swords. One was the blood-drilling rat. A monstrous blood mist filled the air, releasing a terrifying killing intent that made people tremble with fear. The other was the 9 heavens icebound dragon. A sky full of ice and snow appeared, releasing a bone-chilling coldness. And this was the materialization of the sword Qi. Come on, human demon, let me see how strong you are. With a furious roar, Ling Xiao attacked with both swords. The 2 beast gods let out a terrifying roar. It represented a terrifying killing intent and a cold chill. They charged towards the Black Barbarian and the Blood Dove. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted in the martial spirit barrier. The 4 attacks were entangled together. They were biting crazily. It seemed that no one could do anything to the other. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. Falling plum shadow. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's clone appeared behind the Black Barbarian and the Blood Dove. Flying Sword Talisman. The clone released the last Flying Sword Talisman. It directly pierced through the Black Barbarian's body. The Black Barbarian was fighting with Ling Xiao with all his strength. He didn't realize that someone would ambush him. And he actually used a terrifying divine Heavenly King artifact talisman. It was as if he didn't need money. Black Barbarian. The Blood Dove cried out in alarm. He was panicking, and his aura was already in chaos. End of this chapter. Chapter 4165. Black Barbarian was severely injured by a single strike. His attack suddenly dissipated. With the blood-spotted dove's attack alone, there was no way it could stop the brutal blood-piercing rat and Nine Heavens glacial dragon. The blood-spotted dove clenched its teeth and gave up on Black Barbarian, fleeing to the side. The terrifying attack instantly engulfed Black Barbarian. Black Barbarian's body was completely shattered, and his inner core exploded. The terrifying impact spread out in all directions. It actually hit the blood-spotted dove. The blood-spotted dove's specialty was speed, not defense. Black Barbarian, who was hit by the impact, was also severely injured. Ling Xiao was finally able to relax. After killing Black Barbarian, he had to fight the blood-spotted dove one-on-one. Black Barbarian was also injured. He didn't want to use the divine-grade Heavenly King talisman again. The two of them fought back and forth in the martial spirit barrier for more than 10 minutes. The effect of the bloodthirsty plague had reached a very high level. When the blood-spotted dove noticed that her qi, blood, and true yuan had been severely weakened, it was already too late. "How did you do it?" she asked in fear. "What's the point of asking this now?" Die. Innate Celestial Devil Seal. At this moment, the innate Celestial Devil Seal was enough to kill the blood-spotted dove. The blood-spotted dove's body was torn apart by the innate Celestial Devil. The remaining energy from the inner core was also injected into Ling Xiao's body. He was able to win against two enemies at the same time. This was all thanks to the Flying Sword Talisman. Of course, although Ling Xiao didn't have a breakthrough after entering the Fengdu Devil Forest, his overall strength had been constantly increasing. There was no doubt about it. Especially when his body had reached the mid-8th level Emperor realm. This helped him a lot. Because of this, he wouldn't be in a disadvantageous position when fighting with an early Heavenly Core warrior. Combined with the terrifying 12 Divine Beasts technique, he was able to win. However, the moment he killed the blood-spotted dove, Ling Xiao was completely exhausted. Although the 12 Divine Beasts technique was powerful, it consumed a lot of stamina. Luckily, his body had improved. If not, it would be impossible to fight with two beast gods at the same time. He quickly drank the qi and blood wine, starting to recover. The process took him 10 minutes. Then, he removed the martial soul barrier. At this moment, the battle situation outside was somewhat special. Under the influence of the bloodthirsty plague, Night Demon, Kai Yaoguang, Black Pearl, and Heiming had already finished off their opponents. They were working together to deal with Blood Speedster. As for Kai Niming, the 3 minutes had long passed. He was now in a weakened state and was injured. Ling Xiao hurriedly sent him back into the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. The woman in green's combat strength was indeed not that great, but she was still able to suppress the cat demon by relying on the effects of the bloodthirsty rat plague. The entire situation was beginning to turn in Ling Xiao's favor. Blood flight. You didn't expect this, did you? In the end, you human devils will suffer a crushing defeat. Ling Xiao mocked as he looked at Xue Feiqi. A crushing defeat. Even if it's just me, I can still kill all of you. Xue Feiqi's face was ashen. He was no longer as calm as before. This meant that he had already realized that he was in trouble, but he was unwilling to admit it. Of course, it wouldn't be a problem if you were in your peak condition. But don't forget, you've already been infected by my bloodthirsty plague. I'm afraid your strength isn't even 80% of your peak condition. Ling Xiao mocked. I'm still stronger than you guys. Xue Feiqi's eyes were scarlet, and he had completely entered a demonized state. Is that so? We killed the flying flame lion of the extreme realm of Dan. How strong do you really think you are? Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul, Frost Dragon Breath. Ling Xiao also joined the battle and released the Beast Soul's special skill. Although this ability could only make Xue Feiqi stiff for a moment. But it was enough. Black Pearl, Kai Yaoguang, Night Demon, and Heiming attacked at the same time. They landed on Xue Feiqi's body. Xue Feiqi could have dodged these attacks. But in his stiff state, he could only take them head-on. Fart. Xue Feiqi spat out blood. Damn it, just you wait. Xue Feiqi wasn't an idiot. At this moment, he realized that he was in trouble. As long as he stayed in this cave, he would continue to weaken. But his opponent wouldn't. With Ling Xiao's terrifying assistance, he was at a disadvantage. Helpless, he could only escape out of the cave. Chase. We must not let him leave. Ling Xiao called out. Everyone chased after him. The pitiful cat demon was killed by Night Demon when she left. Everyone chased to the exit of the cave. They saw Xue Feiqi crazily rushing out. But he couldn't rush out. His expression was ferocious and terrified. Hehe, I'm really sorry. When I came in, I slightly changed the formation you set up. Ling Xiao laughed. Who exactly are you? Why are you so terrifying? For the first time, Xue Feiqi felt the terror of Ling Xiao. Not in terms of strength, but in all aspects. His plan was originally perfect. As long as there was no Ling Xiao, the human demon could kill all the geniuses of the Fengdu Devil Kingdom who entered the Fengdu Devil Forest. The heavenly demon Epiphyllum would also become the human demon king. At that time, the human demon king would be completely awakened. The end of humanity would come. But now, all of this had become a fantasy. It had all become a dream. Because of Ling Xiao, everything had changed. I won't tell you. What can you do? Ling Xiao laughed. I'm going to kill you. Xue Feiqi pounced on Ling Xiao without caring about anything else. He didn't care about the attacks of others at all. Since he couldn't escape, he would die together with Ling Xiao. At the very least, killing Ling Xiao would definitely be a huge contribution to the human demon lineage. Ice Eon. Ling Xiao released Ice Eon. Everyone's attacks once again greeted Xue Feiqi's body. Earthquaking mountain shaking. Once again, Xue Feiqi was attacked. But he couldn't touch Ling Xiao. I'll give you another good meal, the blood thunder god that cost me 20 million high-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao was finally no longer just a support. He spent 20 million high-grade spirit stones and unleashed a terrifying attack. Xue Feiqi, who was already severely injured, was beaten to a pulp. But even so, he still didn't dare be careless. Sky-covering palm. Finally, the sky-covering palm was unleashed. The horrifying palm instantly smashed Xue Feiqi into a pulp. Xue Feiqi's body wasn't strong to begin with, it was even weaker than Ling Xiao's. He was only strong in terms of cultivation base. Without being able to use any martial skills, facing the sky-covering palm with the power of a peak 8th Order Emperor Realm Warrior, how could he survive? Even his inner core was crushed. Boom. The moment Xue Feiqi was killed, a surge of energy rushed out from Ling Xiao's body. He had finally broken through. Early 7th Divine Core Realm. This was a qualitative leap. This was a great breakthrough. Because in the future, when he faced early Heavenly Core warriors, he wouldn't need to spend so much effort. He could even kill them in an instant. After killing Xue Feiqi, Ling Xiao took Xue Feiqi's storage ring. There were 1,000 high-grade spirit stones in it. With this, he now had more than 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. End of chapter. Chapter 4166. One supreme-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 10 million superior-grade spirit stones. He had really struck it rich with these 2,000 yuan. In addition, there were some martial arts and techniques for cultivation. But he didn't need them. He would keep them for now and hand them over to the Heavenly Dynasty Empire's arsenal in the future. Ling Xiao, I got this from the Lizard Patriarch. I'll give it to you. Night Demon gave a blood-red stone to Ling Xiao. Actually, even if she didn't give it to him, Ling Xiao would still want it. Ling Xiao's Taiji eye had already captured this treasure. He wasn't a generous person. If not for him, Night Demon would definitely have died this time. But fortunately, he was very satisfied with Night Demon's performance. This blood-red stone was about the size of an adult's fist. It emitted a blazing aura. If one looked carefully, they would find that there seemed to be some small words on it. It should be man-made. But Ling Xiao couldn't tell what this thing was for now. But to be able to make his Taiji eye react, it must be something good. He would keep it first. He put the blood-red stone into the Dongsheng Emperor ring. Then, he looked at the woman in green and said, "You didn't see Kai Yaoguang or Kai Niming today. Do you understand?" "Understood." The woman in green nodded. She didn't dare to go against Ling Xiao's will. Even a terrifying existence like Xue Kai was killed by Ling Xiao. She didn't dare to act recklessly. "Why didn't you warn me?" Night Demon suddenly said. "Because I believe you won't say it. Moreover, you're not from the Fengju Devil Kingdom. Kai Yaoguang and Kai Niming have nothing to do with you." Ling Xiao said calmly. Actually, the first sentence was the main point. Night Demon's personality was much better than the woman in greens. Ling Xiao definitely had reason to trust her. "Thank you." Night Demon glanced at Ling Xiao with a special light in her eyes. "Since you trust me, I'll tell you a few things. It's about the Heavenly Demon Epiphyllum." Night Demon said. "Heavenly Demon Epiphyllum?" "Yes, I heard Master mention that the demonic epiphyllum is actually somewhere at the peak of Thunder Mountain. I'll tell you the exact location later." Night Demon said. "You even know the exact location?" Haha, as expected, becoming the disciple of the Demon Emperor was really beneficial. But in this way, wouldn't the competition itself become unfair? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. There is no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. It's normal that Master is biased towards us. Night Demon said coolly, "But this matter is limited to us. Don't spread it out anymore. Alright, let's fight for the demonic epiphyllum." To be honest, even if he got the celestial demon blooming Sirius first, he still didn't know what to do. It couldn't be used immediately either. You will also be surrounded and intercepted, becoming the target of everyone's attacks. Ling Xiao said with a frown. "That's right. This is the cruelest competition that Master has devised. Not only do we need to obtain it, we also need to be able to bring it out." Night Demon reminded him, "And even if we bring them out, they will still be attacked and fought over. The people of the Fengju Demon Kingdom won't let the demonic epiphyllum fall into the hands of a stranger." Ling Xiao didn't care about these words. His ability to hide his identity was something that others couldn't catch up to. He might not be the strongest in battle. But in terms of escaping, there was probably no one in the Fengju Demon Kingdom who could compare to him. Immediately after, he opened the seal. After going outside, Ling Xiao still let Kai Yaoguang enter the Dongsheng Emperor ring. As for He Zhenju and He Ming, they stayed outside. Everyone went to the peak of Thunder Mountain together. Although he had killed Xue Feiqi, Ling Xiao didn't feel relaxed in his heart. He didn't know where the human demon young lord was. He also didn't know where the human demon king was. Along the way, he could still see the Thunder Demon Clan and the Human Demon Clan reaping the lives of martial artists. Quite a number of people had died. The human demons were fighting for the demonic epiphyllum, for the battle of extinction. The Thunder Demons were fighting for revenge. For tens of thousands of years, the hatred between the Thunder Demons and the human martial artists had long been irreconcilable. Only one side would be completely destroyed. This was the terror of war. It seemed like the Demon Emperor didn't want to stop the killing between the two sides. Perhaps to him, this was the best way to train a martial artist. Everyone was traveling at high speed. In less than 2 hours, they had arrived at the peak of Thunder Mountain. At the peak of Thunder Mountain, the lightning was even scarier. It rained down like rain. Unless one was a 7th Divine Core warrior or above, there was no way one could resist it. It even made people feel like they could touch the lightning in the sky if they stretched out their hand. At the peak of Thunder Mountain, the plants were even denser. But, Ling Xiao could feel that there was a powerful force hiding in this dense forest. That must be the demonic epiphyllum. No wonder the Demon Emperor told his disciple the location of the demonic epiphyllum. As long as one reached the peak of Thunder Mountain, they would be able to sense it. The Western Puppet City was located at the peak of Thunder Mountain. Many people were resting and waiting in the city. They didn't know where the demonic epiphyllum was, but they could wait until someone else found it, then they could rob it. It wasn't against the rules anyway. Ling Xiao didn't care about those people. He followed Yi Mai and headed straight to where the demonic epiphyllum was. As long as he could get his hands on the demonic epiphyllum, he would have enough confidence to protect it. No one would be able to take it away from him. None of the warriors below the 7th divine core realm were here. It seemed like all the plants within a 1-mile radius were dying. The demonic epiphyllum had absorbed all their energy. Such an evil thing could actually help one understand the secrets of the divine physique realm. It could even help a warrior enter the divine physique realm for a short period of time. This was really too strange. Someone is here, but it seems like they can't get close to the demonic epiphyllum. Black Pearl said. Ling Xiao saw them as well. Many old acquaintances. Yu Qiong, Ghost Sword, Yu Feng, Yu Luan, Yu Chen, and Yang Zhon were all here. There were also some unfamiliar faces, but they were all very strong. There were more than a dozen early heavenly core warriors in the group. If it was the Ling Xiao from before, he would have a headache. But now, he had broken through to the 7th divine core realm, and he possessed the mid-8th order Emperor realm Black Tortoise divine physique. Would he be afraid? Ling Xiao's arrival had caused a commotion. Because Yi Mai, Black Pearl, Hei Ming, and the girl in green had followed him here. This strange group had caused many people to feel confused. Lu Yi, come here. The one who spoke was another great warrior from the Greenvine sect. He was also an early heavenly core warrior, but his combat strength was much stronger than the girl in greens. His name was Lu Shi. Yes, senior disciple. The girl in green gave Ling Xiao a look, then she obediently walked over. The reason why she gave Ling Xiao that look was because she wanted to tell him that she wouldn't say anything she didn't want to. Because she knew how scary Ling Xiao was. Yi Mai, you're here as well? Ghost Sword gave Yi Mai an indifferent look. He didn't look very friendly. But, from his eyes, one could tell that he was a big brother who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. I'm here. Yi Mai replied with an indifferent tone. Genius 1 second remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4167. Ghost Sword didn't seem to mind Yi Mai's indifferent attitude. However, when he saw Ling Xiao and Black Pearl together, Yu Luan's expression darkened. He had always been puzzled as to who had killed the scholar in white. And who saved the Black Pearl? Now, he finally understood. He would never let go of those who knew he had made a fool of himself. Therefore, Ling Xiao, Black Pearl, and Hei Ming had to die. I'll go get the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower. Ling Xiao had no interest in catching up with these old friends. Although he could tell that the aura around the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower was very special. Once he got close to it, he would definitely be in danger. Perhaps this was the final test the Devil Emperor gave to the warriors. He wouldn't allow anyone to take the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower away so easily. Stop right there. Before Ling Xiao could take a step forward, he was stopped by someone. The man who stopped him was a warrior from the Yu family. He didn't know this man. He didn't know his name either. In Ling Xiao's eyes, this man was just a lackey. A peak 7th divine core warrior. If it was before, he might be able to pose a threat to Jiang Chen. But now, Jiang Chen didn't even bother to look at him. What's the matter? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile on his face. He had met too many people like this who didn't know what death was, and he had become numb to them. You still don't understand? The heavenly devil Dutchman's flower belongs to the Yu family. Can't you see all the other warriors are standing outside? You don't look weak, an early 7th divine core warrior. But, this heavenly devil Dutchman's flower isn't something you can fight for. Get lost. The man said arrogantly. Then what's wrong with them? Ling Xiao pointed at Ghost Sword and Yang Zhon. These two men weren't warriors from the Yu family, but they were standing in the innermost circle. Ha 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 ha, you think you can compare with them? They are peak heavenly core warriors. Who do you think you are? Get lost. The Yu family warrior said fiercely. Hihi, you're just a snob. Ling Xiao sneered. He pushed the Yu family warrior away and continued walking forward. Today, No one could stop him from fighting for the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower. Even Ghost Sword and Yu Cheung could forget about it. Even if he couldn't beat them, he had ways to avoid them. Therefore, he was not afraid. Surround him. The cultivators of the Yu family were pushed away, and they were clearly resentful. With a shout, more than a dozen Yu family cultivators surrounded Ling Xiao. All of these warriors were at the 7th Divine Core realm. It was just that there was a difference in strength. Brat, I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. Since that's the case, I can only use force and chase you away. The Yu family cultivator said coldly. Ling Xiao didn't look at him. Instead, he looked at Yu Cheung and said, Yu Cheung, tell them to scram. Otherwise, my sword will not leave anyone alive. I'll only say it once. Hearing this, many people felt that it was a little strange. Who does Ling Xiao think he is? How dare he talk to Yu Cheung? Yu Cheung was an ultimate level core realm expert. Only the martial artists in the southern puppet city understood that Ling Xiao's performance was even more outstanding than Yu Cheung's in the terrifying beast tide. It could even be said that Yu Cheung's life was saved by him. However, this news was forcefully suppressed by Yu Cheung. This news wasn't spread out, therefore, many people didn't know about it. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Does he really think he can talk to Yu Cheung? Hehe, there will always be someone who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This guy is finished. That's right, if he offends the Yu family, he won't have a good ending. Out of their expectation, Yu Cheung really talked to Ling Xiao. However, what she said wasn't pleasant to hear. You can try. If you dare touch anyone from the Yu family, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. Understood. Ling Xiao smiled and said, It seems like the geniuses of the Yu family don't care about the lives of these trash. If that's the case, then don't blame me. You can only blame yourselves for being heartless. Is this guy stupid? Hehe, how dare he say the Yu family's warriors are trash? He's just courting death. Sigh, the Yu family is so overbearing. Not long ago, someone talked back to them, and they cut off his tongue. This guy will probably end up even worse. Most people thought that Ling Xiao had a screw loose. Although they didn't know what this idiot's name was, he dared to say such things about the Yu family's warriors. Other than Ghost Sword, there was probably no one else present. Moreover, they hadn't heard Ghost Sword mention it. Boom. It was as if a volcano had erupted among the Yu family's warriors. Hundreds of people gathered around. They glared at Ling Xiao, wanting to tear Ling Xiao to shreds. Anyone who dared to humiliate the Yu family could forget about living. They had to let everyone know that the Yu family was inviolable and even more so not to be humiliated. Are you angry from embarrassment? Hehe, the Yu family is just like this. I'm not afraid to tell you that I killed Yu Zhangzong and Yu Na. Yu Cheung, I really regret not killing you at Golem City in the south. Of course, you have a lot of lackeys around you, so I might not be able to kill you. Come, lackeys, let me see how the Yu family's shit-eating technique is cultivated. Ling Xiao seemed to be deliberately provoking them. He didn't care about the Yu family at all. Go, kill him and tear him to shreds. How could the Yu family's warriors tolerate Ling Xiao's provocation? Hundreds of people pounced on Ling Xiao. Night Demon shook her head lightly. It was one thing for these idiots to not understand the situation, but did that idiot Yu Cheung not know how powerful Ling Xiao was? Was she really going to send them to their deaths? There are 300 of you in total. You're all pretty strong. If you join forces, even the woman in green and Yuan Meng won't be a match for you. But do you think I'm them? Ling Xiao chuckled. He didn't even transform. He didn't even take out his sword. He just casually punched the ground. The earth exploded. Countless spikes erupted from the ground. Terrifying power slammed into the 300 people. This was simply a torture to the death. With just a single punch, all 300 Yu family's warriors were instantly killed. The newly obtained strength was indeed frightening. Early 7th Divine Core Realm, combined with the mid-8th Order Emperor Realm Black Tortoise Divine Body. Without using any martial skills, Ling Xiao could easily kill any warriors below the 7th Divine Core Realm. Including those so-called geniuses. This scene caused everyone to be stupefied. Who would have thought that this would be the result of this battle? There were over 300 Yu family warriors, and all of them were 7th Divine Core warriors. But they were all killed by this guy with just a single punch. It was so easy. It was as easy as flipping one's hand. I told you, you're just courting death. Why don't you just step aside and let me pass? Do you think your brain is made of water? And you, Yu Qiong, do you really think you're strong just because you're an early-stage ultimate core warrior? I wonder who was the one who was tortured by the flying flaming lion. If it wasn't for me, you would have been dead by now. How dare you bite the hand that feeds you? Not only did Ling Xiao kill people, he also humiliated the Yu family. All the surrounding warriors were dumbfounded by what they heard. Who is this guy? He's so scary. Looks like we've underestimated him. With his strength, he definitely has a chance to get the Heavenly Devil Dutchman's flower. End of chapter. Chapter 4168. Although the surrounding warriors couldn't believe what they were seeing, it was a fact. But the truth was the truth. Even if he rubbed his eyes until they were broken, it was still the truth. This was something that would never change. How dare you kill people from the Yu family? Yu Qiong unleashed his cold aura. It was extremely frightening. He knew that Ling Xiao had the ability to do so. After all, Ling Xiao had done a great job in the southern puppet city. But he didn't believe that Ling Xiao wouldn't listen to his warning, killing all 300 men from the Yu family in front of him. It was as if he had just done something insignificant. Hey, is there something wrong with your head? Didn't I kill them all already? Do you want me to kill them all again? Fine, who else wants to fight? I'll keep you company. Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. He suddenly thought of something. Even if he had to get the Heavenly Devil Dutchman's flower, he would still have to fight against these people. Also, when that happened, he would have to face even more enemies. So, he might as well eliminate some enemies before he got the Heavenly Devil Dutchman's flower. He noticed that the strange aura around the Heavenly Devil Dutchman's flower was slowly fading away. Perhaps this meant that the Devil Emperor still wanted all the warriors to fight for it. Then, a chaotic battle would ensue. What a weird guy. Fine, I'll kill you with my own hands then. Although Yu Qiong didn't want to fight against Ling Xiao, he was still a core realm cultivator. After all, he was a peak core warrior, and he was attacking an early 7th Divine Core warrior. That would be a disgrace to his status. But, in order to stop Ling Xiao from being so cocky, he had no choice but to fight. Senior disciple Yu Qiong, you don't have to fight against trash like him yourself. Just let me do it. Yu Feng had wanted to kill Ling Xiao for a long time. But too bad, he hadn't been able to find Ling Xiao. Luckily, the barrier around the Heavenly Devil Dutchman's flower hadn't been activated yet. So, he decided to kill Ling Xiao first to vent his anger. Alright, you do it. Yu Qiong looked at Yu Feng. He didn't believe that a peak Heavenly Core warrior would lose to trash like Ling Xiao. Hehe, do you really think we don't have anyone here? Yu Feng, if you want to fight, I'll fight with you. Night Demon stood out. She didn't want to owe Ling Xiao a favor. Since she could return it, she would return it. Night Demon. Ghost Sword was surprised. His sister had always been a loner, even though she was kind-hearted. However, she would rarely fight for a man with 4 limbs. Not to mention him. Yu Qiong and Yu Feng were both very surprised. Hee, forget it. I give up. Yu Feng glanced at Night Demon. He had no confidence in winning. Yi Mai was known as the strongest man under the 9th Divine Core realm. Although he didn't know whether it was true or not, there was no need to fight now. I'll kill Ling Xiao. Yu Luan roared. Yu Luan, you coward, you coward. He was actually afraid of the scholar in white and abandoned me. Let's settle this grudge first. Black Pearl stood out and confronted Yu Luan. What a load of nonsense. Yu Luan roared, I won't allow you to insult my character. You don't dare to admit that you did something wrong. Are you still a man? The Black Pearl despised him even more. I'm going to kill you. Yu Luan couldn't hold himself back any longer, and began fighting with Black Pearl. Who is this guy? I don't understand him at all. Why are Night Demon and Black Pearl willing to fight for him? What was happening made the crowd feel even weirder. Some of the people who originally wanted to provoke Ling Xiao gave up at this moment. It was better to just sit back and watch. Don't be stupid and become someone else's sacrifice. Yu Chen, you go. Yu Qiong looked at Yu Chen and said. Understood. Yu Chen, a late 8th Divine Core warrior. He was strong. But, when he was about to charge forward, two men stopped him. One was He Ming, who had profited from the disaster and had broken through to the mid-8th Divine Core realm. The other was the Lady in Green, an early 8th Divine Core warrior. To be honest, Ling Xiao expected He Ming to fight. But, the Lady in Green's reaction had surprised him. This lady wasn't a passionate person. Lady in Green, come back here. Lu Shi shouted with a stern voice. Senior brother, he saved me. If not for him, I would have been humiliated by the human devil. He's in trouble, so I had to help him. This time, the Lady in Green didn't listen to her senior brother's words. Damn it, how dare you seduce my junior sister? I'm going to kill you. Lu Shi had always liked the Lady in Green. But, the Lady in Green liked Yuan Meng. When he found out that Yuan Meng had died in the Inferno, he was really happy. Because the Green Vine sect couldn't afford to offend the Red Robe sect. But, he didn't expect this. Just when he thought he had a chance, another Ling Xiao suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He had actually snatched his junior sister away. Get lost. Ling Xiao punched out with his fist, sending Lu Shi flying away and coughing up blood. Because of the Lady in Green, I won't kill you. You better watch out for yourself. If not, you won't be able to see tomorrow's sunrise. You're courting death. Lu Shi didn't think Ling Xiao had defeated him, he just thought he had underestimated his opponent. When he rushed over just now, he didn't even release his martial soul or use any weapon. Therefore, even though he was injured, it didn't mean he had lost. He had just lost face. Senior brother, you're not his match, don't be crazy. The Lady in Green teamed up with He Ming to fight Yu Chen. She shouted. Actually, it would have been better if she didn't shout. But, her shout had completely ignited Lu Shi's anger. Bang! A terrifying aura was unleashed from Lu Shi's body. Behind him, strange vines appeared. That was his martial soul. At the same time, a crutch appeared in his hand. That should be some kind of secret staff. It could increase the power of a secret skill. Lady in Green, I'm sorry, this senior brother of yours is really stubborn. It's impossible for me to not kill him today. Ling Xiao lightly shook his head, then he slowly transformed into the everlasting heavenly rat. Dealing with a heavenly core warrior. It was still difficult to deal with him with his own strength. Therefore, he had to transform. A crimson gold sword appeared in his hand. It would be a waste to use the Eastern Victory Sky Sword and Eastern Victory Devil Sword. After all, his current cultivation level was much higher than before. You bastard, how dare you look down on me? I'll definitely kill you. Definitely. Lu Shi was completely blinded by jealousy and anger. Ling Xiao wouldn't comfort him like his mother. Ling Xiao would only kill this guy and reduce the danger to 0. Do you really have to kill me? Too bad, you won't have the chance in your life. You could have survived. Even if you couldn't get the heavenly devil epiphyllum, you could have become stronger after this trial. But, you're too stupid. Why did you have to provoke someone you can't afford to provoke? I won't be merciful to you anymore. Ling Xiao's voice was filled with a cold killing intent. Fine, come at me if you can. I don't believe that an early heavenly core warrior like me can't deal with an early 7th divine core trash like you. Lu Shi had reason to believe in himself. After all, his cultivation level was much higher than Ling Xiao's. But too bad, he had chosen the wrong opponent. End of chapter. Chapter 4169. No one has ever made me hate this much. Lu Shi's aura became stronger and stronger. The jade-green vines behind him transformed into a huge python. It flicked its tongue and stared at Ling Xiao. Ghost python vine. With a furious roar, Shi's entire body melts into the huge vine. It was as if he had merged with the vine. But, Ling Xiao could see it clearly with his Taikai eyes. The green mat only entered the interior of the vines. The vine could attack, and it could also defend. This was definitely a skill that combined both attack and defense. Not bad. Green light kept being emitted from the python's body. This was Lu Shi's strongest attack. After all, that was all he could do. With this attack, he could easily kill most peak 7th Divine Core warriors. But, when facing Ling Xiao, this wasn't a problem at all. Kill him, giant python, Lu Shi's voice sounded out. The giant python suddenly leaped toward Ling Xiao. Along the way, one of its heads split into 9 heads. It looked extremely ferocious. And it was moving at an incredible speed. For ordinary warriors, even if they were at the same cultivation level, they would still be caught off guard and be hit by this attack. But, why would Ling Xiao be afraid? Falling plum-clear shadow steps. Ling Xiao let out a faint smile, then his body flickered. He had disappeared from where he stood. The 9 snake heads slammed onto the ground. The ground cracked open. Dust flew everywhere. The martial artists standing nearby were all dizzy from the shaking. It felt like Thunder Mountain was about to collapse. Is that all you can do? You want to kill me? In the sky, Ling Xiao looked at Lu Shi with disdain and said, "Damn it, don't hide if you can. Fight like a real man," Lu Shi roared. At the same time, he controlled the python to open its mouth and spit out a green mist. Ghost Vine Poison Bomb. Bang! The horrifying poison bomb hit Ling Xiao's body and exploded. The poisonous mist spread out in all directions. Many warriors tried to escape, but there were still some who couldn't escape in time and were caught in the mist. Their faces turned pale as they died. Ha 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 ha, now you know how powerful I am. A nameless person actually dares to make an enemy out of my green vine sec. She laughed wildly, thinking that she had already killed Ling Xiao. What a pitiful fellow. I gave you face, but you don't want it. In the next moment, Ling Xiao's voice sounded again. He opened his mouth and inhaled, and the surrounding poisonous fog was sucked into his body. This poison doesn't taste good. I don't like it. Ling Xiao suddenly approached the green seats, as if he had teleported. No one paid any attention to how he got there. How is this possible? Lu Shi could not believe that Ling Xiao was not afraid of her poison. This poison was something that even martial artists with such a cultivation base would be afraid of. Ling Xiao was just an early 7th Divine Core warrior. He was actually not afraid at all. He hurriedly retreated in an attempt to avoid Ling Xiao. Looking up, he found that Ling Xiao's figure had disappeared again. Immediately after, he felt that the giant python was caught by someone. This giant python isn't bad, it's an attack produced by fusing with your martial soul, and it's a special poisonous energy you've cultivated. Ordinary people would feel really bad when they see you. But too bad, you met me. While speaking, Ling Xiao suddenly grabbed the giant python's tail and started swinging it around. The speed was getting faster and faster. At first, she was still able to maintain his consciousness. But as the giant python started spinning like a fan, he couldn't control it anymore. His eyes had turned white, and he had lost consciousness. An early heavenly core warrior couldn't even withstand a single blow from Ling Xiao. I don't want to make an enemy out of this guy. I thought he wouldn't lose to an early heavenly core warrior, but I never expected him to be so strong. This is terrifying. She is a genius from the Greenvine sect, but he was played like this. Bang! Just as the crowd was discussing, Ling Xiao threw the green seat heavily onto the ground. The ground cracked open. The giant python exploded. She's entire body was broken into pieces. When he died, he didn't even look like a human anymore. Ling Xiao casually clapped his hands. He looked at the crowd with disdain and said, "Who else wants to fight?" The crowd was dead silent. Even Yu Luan and Yu Chen who were fighting had stopped. The scene was too strange. They had to re-evaluate Ling Xiao's strength. It's good that no one is here. We're here to fight for the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower, not to kill each other. Ling Xiao sneered, then he casually took Shi's storage ring. He threw it into his own Dongsheng Emperor ring. Normally, there wouldn't be anything good in the storage ring of someone like him. At most, there would be upper rank soul stones. There might not even be supreme rank soul stones. Senior brother, what should we do? Yu Feng looked at Yu Qiong and asked with a frown. Yu Qiong was unhappy as well. After all this time, did she have to do it herself? How could a mere Ling Xiao get so many people to help him? Damn it. Yu Feng looked at Ghost Sword. In the end, he shook his head and said, "Don't worry, let him be arrogant for a while. There are many people watching us right now, and our main mission is to fight for the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower. As for Ling Xiao, there's no way he can escape from the Fengju devil forest alive." Understood. Everyone from the Yu family swallowed their anger. As for the others, there was no need to mention them. No one would seek justice for LV Shi, and they didn't have the courage to do so. Although there were many heavenly core warriors here, most of them were from the 2 races and 3 sects. Even Lu Luo's sect didn't want to cause trouble for Ling Xiao, so why would the others care? The scene fell into dead silence. Everyone was guessing Ling Xiao's strength. He didn't look old. Could he be a heavenly core warrior as well? Could it be that what they saw was just a facade? He didn't care about what others thought. Ling Xiao looked at the barrier that was getting weaker and weaker. The atmosphere was oppressive. It was obvious that everyone was prepared to fight for the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower. In the end, it was hard to say whose hands it would end up in. Ling Xiao was under a lot of pressure as well. Yu Qiong and Ghost Sword's existence were like 2 huge rocks pressing down on his heart. As for Yu Feng, Yu Chen, and Yang Zhon, they were a huge threat to him as well. With his current strength, it was already difficult for him to defeat a mid-8th level heavenly core warrior. No matter how strong he was, he would have to rely on his treasures to win. But even if it was difficult, could he give up? Of course not. When he thought about how Ling Jiajiao's soul was being restrained, and how she had to spend every day in a dark environment, he couldn't give up. He was a man who lived a simple life. He wouldn't think about complicated things. There was only one simple principle when he did things. His enemies must be killed. His family and friends must be helped. No matter what it was, he would fight with his life. He believed in his own speed anyway. Plus, he had allies on his side. As long as he hid in the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower and the mountain river world, unless someone killed him, they wouldn't be able to take it away from him. Of course, he couldn't use the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower now. This item was used to save Ling Jiaojiao, and it was a treasure that he would only use when he fought with the Devil King from the Yu family. End of chapter. Chapter 4170. As a man, there were things he should do, and things he shouldn't do. Fighting for the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower, this was what he should do. Ling Xiao would never back down. Finally, the barrier was gone. The energy of the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower was unleashed without any restraint. The terrifying energy had dispersed all the lightning in the sky above Thunder Mountain. Those warriors who were still on their way to Thunder Mountain had no choice but to stop. They knew that they had lost their chance. In this fight for the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower, they had lost. I wonder who will get the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower? They looked towards the mountain peak. The pitch-black devilish light had covered the entire sky, even the dark clouds had turned pitch black. The strange atmosphere caused everyone to feel fear. It's probably a mighty warrior from the Yu family, or that ghost sword. No one thought that Ling Xiao would be the one to fight for the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower. Many people even thought that with Ling Xiao's cultivation, he would have already died on the way. There was no way he would have the chance to reach the peak of Thunder Mountain. At the peak of Thunder Mountain, Ling Xiao sensed the energy of the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower, and he could feel that the energy in his cultivation sea had suddenly increased by 10%. What a terrifying energy! Just by releasing it, it was able to increase the energy in his cultivation sea. How terrifying was this? It was indeed a treasure. Right when the barrier was activated, everyone leapt towards the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower like crazy. The fastest one wasn't Yu Qiong, nor was it Ghost Sword. It was Ling Xiao. This caused everyone to feel shocked, including Ling Xiao's allies. Who would have thought that a 7th Divine Core warrior would be able to travel at such an incredible speed? Even Ghost Sword was lagging behind him. Of course, Ghost Sword's speed was similar to Ling Xiao's. They were only a single body apart. But he was still lagging behind. This fact wouldn't change. But Ling Xiao knew that he only had a slight advantage in terms of speed. Compared to Ghost Sword, his overall strength was still far behind. They couldn't be compared at all. If Ghost Sword wanted to kill him, unless he ran away, he would definitely die. In this place, there were no friends, only enemies. Therefore, Ghost Sword didn't show any mercy. The long sword in his hand trembled. Terrifying sword chi was released at will. Even a casual slash would be enough to kill Ling Xiao. This was Ghost Sword's confidence. Falling plumb clear shadow step. However, Ling Xiao had expected the phantom sword to attack. He had already thought of a countermeasure. His figure flashed, and his body dodged the sword light. And that sword light directly destroyed Ling Xiao's clone. Ghost Sword, if you kill him, I won't recognize you as my brother anymore. Suddenly, Night Demon's voice sounded. Ghost Sword couldn't pull out his next attack. The demonic epiphyllum was very important to him. But his sister was more important to him. He couldn't abandon his sister for the demonic epiphyllum. Even though he didn't know the reason, the Ghost Sword stopped attacking and gave chase with all his might. Once he unleashed his full power, his speed was almost on par with Ling Xiao's. Trash. Yu Qiong cursed inwardly. He was hoping that Ghost Sword would help him kill Ling Xiao. Then, he would take the opportunity to sneak an attack on Ghost Sword. This way, he would be the one to obtain the demonic epiphyllum. Who would have thought that Ghost Sword would stop attacking? So he could only do it himself. After crushing a talisman, his speed suddenly skyrocketed. He threw the people behind him far away and joined the first group. For Ling Xiao to be able to be on par with these two, it was something to be proud of. But this was meaningless to him. He didn't like this kind of false glory. He only wanted the demonic epiphyllum. Buzz. Suddenly, the demonic epiphyllum spat out black gas. It shot towards everyone. This black gas was extremely powerful. Even Ghost Sword and Yu Qiong didn't dare to take it head-on. However, not only was Ling Xiao not afraid of this black gas, but all the black gas that approached him was instantly absorbed. It's the demonic heart. Ling Xiao could feel that it was the demonic heart's doing. Although he couldn't use the demonic heart with his current strength. But the demonic heart's existence was unquestionable. How could the demonic epiphyllum compare to the demonic heart? Naturally, it couldn't pose any threat to Ling Xiao. When Ghost Sword and Yu Qiong saw this scene, they were both anxious. It wasn't easy to catch up to Ling Xiao, but this was the result. Although the two of them were able to block the black gas, their speed was slowed down and they gradually pulled away from Ling Xiao. Damn it, is this guy really the person chosen by the Devil Emperor? Yu Qiong was starting to doubt his own worldview. Ling Xiao was a nameless person. If he didn't receive the protection of the Devil Emperor, how could he have reached this point? If he didn't receive the protection of the Devil Emperor, why wasn't he afraid of the black gas released by the demonic epiphyllum? I can't accept this. Go to hell, Ling Xiao. Demonic Qi Cage. Yu Qiong roared. Black Qi swirled around his body, releasing a terrifying aura. It was as if a cage had enveloped Ling Xiao. Even if he couldn't get the demonic epiphyllum, he definitely couldn't let Ling Xiao get it. As for Ghost Sword, there was nothing he could do. Ghost Sword was stronger than him, so it was normal for him to get the demonic epiphyllum. Moreover, if the Devil Emperor's disciple obtained the demonic epiphyllum, the Devil Emperor would give this devil country some benefits. It wouldn't be a loss. He just couldn't let Ling Xiao get it. Once Ling Xiao got it, not only would he be so angry that he would vomit blood. Moreover, the Yu family had lost so much money and sacrificed so many lives. It was all for nothing. Don't look at the name of Yu Qiong's move that sounded very ordinary. But its power was much more terrifying than those ferocious-sounding moves. This was a standard 9th level Emperor level martial skill. Ling Xiao couldn't block it at all. The only thing he could do was dodge. Otherwise, once he was captured by this cage, then he would be dead for sure. The pitch-black cage covered the sky and covered the sun. The black gas of the demonic epiphyllum was defeated by this cage. It was enough to see how terrifying the power of this cage was. Although Ling Xiao was shocked, he was also very happy at the same time. Fighting with experts, He definitely benefited a lot. This move gave him a lot of insights. A lot of gains would have a great effect on the advancement of his cultivation in the future. Bloodthirsty plague. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be negligent. He directly released the bloodthirsty plague and mixed it into the aura of the demonic epiphyllum. It spread out. Other than his allies, everyone else was unknowingly weakened. But this wasn't enough. The most troublesome thing in front of him was this demonic chi cage. He had to break this thing. Otherwise, he would really have to play. Let me give you a hand, Kai Niming said from the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. Are you okay? Don't worry, it's just releasing one move. It's not a problem to break this demonic chi cage. You just have to charge forward. Kai Niming said. That's good. Ling Xiao no longer wasted his vital essence and charged forward with all his might. Anyway, the black gas wouldn't hurt him. He didn't even need to dodge. This way, even Ghost Sword would be left far behind by him. Whoosh. Suddenly, a sword chi bloomed from the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. Genius, remember this site's address in a second. Chapter 4171. A sword light shot out from the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. It was extremely bright. Not only did it cut through the cage, but it also cut off one of Yu Qiong's arms. Although an arm was nothing to Yu Qiong. If he wanted to recover, he could easily do so. However, he had already missed the best chance to chase after Ling Xiao. Sorry, the two of you. The heavenly demon epiphyllum belongs to me, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao laughed heartily as he disappeared from their sight. The heavenly demon epiphyllum looked close, but it was actually very far. Space seemed to be distorted, giving people a feeling of unreality. Moreover, the black aura was everywhere. Once Ling Xiao escaped more than 1,000 meters away, their divine senses would not be able to capture him. How can this be? Not only Yu Qiong, but Ghost Sword was also stunned. Ling Xiao had actually shaken them off just like that. They had originally thought that Ling Xiao's speed was already very impressive for him to be able to keep up with them. But now, it seemed that Ling Xiao's speed and Ling Xiao's ability were much greater than they had imagined. What was that sword energy just now? Yu Qiong touched his wound, and his arm quickly grew out. However, that terrifying sword energy still made him tremble with fear. He was sure that it was definitely not Ling Xiao's sword energy. Because Ling Xiao was not that strong. But who could it be? Damn it, no matter who stabbed me, I can't let you take advantage of me. Yu Qiong's eyes were bloodshot. He had not used all his strength before. In fact, no one else would have. Because even if he got the heavenly demon epiphyllum, he had to have the strength to protect it. Yu Qiong had only used about 70% of his strength. Now, he was not going to hold back. Rather than letting Ling Xiao get the heavenly demon epiphyllum, he might as well go all out. After all, the Yu family had other experts. Demonization. Yu Qiong's body underwent some strange changes. A pair of black wings grew out of his back. The most terrifying thing was that in that instant, his speed had reached the maximum. Whoosh. His body turned into a streak of black light, madly chasing after Ling Xiao. Along the way, the black gas released by the demonic epiphyllum was easily knocked away. They couldn't stop him for even a moment. This guy seemed to have gone mad as he pounced on Ling Xiao. Not the demonic Sirius. This was because he realized that if he couldn't stop Ling Xiao, then the Yu family would be in big trouble. Below, when the crowd saw this scene, their hearts trembled. To be able to force a warrior at the early stage of the extreme stage of Dan to such an extent, Ling Xiao, this guy, was really proud of himself. But once Yu Qiong entered the demonized state, Ling Xiao would not have a chance. Senior brother, kill that brat. Yu Feng shouted, demonic epiphyllum, I will help you collect it. He wanted Yu Qiong to feel at ease. He wanted Yu Qiong to risk her life. Who is that guy? How can he be so powerful? He injured Yu Qiong with a single stab. Who knows? There will always be some weirdos in this world. That person might be one of them. Even Yu Qiong can't catch up to him, let alone others. People had some crazy jealousy and hatred towards Ling Xiao. Because this kind of unknown brat was actually fighting for the demonic Sirius with the extreme stage of Dan that they looked up to. and they were left far behind. This made them unable to accept. They would rather the demonic Sirius be taken by Ghost Sword and Yu Qiong than accept the demonic Sirius being snatched away by Ling Xiao. Didn't that mean that they were even inferior to this brat? How could they accept that? Of course, there were also some people who admired Ling Xiao endlessly. For example, Black Pearl, Night Demon, and the rest. They originally thought that they would be the main force fighting for the demonic Sirius. After obtaining the demonic Sirius, whether to consider giving it to Ling Xiao. But now it looked like they really had to think too much. The terrifying potential that Ling Xiao this guy had was not something they could compare to. The people below did not give up. They also continued to advance. Because before the demonic Sirius was taken out of Fengju Demon Forest, anything could happen. At this moment, Yu Qiong was getting closer and closer to Ling Xiao. Ultimate realm of alchemy martial artists were indeed powerful. After the black gas stopped obstructing him, his speed was even faster than Ling Xiao's. This caused the distance between the two to get closer and closer. Ling Xiao, no matter who takes the demonic Sirius today, it can't be you. Yu Qiong roared, her eyes were bright red as if blood was about to drip out. Ling Xiao frowned. He thought that the demonic Sirius was already within his reach. He didn't expect Yu Qiong to be so difficult to deal with. As expected of an extreme stage of Dan. Not easy to deal with. Ling Xiao, let me do it. Kai Niming said. No, prepare your strongest attack first, don't attack. At the crucial moment, it will be useful. Ling Xiao shook his head. If he attacked Yu Qiong now, it might cause some damage to her. But the meaning was not big. It was better to use his strongest move. That would be more useful. Damn it, let's go all out. While Kai Niming was preparing his move, Ling Xiao also fed the 2000 Supreme Grade Spirit Stones to the Blood Dragon God. Those were Supreme Grade Spirit Stones. One Supreme Grade Spirit Stone was equivalent to 10 million High Grade Spirit Stones. The Blood Dragon God could eat as much as he wanted. This move could be heaven-defying at the crucial moment. After that, Ling Xiao continued to move forward. Although Yu Qiong was getting closer and closer to him, there was still a distance of 200 to 300 meters. He wasn't afraid. Hey! At this moment, Ling Xiao noticed that another figure was rushing over as well. No need to ask, it was definitely Ghost Sword. If Yu Qiong could demonize, Ghost Sword definitely could too. And Ghost Sword was at the extreme stage of Dan. If this guy used his full strength, his speed would be even more terrifying. I'm about 1,000 meters away from the demonic Sirius. Soon, Ling Xiao continued to speed up, but with his cultivation, his speed was basically the limit. But he was still going all out. He even involuntarily released the power of the Tyrant martial spirit. Even though it was only faintly discernible. But his speed had also clearly increased. What? Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye suddenly caught a terrifying aura. He hurriedly stopped. This caused Yu Qiong and Ghost Sword to be dazzled. The two of them didn't expect Ling Xiao to suddenly stop. They didn't even have time to control their speed and directly rushed over. They surpassed Ling Xiao. At least you're smart. After I get the demonic Sirius, I'll kill you. Yu Qiong didn't think too much about it. He thought that Ling Xiao was afraid. Or maybe he didn't have enough true essence, so he suddenly chose to stop. But at this moment, Ghost Sword also stopped. Only then did Yu Qiong realize that something was wrong. It was impossible for Ghost Sword to be afraid of him. He followed Ghost Sword's gaze. In front of them, a figure actually appeared. Demon Red Pill? No. This is the aura of the human Devil King. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Could it be that in order to obtain the demonic Sirius, the human Devil King actually borrowed his son's body? This aura was so terrifying. Although it was still at the extreme stage of Dan. But that power was clearly stronger than Ghost Sword. End of this chapter. Chapter 4172. The reason why Ling Xiao stopped was because he felt this power. He knew that even if he rushed over, he wouldn't be able to get the flower. But why? Ling Xiao didn't understand. Since the human demon king was in front of them, why didn't he get the flower? Was it because he had no other choice? That must be the case. Otherwise, he wouldn't be waiting there. Shadow Warrior. Ling Xiao was very clear that the most important thing right now was to protect himself well and not to fight head-on. Who are you? Yu Qiong didn't know how terrifying the human demon king was and continued to clamor, "Scram or I'll kill you." The human demon king laughed coldly, "You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that you have to die. That's enough." Just as Ling Xiao expected, the human devil king indeed needed someone to help him take away the demonic Dutchman's flower. But he didn't want to give it to Yu Qiong or Ghost Sword. They were too strong. Once he got the flower, with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to snatch it away. Thus, the two of them had to die. Human Demon Fist Art, Ghost Dragon Kill. The human demon king didn't waste any more words and directly attacked Yu Qiong and Ghost Sword. A ghost dragon suddenly condensed from the black gas. The black gas released by the demonic epiphyllum was blocked by the ghost dragon. It had no effect on it at all. The berserk ghost dragon swooped down and attacked Yu Qiong and Ghost Sword. "Let's work together," Ghost Sword said softly. With that, he took out the black demon sword and stabbed out. The sword chi rushed into the clouds and was extremely powerful. But Yu Qiong didn't make a move. At the most crucial moment, he chose to borrow someone else's knife to kill. He thought that he was very smart, but in reality, he was extremely stupid. The ghost dragon swooped down and clashed with the sword chi. Honglong. Ghost Sword was heavily injured. A terrifying force struck him in the chest. He was sent flying out of the room. He was originally infinitely close to the flower, but now he flew back to the starting point. He was injured all over and it was very serious. The people behind saw a figure flying over. They thought that it was Ling Xiao who was sent flying. But when the black figure landed, they realized that it was Ghost Sword. Ghost Sword had miscalculated. He never thought that Yu Qiong would plot against him. The human demon king seized the opportunity and heavily injured him. Of course, the human demon king didn't have it easy either. Ghost Sword's sword chi pierced through his body. He was also injured, but in a much better state than Ghost Sword. At this moment, Yu Qiong thought that her chance had come. He charged forward. He wanted to kill the human devil king. The human demon king sneered. "Even if I'm heavily injured, trash like you can't hurt me. What's more, my injuries aren't too serious right now." A human and a demon collided. Yu Qiong felt as if her body was about to fall apart as she was heavily pushed back. His situation was even worse than Ghost Sword's. He was also sent flying. The people behind were all inexplicably shocked. What happened? Why are Ghost Sword and Yu Qiong flying back with injuries? There seems to be a figure. If it's not Ling Xiao, then who is it? Why is he so powerful? Oh no, I heard that the human devil king is about to revive. Could it be the human devil king? For a moment, everyone was in a state of panic. Black Pearl, Night Demon, and the others at the front could already see the human devil king. But Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. They were extremely confused. Ling Xiao, that bastard must have already been killed and chopped into pieces. Yu Feng sneered. However, at this time, the human devil monarch suddenly screamed miserably. Hell Shadow Strike. Ling Xiao's figure appeared behind the human devil king. And there were two figures. An avatar and the main body releasing Hell Shadow Strike at the same time. Before, Ling Xiao wasn't idle. When the human devil king was fighting with Ghost Sword and Yu Qiong, he had already secretly approached the human devil king. He was waiting for the moment the human devil king repelled Yu Qiong to suddenly attack. And once he attacked, it was a combo. After Hell Shadow Strike, it was Black Soul's Wrath. Black Soul's Wrath was an attack that completely ignored defense. No matter how strong the human devil king's defense was, it was useless. The already heavily injured human devil king suffered a heavy blow and his injuries became even worse. Ling Xiao didn't dare to give him a chance to recover. The Blood Thunder God that had eaten no less than 1,000 top-grade spirit stones erupted. A terrifying red light shot out from the demonic epiphyllum. It directly bombarded the human devil king's back. How could the pitiful devil Hongmaru's body withstand such a terrifying attack? In an instant, his body turned into fragments. "Brat, I won't let you off. I will definitely kill you." A roar came from the distance. The human devil king's plan had failed. He was in unbearable pain. "Goodbye, I won't see you off." Seeing this scene, everyone was completely dumbfounded. No one could believe that the human devil king, who had heavily injured Ghost Sword and Yu Qiong, was actually defeated by Ling Xiao. Although it was a sneak attack. However, the power of that final strike was truly too terrifying. No matter who it was here, if they received such a terrifying attack, they would definitely not be able to survive. They didn't have that confidence. Ling Xiao didn't wait for these people to look at him with admiration, jealousy, or fear. The human devil king was driven away. Yu Qiong and Ghost Sword were heavily injured. There was no one here who could compete with him for the demonic epiphyllum. Under everyone's gaze, Ling Xiao's body turned into a blood-red bolt of lightning. He forcefully blasted open the terrifying black fog that was set up by the demonic epiphyllum. That black fog seemed to be able to corrode everything. But it wasn't able to corrode Ling Xiao. Instead, a lot of it was absorbed by Ling Xiao. The energy in his cultivation sea increased by another 10%. Don't just stand there, quickly charge. Ling Xiao, that guy repelled the human devil king. He must have consumed a lot of energy. He definitely isn't our match. With a roar, Yu Feng charged forward. The rest of the people also followed him. Instead, the strongest Yu Qiong and Ghost Sword had no choice but to sit there and quickly heal their injuries. They didn't lose their chance. Because even if Ling Xiao obtained the demonic epiphyllum, they still had a chance to fight for it. So the most important thing now was to heal their injuries. Ling Xiao broke through the final barrier and grabbed the demonic epiphyllum in his hand. The demonic epiphyllum was only the size of a palm. However, the power that was released was truly astonishing. Ling Xiao really wanted to use this thing right now. However, he resisted this impulse and hid the demonic epiphyllum in the mountain river world. Then, he swallowed the qi and blood wine and true essence wine. Obtaining the demonic epiphyllum was just the beginning. Next, it would be even more troublesome. It was very likely that he would become the target of public criticism. That kid got the demonic epiphyllum. If you want the demonic epiphyllum, then kill that kid. Shouts could be heard from the crowd. At the same time, the people who were originally in the Western Puppet City also surrounded them. What they were waiting for was the moment when someone snatched the demonic epiphyllum and removed all the restrictions around them. This way, they could only target people and not waste time on targeting restrictions. And this person seemed to be much weaker than they had imagined. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4173. Ha 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 ha, idiot. So what if you got the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower? In the end, it's all for naught. Do you really think you can keep the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower? Yu Qiong laughed out wildly. Although his injuries hadn't fully healed yet. However, the Yu family's influence was still the greatest here. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to leave with the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower. Gui Jian furrowed his brows. He didn't believe Ling Xiao was such an idiot. Since Ling Xiao dared to get the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower, he must have a plan. If not, the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower would be the death knell. In fact, the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower wasn't that important to him. He was fighting for it for his sister. He believed that even without the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower, he would still be able to break through to the divine physique realm. This was the confidence of a genius. Now, he really wanted to see how Ling Xiao was going to escape from the encirclement of so many people. Everyone, listen to me. This man isn't weak, and if we fight each other, we won't be able to kill him. Why don't we work together? Let's kill him together, then we can think about fighting for the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower. This way, we will still have some hope. But, if the flower falls into his hands, we will lose all hope. Ling Xiao's performance had caused many people to feel fear. Therefore, they considered working together. You're right. In the end, we've all received benefits from the Yu family. The heavenly demon Dutchman's flower is for the Yu family. If the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower falls into Gui Jian's hands, we won't fight for it. After all, He is the Devil Sovereign's disciple. But, who does this guy think he is? We can't let the flower fall into his hand. That's right, there are at least 100,000 men who have reached the peak of Thunder Mountain. I don't believe we can't take down an early 7th Divine Core warrior. You're right. Let's work together and kill him. At this moment, Ling Xiao felt like he had suddenly become a great man. He was strong. 100,000 men working together to kill him. Haha, this kind of feeling is really exciting. In the end, these people thought he was weak. If it had been a flying flaming lion or a human devil king, perhaps many of them would not have dared to attack. But so what? In Ling Xiao's eyes, there were only a dozen people who could pose a threat to him out of 100,000 people. As for the others, they were just there to make up the numbers. There was nothing to worry about at all. Let me go, or I'll start a massacre today. Ling Xiao looked at everyone in front of him with contempt. He's scared. Ling Xiao's pity was taken as fear. Speaking of which, it was really funny. Ling Xiao smiled. Alright, if that's the case, then all of you can go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the opportunity to slip away. Facing 100,000 people directly, it was really quite strenuous for him. However, if he made use of his speed and the Shadow Dancer incarnation, in this Fengju demonic forest, on the Thunder Mountain, he could kill every single one of these 100,000 people. Killing was also a matter of skill. But at that moment, the originally clear sky suddenly turned gloomy. It was as if the sky was falling down. Ha 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 ha. The dark clouds quickly condensed and formed a huge human head. The human head looked like a human devil king. Despicable human martialists, you didn't expect this, did you? We, the human demon lineage, have painstakingly set up a great array on the Thunder Mountain. Sky Demon Illusory Array. Even if I am not strong enough to kill you all now, you can kill each other in this Sky Demon Illusory Array. Ha 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 ha. The Sky Demon Dutchman's flower will be mine sooner or later. Amidst the maniacal laughter, the scene in front of everyone suddenly changed. Ling Xiao had originally been standing on the top of the mountain, but now he realized that he had appeared in a wasteland. There was no one around anymore. Master, what's going on? Ling Xiao asked hurriedly. This Sky Demon Illusory Array is actually a terrifying array created by using the treasures left behind by the Sky Demons. You have now been directly teleported into a special space. The only way to get out is to break through the space. Otherwise, you will be trapped here forever and never be able to leave. The Yuan Venerate reminded him. Furthermore, the Sky Demons that appeared in this space were formed by the remnant demonic chi of the treasures. However, they are extremely powerful. In addition to this, you also have to be careful not to be devoured by the Sky Demon's consciousness. Otherwise, you will be transformed into a Sky Demon and fall from grace. Of course, this is a good opportunity for you. Facing more than 100,000 people, it will be very difficult even if you have a few people helping you. Even if you can win, it will be very troublesome when Yu Qiong and Ghost Sword recover from their injuries. However, everything is different now. Although this human demon king wanted to kill you all, he has actually helped you a lot. That's true. Ling Xiao began to walk forward. Since 100,000 people wanted to kill him, there was no need for him to be courteous. He would kill every one of them he encountered to train his battle techniques and temper his willpower at the same time. Hey! That is. Just as Ling Xiao was walking forward, he suddenly saw a group of people. He was very familiar with one of them. This person was the woman in green from Green Vine Sect. Right now, the woman in green was being threatened by a few other people, and she looked very miserable. It was obvious that she had helped him before, and was now considered a traitor by the Green Vine Sect. Although he hated this woman before this. But right now, he couldn't just stand by and watch her die. Brother Ling, it's you. When the woman in green saw Ling Xiao, she didn't know what to feel. She was happy, but also worried. She was happy because she and Ling Xiao could be considered friends who had gotten to know each other through fighting. With Ling Xiao's personality, it was impossible for him not to help. She was worried because she was being threatened, and if Ling Xiao didn't want to hurt her, it would be very troublesome. At that time, not only would Ling Xiao be in trouble, she would die as well. The 9 men from Green Vine sect noticed Ling Xiao as well. One of them had a cold and hateful look in his eyes. He was one of the men who had stayed in Puppet City in the west. He didn't stay with the others. Therefore, when Lu Shi was killed, he wasn't there. This man was at the mid-heavenly core realm. He couldn't be underestimated. He was probably the one who captured the woman in green. His name was Lu Yun, and he was Lu Shi's twin brother. Both of them were about the same age, and their strength was about the same as well. However, Lu Yun had broken through during this trip to Fengdu Devil Forest. Lu Shi hadn't broken through yet. Lu Yun grabbed the woman in green's neck, then he looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, "Brat, you better not do anything. Or else, I'll kill her." "What does she have to do with me?" Ling Xiao asked with disdain. "You're all from Green Vine sect, and I'm just a barbarian. If you kill her, do you really think I'll care?" After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. He didn't care about the woman in green at all, as if they didn't know each other. End of chapter. Chapter 4174. Brat, this trick is useless in front of us. You better kneel down and cripple your own cultivation. If that's the case, perhaps we'll spare your life. You can stay with this woman for the rest of your life, isn't that great? Lu Yun said with a cold voice. However, Ling Xiao acted like he didn't hear anything, he just kept walking forward. "Since this woman is useless, I'll just kill her." Lu Yun let out a cold snort, then he exerted his strength and broke the woman's neck. Senior disciple, you. Right at this moment, Lu Yun was shocked to find out that the woman who died in his hands wasn't the woman, but someone else. What terrified him the most was, the green-clothed woman had actually already arrived beside Ling Xiao since who knows when. She was being protected by Ling Xiao. Illusion. Lu Yun was shocked. Within this heavenly devil illusion formation, a person's consciousness was easily controlled. Ling Xiao's heavenly demon eye was even more adept at using it. Lu Yun was hit by it. That was why Jiang Chen was able to save the woman in green so easily. "You can go and deal with those men, right?" Ling Xiao asked with an indifferent tone. "No problem." The woman in green nodded her head and said, "Very good, Lu Yun is mine." Ling Xiao dashed towards Lu Yun without hesitation. He had killed an early heavenly core warrior before. As for a mid-heavenly core warrior, he hadn't met one yet. This time, he could give it a try. It was a good thing to have such a rare opponent. The reason why he didn't use the heavenly devil eye was because once he attacked the green membrane, the illusion would automatically dispel itself. Killing intent had a great effect on illusions. Lu Yun was not an ordinary warrior. But this was good too. A face-to-face battle was what Ling Xiao was looking forward to. If not, when would he be able to completely absorb the heavenly devil thunder jade? Bang! Ling Xiao unleashed his energy. He transformed into the peerless heavenly rat. Holding the golden sword in his hand, a terrifying sword intent shot up into the sky. Everyone else could feel the terrifying sword intent. And the terrifying energy. It felt like the sword intent was going to tear the sky apart. With every step Ling Xiao took, his sword momentum became stronger. This was only the crimson gold sword. If he used the Eastern Victory Heaven sword and the Eastern Victory Demonic sword, who knew how powerful he would be? The incomparably sharp sword force caused the entire heavenly demon illusory formation to sizzle. It was as if the darkness was about to be cut open. Ling Xiao, when he made a move, it was incomparably shocking. Facing the powerful Ling Xiao, how could Green Membrane admit defeat? A cold and domineering aura emanated from his body. Even Ling Xiao's sword intent was unable to shake his battle intent in the slightest. A towering tree appeared behind him. The strange thing was that this towering tree was constantly bathed in strange lightning. This was caused by the mutation of his martial spirit after entering the Fengdu Devil Forest. Today, he would use Ling Xiao's blood to nourish his brand new martial spirit. The woman in green didn't start fighting. This was because everyone's attention was attracted by the two of them. The frightening aura made it so that they couldn't even gather their true yuan. They could only stare at the two of them. Within Green Membrane's eyes, there were lightning bolts jumping around. When Ling Xiao saw the lightning bolts, He felt like he was seeing the lightning bolts that covered Lei Shan. Frightening, powerful. You're only at the early 7th divine core realm, but you have such a frightening aura. No wonder you were able to kill that trash Lushi. But, no matter how trash Lushi is, he is still my brother. Since you've killed him, don't you think you have to pay a price? Green Membrane sneered. Not only am I going to kill him, I'm going to kill you as well. You're just like your brother, both of you talk a lot of nonsense. Ling Xiao mocked. I talk a lot of nonsense. I just feel that with your cultivation base, you don't even have the qualifications to serve me tea. How did you get the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower? I'm confused. I'm really confused. Tell me the answer. You won't be confused soon, because you're going to die. After saying that, Ling Xiao took another step forward. His sword aura, sharper. His aura, stronger. Looks like you're an unreasonable man. Then, I'll use my strength to make you kneel before me. After saying that, Green Membrane suddenly moved. The towering tree behind him swayed. He punched out with both his fists, and it contained the power of earth and thunder. The frightening fists arrived in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. Blood-piercing rat. Facing Green Membrane, Ling Xiao didn't dare underestimate him. He immediately used the 12 Divine Beast skill. After breaking through to the 9th Divine Beast skill, it didn't consume too much of his stamina. Of course, its power was only at the early 8th Order Emperor realm. It wasn't too strong. However, it was enough to deal with the Green Membrane, a fist technique that had always been used as a probing technique. Boom! A loud explosion sounded out, and the wind was blown away. Ling Xiao could feel a frightening force coming from the crimson gold sword, and it sent him flying dozens of meters away. He staggered a few steps before he was able to stand firm. Not only that, he could feel a numbing pain on his arm. This should be the strange thunder and lightning released by the combination of the power of earth and thunder. What a terrifying thunder and lightning. It's even more terrifying than the thunder and lightning of ordinary people. Ling Xiao gently waved his hand. Then, he took a deep breath. This thunder and lightning wasn't that domineering, but it was very sinister. It really required some skill to deal with it. If he was rash, he might really fail miserably in the end. Compared to Ling Xiao, Green Membrane's situation was much better. He stood there and didn't move at all. Amazing. As expected, Senior Brother Green Membrane is too strong. That guy isn't Senior Brother's follower at all. The demonic epiphyllum is ours. Several people from the Luluor sect shouted excitedly. They were originally quite nervous. Because Ling Xiao had even repelled the human demon king before. But now, it seemed that Ling Xiao had used some kind of treasure when he repelled the human demon king. Otherwise, he wouldn't have won so easily. Now that he encountered Green Membrane, he immediately returned to his original form. This was normal. Hehe, looks like I'm right. You don't even have the qualifications to serve me tea. You can't even defend against a casual attack from me, and you still want to take the demonic epiphyllum? Don't you think you're thinking too much? After repelling Ling Xiao with a single punch, Green Membrane had obviously become arrogant. It was as if he was looking down on everything. Hehe, you're just a mid-8th Divine Core warrior, and you just repelled me, an early 7th Divine Core warrior. Are you really that happy? Doesn't that mean you're trash? You only repelled me, you didn't even hurt me. Ling Xiao mocked with a smile on his face. Regarding that attack just now, Ling Xiao indeed did not take it seriously. He just wanted to test out Green Membrane's strength. That's why he only used 50% of his strength. Green Membrane had just broken through to the mid-heavenly core realm. He was considered weak among all heavenly core realm cultivators. It was easier said than done to injure him. TMPH, trash who only knows how to find excuses. Daddy's cultivation is stronger than yours, so I'm stronger than you. Why can't I use it? All I need to do is kill you. Green Membrane coldly harumphed. You're right. Too bad, you're still weaker than me. If you don't believe me, you can try my next attack. Ling Xiao smiled, then he once again condensed his sword energy. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4175. Ling Xiao once again formed his sword energy, and his true yuan was quickly gathering. A powerful murderous aura was gathering in the scarlet gold sword. Suddenly, Jiang Chen took a step forward. It was as if the air was being torn apart by the sword energy, and a sorrowful wail could be heard. The violent sword energy had yet to be unleashed. It caused Green Membrane to feel a stabbing pain. He was a mid-heavenly core warrior, but he was injured by his opponent's aura. This was unbelievable. Suddenly, Ling Xiao thrust his sword forward. The sword energy that exploded in an instant was powerful enough to destroy Green Membrane's fighting intent. It was the same blood-piercing rat. But the power was obviously different. This sword had an even thicker blood-stained elegance. The sharp sword cry made Green Membrane furrow his brows. He let out a cold snort. On his fists, the green gloves shone brightly. A punch that was even more violent than the previous one was thrown out. No matter how strong you are, you must die. Bang! The two men clashed once again. This time, Ling Xiao didn't back off. But Green Membrane was forced back a few steps. Both his arms were still trembling. He stared at the man in front of him with fear. He couldn't believe it. Why was he a mid-8th heavenly core warrior? Why couldn't he defend against Ling Xiao's sword strike? He took a deep breath, then he stared at Ling Xiao coldly and said, "I admit that I underestimated you. But do you really think you can defeat me with this? Right now, you're only qualified to fight me." While speaking, Green Membrane once again circulated his true yuan. Flowers made of lightning started growing out from the huge tree behind him. These flowers were emitting a destructive aura. There were a total of 3,600 flowers. Every single flower was enough to make one's heart tremble. Flower of destruction. All the men from the Lu Luo sect were shocked. In order to fight against Ling Xiao, Green Membrane had actually used his trump card. Was this Ling Xiao really that strong? That's more like it. That attack just now was a bit too weak, Ling Xiao said with a disdainful smile. In truth, Green Membrane was no match for him. Among the martial skills that Green Film had mastered, the most powerful one was only a mid-8th level Emperor-level martial skill. Whereas his heaven-covering palm was a peak 8th order Emperor realm, at its strongest, the 12 Divine Beasts technique could unleash the power of a high-grade 8th level martial skill. Moreover, his physical strength had already reached the mid-8th order Monarch realm. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible for Green Membrane to win. The key was that Ling Xiao had broken through to the early Earth Core stage. His combat prowess had soared tremendously, even if he did not rely on his physical body or martial techniques. He was able to fight with an early heavenly core warrior. Combined with his body and martial skills, he could completely suppress any early heavenly core warrior. A mid-heavenly core warrior was nothing in front of him. He even had the ability to kill a late heavenly core warrior. Only those perfect heavenly core warriors were not easy to deal with. Ling Xiao really didn't care about Green Membrane, who had just broken through to the mid-heavenly core realm. Damn it, how dare you look down on me? Green Film was extremely angry. The terrifying giant tree behind him began to shake. All 3,600 flowers of destruction had bloomed. They turned into shooting stars and shot towards Ling Xiao. It's time to end this. You've really disappointed me. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly, then he retracted his golden sword. He had switched to the Eastern Victory Devil Sword. Blood Drilling Rat. It was the same attack. After switching to the Eastern Victory Devil Sword, the murderous aura had become even more terrifying. The aura was enough to make anyone tremble. Although countless flowers of destruction were flying towards Green Membrane. However, they were all blocked by the blood mist that filled the sky. The flowers of destruction that flashed with lightning were quickly corroded by the blood mist. They were devoured. No. Green Membrane screamed out in fear. He was swallowed by the huge blood-drilling rat. From his body to his inner core, everything was destroyed. Right at this moment, the girl in green had finished her battle. The girl in green was smart. She took advantage of the moment when the other men from the Green Vine sect were frightened and attacked. All of them were killed on the spot. Ling Xiao nodded his head in satisfaction. Are you going to hide now? Or do you want to take the test of the heavenly demon illusory formation? I'm going to fight. The girl in green clenched her teeth and said, although the heavenly demon illusory formation was set up by the human devil king, it's all part of the plan. But how could this not be within the demon emperor's calculations? I'm an early 8th heavenly core warrior, and I'm not weak among all of you. I can still protect myself. Just now, I trusted my fellow disciples too much, that's why I was captured. Very good, then I'll see you outside of the heavenly demon illusory formation. If you can't stay here, I can introduce you to a good place. Ling Xiao smiled, then he quickly disappeared into the darkness. In the next moment, Ling Xiao arrived at another place. Before he could find his footing, he suddenly saw the girl in green. At this moment, the woman in green was running towards him with a pale face. Her hair was messy, and her clothes were stained with blood. It seemed like she had encountered something terrifying. Brother Ling, save me. There's a thunder demon tribe warrior chasing after me. I know I'm useless, but please, I beg you. The girl in green screamed. She seemed to be in great pain, and she fell to the ground. Ling Xiao looked at the girl in green, then he flew to her side and crouched down. Suddenly, he slammed his palm down. Brother Ling, what are you doing? The girl in green was shocked. She quickly dodged. His speed was much faster than before, as if he was a completely different person. Still pretending? Ling Xiao mocked, you must be the legendary illusory demon. You're a type of heavenly demon, and you're good at transforming into someone else's appearance. Your appearance and emotions are exactly the same. You're so strong, but you're using such a despicable method, don't you think it's ridiculous? Kaka. No wonder even the human devil king was tortured by you. You're really strong, kid. But I still don't understand, how did you see through my disguise? The illusory demon let out a strange laugh. Then, he revealed his true appearance. This illusory demon didn't have a real body. He could condense the elements in the air to form a temporary body to fight. Of course, the most powerful thing was still using illusions. When the girl in green left me, she was very confident. Even if you changed, you shouldn't have become her. Of course, the most important thing is, look here. Ling Xiao suddenly opened the demonic eye, and a strange light shot at the illusory demon. The illusory demon was shocked and hurriedly dodged. Demonic eye, Ling Xiao, you actually cultivated the demonic eye. Who are you? What is your identity? Why can you even cultivate the demonic eye? The illusory demon seemed to be very afraid of the demonic eye. What is my identity? You don't need to know, you just need to know that you will die. A mere illusory demon dares to approach me. Then become the nourishment of my illusory demon eye. Ling Xiao's demonic eye could become stronger by absorbing the energy of the corresponding demonic creatures. It could even release demons to fight. Do you really think you can kill me with the demonic eye? Yes, I am indeed afraid of the demonic eye, but unfortunately, your demonic eye hasn't been cultivated. You still can't do anything to me. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4176. Raw tilde. The illusion demon suddenly turned into a fierce tiger and pounced directly at Ling Xiao. That ferocious mouth could swallow Ling Xiao in one gulp. The smell of blood could even be smelled in the air. Humph. Ling Xiao completely ignored the other party's attack. He directly punched out. The fist force was full of blood and evil aura. This was also what the illusion demon feared the most. Under the heavenly demon eye and Taiji eye, the illusion demon couldn't hide at all. Facing the illusion demon, you could only win if you weren't afraid of him and fought him head-on. Once you were afraid and guilty, the illusion demon would have an opportunity to take advantage of you. He would directly take over your body and destroy your soul. Damn it. Although the illusion demon condensed his body with elements. But in the end, he couldn't resist Ling Xiao's vigorous punch. His body directly collapsed. A black shadow fled into the sky. Let's see how you resist. The illusion demon reached the sky and didn't escape. Instead, he suddenly condensed a torrential thunderstorm. He fell toward Ling Xiao. Although this thunderstorm was created by the illusion demon, it was both real and illusory. But as long as it hit you, you would still be in pain. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. He suddenly took out the Dongsheng sky sword. He stabbed out with the sword. Blood drilling rat. Blood energy rose all over the sky. It directly blocked the thunderstorm. Not a single bit fell on Ling Xiao. No, I don't want to die. In the shrill scream, the illusion demon seemed to be completely dissolved and destroyed by the blood mist. It completely turned into nothingness. Are you dead? Still pretending to be a ghost. Ling Xiao didn't believe that the illusion demon would die so easily. This illusion demon was famous for his cunning. During the primordial war, there were many human martial artists who had died. Now he actually wanted to trick Ling Xiao. At that moment, Ling Xiao saw a black light shoot toward his mind. He could block it. But he didn't block it. The illusion demon could still condense the power of the 5 elements outside. However, in his soul realm, Huanmo didn't seem to realize that this was Ling Xiao's trap. He immediately rushed in, thinking that his evil plan had succeeded. He laughed and said, Ling Xiao, why don't you just give me your body? I know that your physical body is incomparably powerful. You actually managed to cultivate to the mid-8th order Emperor realm. It was really great. Once I obtain your body, I will definitely be more powerful than a human devil king. Don't worry, I will help you get rid of those enemies. Ha 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 ha. What are you laughing at? Idiot, do you think that you can do whatever you want after entering my soul realm? Look at what this is. The image of a Yuan Venerate suddenly appeared in Ling Xiao's spirit realm. Yuan Venerates might not be able to help Ling Xiao much outside. However, in the soul realm. On the other hand, Yuan Venerates had extremely powerful spiritual bodies that were second only to the human monarch and the tyrannical martial soul. A Yuan Venerate appeared. Huanmo was shocked. Damn it, so it was a trap. Huanmo wanted to escape. However, he was unexpectedly sucked into the demon-suppressing black blood pearl by Yuan Venerate. It turned into a demon dark blood pill. Thank you, Master. Why are you thanking me? This is just a piece of cake for me. You, on the other hand, actually set up such a trap for Huanmo. I'm afraid he would never have imagined that your soul realm would be so terrifying. He definitely wouldn't have thought that you have the demon-suppressing black blood pearl. Yuan Venerate laughed. How are the 10 giant demons? Ling Xiao asked. It's strange. Logically speaking, if I used the demon-suppressing black blood pearl to suppress the giant demons, it would take at least 10 days. It would take at least 10 days to tame them. However, it seems that it will only take 1 day to tame them all. Your tyrannical universe is really terrifying. Now, I have used the demon dark blood pill to cultivate the giant demons to at least the perfected heavenly core realm. This way, I can lend you a helping hand. That's good. I will also integrate Huanmo's spiritual energy into the heavenly devil eye. Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. Although this was the heavenly devil illusory formation, it was an excellent place for Ling Xiao to cultivate. It could help him improve his strength. It was a crisis, but it was also an opportunity. Perhaps even the human devil king hadn't thought of this. Just as Ling Xiao was sitting cross-legged and condensing Huanmo's spiritual energy, somewhere in the heavenly devil illusory formation, a man in black stood there. The man was wearing a black cloak that swayed with the wind. He was very tall, at least 6 meters tall. His cold face actually looked somewhat handsome. Around him, there were many Huanmo, Soul Mo, Magic Mo, War Mo, and so on. These demons gathered around him, following his lead. Interesting. This human devil king is quite obedient. In the end, he still activated the heavenly devil illusory formation. This way, the hope of our heavenly devil's revival is here. There were at least 100,000 warriors wrapped in this illusory formation. For us heavenly devils, this is the best time to revive. The flesh and blood of human warriors can help us break out of this cage. It can help us return to the mortal realm. The human king has been dead for many years now. The sacred dynasty has been destroyed as well. There is no one who can stop us now. Ha 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 ha. The man laughed proudly. The human devil king was very strong, but he was just a dog raised by the heavenly devils. In order to return to the mortal realm one day, they had been accumulating their strength. Almost every time a warrior entered the Fengdu Devil Forest, they would eat their flesh and blood. But none of them were as lucky as this time. 100,000 warriors, and they were all geniuses from the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. This was great. This guy's strength wasn't considered strong, he was only at the perfect heavenly core realm. If he encountered Yu Qiong or Ghost Sword, he would definitely be killed. But he wasn't an idiot. As long as he could eat the flesh and blood of humans, he would become stronger. Therefore, he had to endure it. First, he would find the weak ones. Listen up. When you make your move, pick the weak ones who are alone. The best way is to use the Huan Mo's power to make the human warriors kill each other. This way, you can reap the benefits. If you encounter a strong one, you can't deal with it. If you can exchange with me, I will go and help you. He called himself the king, because he still had some memories of his past glory. At that time, others called him the Yin Devil King. Yes, Master Devil King. All the devils bowed and accepted the order, then they left. They split into many teams, and almost every team had a Huanmo in it. The fantasy demon was really useful against humans. The Yin Devil King looked at the heavenly devils who were flying away with a cold expression. Her eyes were filled with hatred. In order to revive, in order to return to the mortal realm, they had done too many things. In the past, there was a guy called the True Devil Emperor. He was one of the most successful human devil kings they had raised. But too bad, the True Devil Emperor was imprisoned by a woman. He still hadn't broken free. As for the 9 devil kings under the True Devil Emperor, they were all trash. Since they had been revived, they should have hidden themselves and recovered their strength. But a few of them were killed by a human brat. End of chapter. Chapter 4177. The human brat that the Yin Demon King was talking about was naturally Ling Xiao. Back in the Sky Dragon continent, Ling Xiao had already killed the subordinates of the True Demon Emperor. However, at that time, the subordinates of the True Demon Emperor had just recovered and were really weak. If they were as strong as the Yin Demon King, he definitely wouldn't be able to deal with them. After cultivating for a while, Ling Xiao felt that his heavenly demon eye had clearly become stronger. When he released the illusionary demon eye, he could even directly release an illusionary demon. This made him very excited. Let's find some heavenly demons to practice with. Ling Xiao stood up and began to move forward. After flying for a while, his expression suddenly changed and he hurriedly used his shadow dancer form to hide. This was because his Tai Chi eye had caught sight of a black mass. After hiding, he could clearly see that it was a group of heavenly demons. There were all kinds of heavenly demons. They were so black that they covered the sky and the sun. They were simply like locusts. If this was discovered, even if it was Ling Xiao, he would definitely be torn to pieces. It was too terrifying. Something's not right. There shouldn't be so many heavenly demons in the heavenly demon illusory array, right? The human demon king hasn't recovered his strength yet. Does he have such an ability? Ling Xiao asked Yuan Venerate doubtfully. I'm not too sure either, but I'm sure that there should be a commander for this group of heavenly demons. Heavenly demons are unruly by nature and generally don't move in groups. Unless a king-level heavenly demon appears. Yuan Venerate thought for a moment and said, "You must be careful. Things might be even more terrifying than we imagined. This heavenly demon illusory array has released something very terrifying." Ling Xiao nodded. Not only did he enter his shadow dancer form, but he also hid. He used his martial soul boundary to shield himself. Countless heavenly demons flew over. Wherever they went, sand and stones would fly, stirring up a strong wind. It was very uncomfortable to breathe it in. This is almost comparable to a black storm, and it's a black storm filled with demonic qi. I'm afraid someone is in trouble. Ling Xiao sighed, but he wasn't worried about himself. His Taiji eye could detect danger in advance. Then, he would seek luck and avoid calamity. It was different from others. Soon, the heavenly demon approached. Ling Xiao took a quick look and found that there were more than 10,000 of them. A heavenly demon of this scale could easily wipe out any small faction. In the Fengdu Devil Kingdom, only the 3 races and 4 sects could withstand such power. After a long while, the black storm-like heavenly demons finally passed over his head. He discovered a few lone Scythians. He weighed his own strength. He felt that it was still manageable. In the first place, he wanted to temper himself. Since that was the case, there was no need to hide. Just as he was about to come out, he suddenly heard the conversation between the Scythians. That human Devil King's performance is pretty good. It's a very dedicated dog. This time, he activated the Heavenly Devil Illusion Formation and sent us 100,000 pieces of flesh. We can eat our fill now. Isn't that so? Furthermore, with the Yin Devil King here, it doesn't matter how strong the flesh is. All of them will become food for our recovery. The last time I drank human flesh was 8 years ago. That taste was really good, but unfortunately, that human was too weak. Unlike this time, there are so many geniuses. Ling Xiao frowned. As expected, demons and humans could not coexist. Because demons naturally liked to eat human flesh. This was not a habit they were born with. He stood up and looked at the 8 Scythians. There's human flesh here. Aren't you going to try it? His voice was quickly heard by the 8 Scythians. Human. Flesh and blood. What a fragrant smell. When the 8 Scythians saw Ling Xiao, they pounced over like hungry wild dogs. I didn't expect that there would be such benefits when we were alone. This human warrior looks very strong. But with the 8 of us working together, it's still very easy to kill him. Delicious flesh and blood, we can finally taste it. As the 8 Scythians spoke, they pounced over. One of the illusory demons actually transformed into Kai Yaoguang's appearance and revealed a soul-stirring smile in an extremely charming manner. They danced a mesmerizing dance. They wanted to use this decadent sound to intoxicate Ling Xiao. This was the terror of the illusory demons. Ling Xiao, I like you so much. I liked you so much from the first time I saw you. Your sturdy body is unforgettable. Come on, let's put on a passionate show of love here. Whoosh! A sword chi was suddenly released from the Dongsheng Emperor ring. The illusory demon was instantly cut in half. This sword chi was filled with terrifying sword intent. Even if the illusory demon did not have a physical body, it would still be killed. Why? The illusory demon did not understand why it was killed. This idiot, Kai Niming and Kai Yaoguang lived in his Dongsheng Emperor ring. This guy actually blasphemed against Kai Yaoguang. Kai Niming was a person who loved his sister. How could he bear it? With Ling Xiao's permission, he suddenly shot an arrow and killed the most difficult illusory demon with one sword strike. Ling Xiao absorbed the mental energy of the illusory demon and integrated it into his Skyfiend eye. The rest was sent into the demon-suppressing black blood pearl for refinement. This guy is tough, be careful. The other 7 Scythians were not illusory demons, they couldn't transform into human forms. But these 7 Scythians were very strong. 4 perfect Earth Core warriors, 2 early Heavenly Core warriors, and 1 mid-Heavenly Core warrior. Kill him. The 7 Scythians leapt towards Jiang Chen. Each of them tried their best. But Ling Xiao didn't want to fight them head-on. He moved his body and dodged their attacks with the falling plum clear shadow step. Then, he unleashed the demon-suppressing black blood pearl. The demon-suppressing black blood pearl shone with a black whirlpool. The 4 perfect Earth Core Scythians were instantly sucked into the pearl. Ling Xiao didn't expect this little pearl to be so powerful. The other 3 Scythians knew the situation wasn't good. They wanted to run away. But because they were sucked in by the demon-suppressing black blood pearl, their speed became much slower. Ling Xiao took the opportunity and took out the Dongsheng Heavenly Sword. The sword contained an icy cold aura. A terrifying dragon roar sounded out as it flew across the sky. 9 heavens freezing dragon. Wherever the ice dragon went, the remaining 3 Scythians would be frozen, and 2 of them even shattered. They couldn't resist the demon-suppressing black blood pearl's tearing force, and were all sucked into the pearl. With this item, it will be much easier for me to deal with these Scythians. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to kill these guys even after fighting for an hour. Also, I might have been injured. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with the power of the demon-suppressing black blood pearl. It was as if this item was created for him to deal with these Scythians. No wonder the Black Pearl said this was the bane of all Scythians. The Devil Emperor was really something. With such a treasure, no wonder even the Scythians were afraid of him. The demon-suppressing Black Blood Pearl refined all these Scythians into Scyfiend dark blood pills and fed them to the 10 Scythians. My good disciple, you have to keep working hard. Bring in more Scythians, then you can concoct more Scyfiend dark blood pills. Yuan Venerate said excitedly. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4178. Yuan Venerable said, this heavenly demon illusion formation is a great opportunity for you. Using these heavenly demon dark blood pills, I can even concoct 10 perfect heavenly core giant devils for you. If you can kill that Yin Devil King, that would be even better. You might even be able to concoct an extreme core giant devil for you. That's easier said than done. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. He knew very well how terrifying a perfect heavenly core giant devil was. 10 of them would be even more heaven-defying. Even an early-stage extreme core warrior might not be their match. After all, when these giant devils were created, they already had a perfect body. Their defense was so strong that it gave people a headache. But how many heavenly demons would he need to kill to raise all 10 giant devils to perfect heavenly core giant devils? But, since there was such a great opportunity, he wouldn't let it go. The reason he came to Fengju Devil Forest was to find the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower to increase his strength. To save Ling Jiaojiao. And to increase the strength of the 10 giant devils was also his goal. Chase. He knew the direction the heavenly demons left in. So, he chased after them. Facing 10,000 heavenly demons, there was no way he could defeat them. But in the process, there would be some heavenly demons left behind. That would be his chance. He could find a way to deal with 10 or 20 of them. At this moment, he had forgotten about killing those 100,000 warriors. There was no benefit for him. He might as well kill the heavenly demons. Hey! That was. After rushing for a while, he suddenly saw a warrior sitting down and resting. He didn't want to bother with him. But the heavenly demon eye was emitting waves of demonic light. There are heavenly demons over there. He carefully observed with his Tai Chi eye. He found that the warrior's body had been controlled by the illusion devil. Near the warrior, there were heavenly demons hiding in the dark, ready to attack at any time. There are 10 heavenly demons in total. Luckily, they are all weak, only at the perfect Earth Core realm. Seeing this, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate anymore. While he was still in the air, suddenly, he opened his mouth. Icy dragon breath. The dragon roared. Dragon breath spewed out. The ground was frozen. Then, he thrust out his sword, innate celestial demon seal's slaughterhouse. Now that his strength had increased, he could easily kill those heavenly demons with this move. There was no need to waste energy to perform a more powerful move. That pitiful heavenly demon didn't even realize that something had happened before it turned into streaks of black light and was sucked into the demon-suppressing black blood pearl. It became the key to refining the demonic black blood pill. His strength was strong to begin with, and now that he had the devil-suppressing black blood bead, killing these sky demons was a piece of cake. Unless he encountered a heavenly devil at the late heavenly core realm or above, it would be a little troublesome. Otherwise, it would simply be harvesting energy. After killing these Scythians, he did not even land on the ground. Instead, he continued to fly forward. The Tai Chi eye was still open. On one hand, he was looking for the heavenly demon, and on the other hand, he was looking for his familiar companions. The woman in green, the Black Pearl, and Hei Ming were all people who had helped him. He knew what to do. He absolutely could not let them be slaughtered by the heavenly demons. However, the 3 of them were not weak. They should not die so easily. A few minutes later, he discovered another group of Scythians. There were about 30 of them. But none of them were strong. Some of them had even just reached the Earth Core realm. Without saying anything, he immediately unleashed the bloodthirsty jungle skill. He killed all 30 Scythians. At the same time, he took out the demon-suppressing black blood pearl and absorbed its energy to refine the demonic black blood pill. Most of these demonic black blood pills were eaten by the giant devils. He also ate one himself, and it could actually replenish his physical strength and soul force. It could even refine his soul. This was an unexpected gain. But he didn't need too many of these things. Most of them were used to cultivate the giant devils. At most, he would only need to eat a dozen of them. Kai. A sword beam pierced through a group of Scythians that was alone. In an instant, it was absorbed by the demon-suppressing black blood pearl. These pitiful Scythians were originally here to harvest human lives. But now, they were harvested by Ling Xiao. Perhaps even the human devil king didn't expect this to happen. He worked so hard to create this mess, but in the end, not only did it not hurt Ling Xiao, it actually helped Ling Xiao. It was really depressing. After killing for a while, Ling Xiao suddenly heard shouts coming from afar. He knew some humans were in trouble. He didn't have any thoughts of saving them. He just wanted to go and take a look. If it was a friend, then he would save them. If it was an enemy, he didn't care. These people wanted to kill him in order to steal the demonic epiphyllum from him. He transformed into the shadow warrior form and flew over. Sure enough, he found a group of about 1,000 warriors surrounded by about 500 Scythians. This was also a very funny thing. There were obviously more human warriors. On the surface, the strength of both sides were about the same. The warriors weren't a match for the Scythians. This could only mean that these warriors didn't have much experience in actual combat. He didn't know what they were doing all day. When it came to crucial moments, they were all useless. But when they were killing each other, they looked very brave. Of course, they were after all 1,000 warriors, and when they worked together, they were still a very powerful force. And amongst these people, there was a leader. A powerful warrior from the Yu family. A mid-heavenly core warrior. He didn't know what his name was, but he wasn't weak. Perhaps he was second only to Yu Chen. This man was using a long spear that was burning with a red flame. When he waved it, it made it hard for the Scythians to get close. This is bad, senior disciple Yu Chuang, there are so many Scythians. How are we going to defend against them? Some of the timid disciples were so scared that their faces turned pale. Idiot, we had so many people before. Can't we defend against just 500 Scythians? Calm down and use what you've learned in the past. Scythians are nothing to be afraid of. Yu Chuang scolded. He was feeling a little depressed in his heart. He was hoping that these cannon fodders could help him. But who would have thought that these guys were just a bunch of young masters and young ladies? They were always bragging, but when it came to crucial moments, all of them just dropped the ball. They couldn't help at all. Luckily, he had a dozen warriors from the Yu family with him, and they were not bad. They cooperated well, and were able to defend against the Scythians. Or else, they would have died here. Karkaka, a bunch of trash, it'll be great if you can become our snacks. One of the hallucinating fiends laughed evilly and jumped down. In an instant, it drilled into a warrior's body. The warrior's eyes turned into a strange black color. Then, he stabbed his own weapon into his companion's body. It was a complete mess. Hallucinating fiends were really troublesome things. And among the 500 Scythians, there were 100 hallucinating fiends. Almost all of them were successful in their attempts. It was so easy that even the Scythians themselves didn't expect it. Once the warriors started killing each other, it would be a real mess. Yu Chuang's face darkened. He whispered to the dozen warriors from the Yu family beside him. We can't hold on any longer, retreat. Genius 1 second remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4179. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Yu Chuang abandoned the rest. He turned around and fled with the dozen or so people of the Yu family. The sky demons were in a hurry to devour the flesh and blood, so they really didn't have time to stop them. Moreover, Yu Chuang himself wasn't weak. The sky demons didn't want to lose the watermelon after picking up sesame seeds. After devouring the flesh and blood in front of them, they would talk about the rest. When Ling Xiao saw that these sky demons were devouring the flesh and blood so seriously, he had the idea of sneak attacking. If he attacked from behind, he estimated that he could kill a lot of them in an instant. But the trouble was that these warriors probably wouldn't help him. It would be troublesome to fight alone. If only he had help. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, a black light appeared. The black flames burned among the sky demons, instantly burning several sky demons to death. Black Pearl and Hei Ming came out of nowhere. Then, a green light flashed. A huge green formation enveloped those warriors. It actually helped them expel the illusion demon from their bodies. The woman in green also came. Following them were a few other warriors. No one knew where they came from. But they weren't weak. When Ling Xiao saw this, he couldn't help but laugh. Helpers were here. As long as he released Kai Yaoguang and joined forces with these people, they should be able to deal with these sky demons. But he had to wait for an opportunity. Wait for a perfect opportunity. Keikakik, such beautiful and powerful female martial artists have actually come. What fragrant flesh and blood. If we devour you, it will definitely greatly replenish our strength. Many sky demons actually abandoned those trash and turned to attack the woman in green and the Black Pearl. Attack together, the Black Pearl shouted. But what she didn't expect was that those trash actually turned around and ran. Taking advantage of the Black Pearl and the woman in green blocking the sky demons, they escape. He, can you escape? They wanted to escape, but the sky demons wouldn't let them go. 300 of the sky demons rushed into the crowd and started slaughtering. This time, the Black Pearl, the woman in green, and the others didn't help. Firstly, they were also surrounded. Secondly, it was because their hearts were cold. They had clearly saved those fellows, but those fellows actually turned around and fled. They completely ignored their lives. Soon, the nearly 1,000 warriors were devoured by the sky demons. The heavenly demons began to evolve indiscriminately. There were actually more than 10 perfect heavenly core warriors. It was about the same strength as the Yin Demon King. That's more interesting. Ling Xiao laughed. If he were to use the devil-suppressing black blood bead to refine these 10 fellows, it would definitely help all 10 great devils break through to the perfect heavenly core realm. It's your turn now. 10 perfect heavenly core heavenly devils led the rest of the heavenly devils and attacked together. It wanted to swallow Black Pearl, Hei Ming, the woman in green, and the others. Seeing this, Ling Xiao knew that it was time for him to make a move. Otherwise, Black Pearl and the others would be in danger. Moreover, this was a good opportunity. These heavenly demons were all staring at Black Pearl and the others. After all, Black Pearl and the others were not the same as before. Although they were in a critical situation, they could still make the heavenly demons suffer greatly by using treasures and talismans. In the process of forcefully attacking, many Skyfiends died. But there were too many of them. Even if dozens of them died, it wouldn't be a big deal. Young master, if this continues, we'll be in trouble. Hei Ming looked at the situation. Although they could still defend against the heavenly devil's attacks for now. But if this continued, perhaps they would all die here. Hold on, we have to find a way to escape. Black Pearl was regretting helping those trash. This was the biggest mistake she had ever made. She thought they were trapped in the heavenly devil illusion formation. Everyone should be united against a common enemy. Who knew there would be such a disgusting group of people in this world? Although they wanted to escape with all their might. But they didn't have the chance to do so. There were a total of 7 or 8 people, and they were being pressured so much that they couldn't breathe. Devilish energies kept pouring into them. The illusion devils were also waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Something big was about to happen. Suddenly, a dark light shone in the sky. The heavenly devils didn't have time to react, and dozens of them were sucked into the black blood bead. They could feel the aura of the black blood bead. Black Pearl was overjoyed. It's him. She was the one who gave this treasure to Ling Xiao, so of course she knew about it. Hold on, Ling Xiao is here. Black Pearl shouted. Actually, it wasn't only Ling Xiao who came. Kai Yaoguang was also released. Jade Lake heavenly water appeared behind Kai Yaoguang. It poured down. Dozens of heavenly devils were trapped and slowly melted. Most of these heavenly devils were only at the Earth Core realm. Kai Yaoguang was a peak heavenly core warrior, so of course he was strong. Ling Xiao didn't hold back either. He directly used the last devilish flame talisman and 7 slaughter talisman. Devilish flames rolled. 7 slaughter roar. The heavenly devils were instantly thrown into chaos. Some were burned to death by the devilish flames. Some were bitten to death by the 7 types of poisonous insects. The scene was extremely shocking. Ling Xiao held the Eastern Victory heavenly sword in his hand. He entered the peerless heavenly rat soul transformation. Like a fierce god, he charged into the group of heavenly devils. Because it was a sudden attack, the heavenly devils were caught off guard. They suffered a great loss. Innate celestial devil seal slaughterhouse, bat cave, bloodthirsty forests. 3 group attacks were unleashed. He didn't care if it could hurt anyone, he just needed to delay these heavenly devils. With his current strength, the attacks unleashed by the Eastern Victory heavenly sword. Any heavenly devils below the Earthcore realm would be severely injured. In the sky, the demon-suppressing black blood pearl was still in effect. A huge amount of heavenly devils were sucked into the pearl. Even the few peak heavenly core heavenly devils were having a hard time. With just a single attack, Ling Xiao and Kai Yaoguang had killed nearly 100 heavenly devils. "Are you guys alright?" When Ling Xiao arrived at the center of the encirclement, he threw out 3 cultivating formation stones. At the same time, he unleashed the bloodthirsty plague. After that, he summoned the Eastern Emperor's souls from the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. These Eastern Emperor's souls had all reached the early 7th Divine Core realm. They were even stronger than some heavenly devils. And there were more than 2,000 of them. Even if they couldn't defeat the heavenly devils in the end, they could still hold them off for a while. "Luckily you saved them. If not, we'd be in big trouble," Black Pearl said with a bitter smile. "You guys are too kind. Those guys aren't any good, why did you save them? I'll be honest with you guys, I was nearby just now. But I didn't save them." Ling Xiao's words sounded like he was lecturing them. But Black Pearl and the others didn't get angry. Because reality had given them a slap in the face. "We know we're wrong, what should we do next? Should we run?" Black Pearl asked. "Run? There's no need for that. There are only 300 heavenly devils left, we can kill them all," Ling Xiao said with a grin. "The heavenly devils are hunting us, but we're also hunting them." Black Pearl and the girl in green both looked at Ling Xiao. At first, they thought Ling Xiao was a heavenly devil, so they were a little worried. But, after hearing what Jiang Chen said, they were sure of it. Only Ling Xiao could be so domineering. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4180. Boom. Right at this moment, only 1,000 of the Eastern Emperor's heroic souls were left. These 300 heavenly devils were led by 10 perfect heavenly core heavenly devils. They reorganized their formation and finally began their counterattack. "Let's kill the enemy together." Ling Xiao didn't waste any time. He believed in the people around him. They were all allies he had met through battles, and they had gone through strict tests. Unlike those trash from before, who would suddenly abandon their own people. With a furious roar, he suddenly released flames that covered the sky and covered the earth. Undying flame. This time, he unleashed the heavenly flame. The heavenly flame had a larger range. Although it could also unleash the immortal flame, it could only be released about a foot away from his body. It wouldn't be of much use, unless someone attacked him at close range. Of course, it could also unleash the divine flame. It could only be about an inch away from his body. That meant he had to attack from close range. The heavenly flame was different. The heavenly flame's range was at least 10 meters. The flame was boiling, and the heavenly devils were screaming in pain. The demon-suppressing black blood orb continued to absorb the energy of these heavenly devils. It was concocting the heavenly devil black blood pill. At the same time, the rest of the heavenly devils also launched their attacks. The heavenly devils were very depressed at this moment. While fighting in the heavenly flame, they were also disturbed by the lightning from the lesser myriad lightning execution formation. And they were also weakened by the bloodthirsty rat plague. Although they were strong, they were fighting in a very awkward way. The heavenly devils were screaming in pain. In an instant, another 100 of them were killed. Half of them were killed by Ling Xiao. although Ling Xiao wasn't the strongest among them. However, his methods were the most brilliant. The heavenly devils were so angry that they kept screaming, "Kill that kid!" The heavenly devils weren't idiots. After realizing the importance of Ling Xiao, how could they let him go? Half of the heavenly devils continued to attack Black Pearl and the others. The other half pounced towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao immediately jumped and ran away. He had lured away half of the heavenly devils. This was already his limit. He believed that Black Pearl and the others should be able to block the other half. After all, they had the help of the formation. Furthermore, the bloodthirsty rat plague had spread within a few hundred meters. As long as he could hold on, the heavenly demon would definitely be the one to lose. "Brat, how dare you? You're just a early 7th Divine Core warrior, how dare you come here and fight more than 100 of us?" A perfect heavenly core heavenly devil furiously roared out. He suddenly threw out a punch. The fist wind was tyrannical. The black gas exploded. Ling Xiao knew that he couldn't fight recklessly, so he directly used the falling plum clear shadow steps. At the same time, he thrust out his sword. The falling plum blossom shadow joined forces with him. It was a pincer attack. Another few Skyfians were killed. Damn it! The perfect heavenly core heavenly demon wanted to kill Ling Xiao. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up. His head hurt. He made another move. Together with his doppelganger, he used the heaven-covering palm imprint. The huge handprint attacked from the front and back. Then they merged. The terrifying power actually killed more than 100 out of the 150 heavenly demons that were chasing him. The rest of them were all seriously injured. Even the 5 perfect heavenly core heavenly devils were injured. The demon-suppressing black blood bead was still absorbing the energy of these heavenly demons, suppressing them, making them unable to unleash their full strength. Ling Xiao had to get some of these treasures. If he didn't have this treasure, facing a perfect heavenly core warrior, he wouldn't be able to kill even one, not to mention 5. Now that he had this treasure, it was just too easy. After the heaven-covering palm imprint was unleashed, Ling Xiao swung both swords. The blood-drilling rat and 9 heavens glacial dragon crazily rushed out. They killed all the seriously injured heavenly demons. Energy poured into the demon-suppressing black blood bead. Not only could it concoct the heavenly demon dark blood pill, it also allowed Ling Xiao's heavenly demon bone to be continuously tempered, together with the tempering of the heavenly demon thunder jade, cultivating both inside and outside. His body's strength kept rising. He was close to breaking through. Right now, he had killed nearly 100 heavenly demons. There weren't many left. Ling Xiao drank a big gulp of the Qi and True Origin wine. Then he rushed over. He didn't use any martial skills. He just used his fists to hammer the heavenly demons, in order to improve his body as soon as possible. He had his own reasons for doing this. "Leave the last few to me." Everyone's stamina was running low. Kai Niming couldn't wait any longer. A sword beam shot out from the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. He killed all the remaining heavenly demons. Energy poured into the demon-suppressing black blood bead again. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Kai, you're too impatient. It's not time for you to attack yet. I can't attack without your permission. Just now, when you opened the Dongsheng Emperor Ring, it was just right." Kai Niming smiled and said, "Then I'll let you vent a little, or else you'll suffocate to death." Ling Xiao smiled. He took out the god wine and shared it with everyone. It was almost over anyway. No one knew if more heavenly demons would come. Letting these people recover as soon as possible would be more beneficial for the upcoming battle. Everyone was extremely grateful, and they all sat down cross-legged to recover. No one had expected that they would be able to kill all the hundreds of heavenly demons in this battle. It was really surprising. If it wasn't for Brother Ling, we would have been slaughtered by these heavenly demons today. Brother Ling surprises us every time. Black Pearl was the first to recover and said with a smile, "We're all friends, so there's no need to say such polite words. After resting, let's continue killing heavenly demons." Ling Xiao wanted to nurture those 10 giant demons. He even wanted them to be reborn and become stronger. He needed more heavenly demon black blood pills. Alright. This was a rare opportunity to train, so everyone naturally wouldn't miss it. What's more, Ling Xiao had already displayed his powerful combat strength just now. To them, following Ling Xiao might not be a bad thing. What they didn't know was that somewhere 100 miles away from here, Ling Xiao's shadow had already appeared in the Yin Devil King's cold eyes. It's him. It's this brat. Not only did he kill a few of the true Devil Emperor's subordinates, he even killed nearly 1,000 of our heavenly demons in the Heavenly Demon Illusion Array. We have to kill him. After the Yin Devil King finished speaking, he suddenly turned into a black mist and headed in the direction of Ling Xiao. The distance was too far, and Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye couldn't see it. In the Heavenly Demon Illusion Array, even his Tai Chi eye could only see the situation within 1 mile. He couldn't go any further. Everyone rested for a while before moving forward together. They were still searching in the direction where the tens of thousands of heavenly demons had retreated. I haven't seen Night Demon yet. I wonder how she's doing. Night Demon was also a comrade who had gone through thick and thin with them. Naturally, they would be more concerned. About 10 minutes later, Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye caught a strange scene. Nearly 6,000 heavenly demons had all stopped in one place. They had surrounded the two of them. However, the two of them didn't show any signs of being at a disadvantage. It's Ghost Sword and Night Demon. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that Night Demon was fine, he was relieved. At this moment, Ghost Sword's Black Fiend sword was floating in the sky. He was constantly releasing sword chi to suppress the 6,000 heavenly demons. These 6,000 heavenly demons worked together to resist. He couldn't move. Both sides were in a stalemate. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4181. This ghost sword is really powerful. Ling Xiao rarely admired people. But this ghost sword was one. At least at this stage. As expected of the Demon Emperor's disciple, suppressing 6,000 sky demons alone wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Who is it? Suddenly, Ling Xiao's expression changed. Within a radius of 1 mile, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared. He hurriedly looked back. A black shadow suddenly appeared. Kid, your reaction is quite fast. That black shadow appeared in front of them. His face was pale, and his body was extremely tall. His eyes were like 2 balls of black flames that burned continuously. One look and one could tell that he wasn't a decent person. This king is the Yin Demon King. Kid, you're not bad. You killed nearly 1,000 of my subordinates. How do you want to die? The appearance of the Yin Demon King caused everyone's mood to instantly become extremely tense. Who knew if it was because he had absorbed a large amount of flesh and blood energy from human warriors? This fellow was already in the middle stage of the extreme core realm. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to attack. The opponent was too strong. If he attacked rashly, he would only be in a passive position. But he wasn't afraid. Kai Niming was still in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. Kai Niming had been recuperating for so long. Now, his battle time had increased to half an hour. He wasn't far from fully recovering. Although the Yin Demon King was strong, his cultivation was only on par with Kai Niming. He could still kill him within half an hour. You guys, go help Ghost Sword kill those sky demons. As long as Ghost Sword is free, the Yin Demon King won't be able to survive. Although Ling Xiao was worried, he didn't panic. He knew what to do and what not to do. The arrangement was appropriate. Let's go. Black Pearl and the others charged towards the 6,000 sky demons. At this moment, the 6,000 sky demons were fighting against Ghost Sword and Night Demon. Both sides couldn't free themselves. If a third party joined, the situation would definitely change. So, Ling Xiao wasn't worried. Can they leave? The Yin Demon King snorted coldly. The black mist turned into a huge demonic claw that covered the sky and covered everyone. If I tell them to leave, they can leave. Fire of the undying bird, immortal fire. The immortal fire could only leave the body by a foot. But that was enough. Ling Xiao directly rushed towards the heavenly devil claw. The flames started to burn. The Yin Demon King let out a miserable shriek. That devil claw was actually burned to pieces by the terrifying immortal fire. The energy was absorbed by the demon-suppressing black blood bead. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Black Pearl and the others successfully escaped. You actually know how to use immortal fire. It's a pity that I can only release it and not control it. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Just as the Yin Demon King was about to attack, she frowned and disappeared. Of course, Ling Xiao knew why he wanted to leave. Because Yu Qiong had appeared. Yu Qiong was in existence at the extreme alchemy realm, and there was a group of martial artists following behind him. Yu Chen and Yu Chuang were among them. However, Yu Feng and Yang Zhon were nowhere to be seen. The Yin Demon King was afraid that Yu Qiong and Ling Xiao would work together, which was why she hid herself. He had endured for so long, and he didn't want to waste all his previous efforts. Ling Xiao, quickly hand over the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower. Otherwise, you will die today. Yu Qiong immediately threatened Ling Xiao. He was extremely overbearing. What a joke, the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower depends on one's own ability, why should I give it to you? Ling Xiao said in disdain. Scoff, I wasn't able to kill you before because of the ghost sword. Now, the ghost sword has been restricted. Do you think that there is anyone who can save you? Yu Qiong scoffed coldly. He was obviously going to take down Ling Xiao today. Yu Qiong, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. The Yin Demon King is nearby, and if we fight, she will definitely take advantage of us. You have to think carefully. Ling Xiao frowned. Ha 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 ha, Yin Demon King? You really know how to make up stories. Yu Qiong laughed maniacally. Even if there really is a Yin Demon King, she is not my match. There is no way you can escape. Quickly hand over the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower, and I can let you live. Let you go. Idiot. Ling Xiao had enough of this idiot. His cultivation was not bad, but why was there something wrong with his brain? He was only half as smart as the ghost sword, no, 10%. Presumptuous, how dare you disrespect senior disciple Yu Qiong? Senior disciple, this guy is covered in demonic energy, he must have joined the heavenly demons. Let's just kill him and take back the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower. Why waste time talking nonsense with him? Yu Chuang suddenly said. What you said makes sense. I wonder, which one of you is willing to kill him for me? Yu Qiong didn't dare to do it himself, because he still had a lingering fear from that sword strike. When he was fighting for the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower, he was scared stiff by that sword strike. But after Yu Qiong's words, no one dared to say anything. Ling Xiao was able to get the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower, so he was definitely not weak. Only an idiot would stand out. Yu Chuang, you go. Yu Qiong said coldly. Yu Chuang was cursing in his mind, blaming himself for talking too much. But, since Yu Qiong had called him out, he had no choice but to go. He thought about it for a moment. He was a mid-8th divine core warrior. Couldn't he deal with a mere Ling Xiao? Die. However, Ling Xiao was much more straightforward than he had expected. Yu Chuang hadn't unleashed his martial soul. He hadn't even circulated his true yuan. While he was still thinking about what to do next, Ling Xiao had already struck. And he had used the 12 divine beasts skill, 9 heavens freezing dragon. The powerful divine dragon roared out. It immediately pierced through Yu Chuang's body. Poor Yu Chuang. He was a mid-8th divine core warrior. But, when facing Ling Xiao, he didn't even have the chance to attack before he was killed. Shameless. How dare he attack without saying anything? He must be a lackey of the heavenly demons. Kill him. Everyone, let's kill him together. When these people finally realized what had happened, Yu Chuang was already dead. All they could do was stand there and shout. Ling Xiao looked at these people with disdain and said, with just you guys. A bunch of cowards, how dare you challenge me? Ridiculous. I wasn't afraid of you guys when there were 100,000 of you. But now, there are only a few hundred of you. Do you really think that I, Ling Xiao, will be afraid of you? And you, Yu Qiong, you coward, you only dare to ask others to die for you, but you don't even have the guts to attack yourself. How cowardly are you? Ridiculous. You're also an extreme core warrior? Facing Ling Xiao's scolding, Yu Qiong was extremely angry. But he really couldn't attack right now. Not only because Ling Xiao still had a trump card. Most importantly, he had just been attacked by the heavenly demons and was injured. His soul was also slightly damaged. Right now, he was trying his best to heal himself. All of you, attack him together. There's no need to talk about morality with this kind of person. Kill him. I only want the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower. As for the rest of his belongings, you guys can split them equally. Yu Qiong gritted his teeth and said, "You heard that, right? Follow me." Yu Chen had been eyeing Ling Xiao's treasures for a long time. For example, the sword in Ling Xiao's hand. With just one look, he could tell that it wasn't an ordinary sword. Ordinary weapons couldn't be compared with it. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4182. Yu Chen and the rest of the men surrounded Ling Xiao. Among them, there were 8 heavenly core warriors. However, the other 7 were all early heavenly core warriors. Only Yu Chen was a late heavenly core warrior. But even so, using such a powerful true form to deal with Ling Xiao, logically speaking, they should have won. But, including Yu Chen, no one dared to attack recklessly. There was a strong fear in their minds. This was a man that even Yu Qiong didn't dare to fight. Could they really win? This was a question that was hard to answer. As for Ling Xiao, he could feel that his body was about to break through again. The energy in his cultivation ocean had increased by 50%. It wasn't impossible for him to break through again. Also, all 10 of his giant devils had broken through to the perfect heavenly core realm. If he unleashed them, none of these men would be his match. He had nothing to fear in this battle. Speaking of which, it was quite shocking. Not long ago, when he was in fighting Soul Saint City, he had to put in a lot of effort to defeat a perfect Earth Core warrior. But now, he was facing a late Heavenly Core warrior, he had no fear left. Even if he was facing a perfect Heavenly Core warrior, with the help of his giant devils, he could still defeat him. Counting the time, it had only been a couple of days. It hadn't even been a month, and he had achieved such a huge breakthrough. This made him very confident in himself. This battle really wasn't much at all. He had been through many more difficult battles in the past. The battle with Di Tuotian was the real danger, and he had almost lost his life. He wasn't afraid at that time, let alone today. Looking at the men coldly, he transformed into the peerless heavenly rat. The Eastern Victory heavenly sword in his hand was emitting a domineering aura. He looked like a devil king sword god. Don't be afraid. We are the geniuses of the Yu family. We are the geniuses of the Fengju Devil Kingdom. We have all received the harshest training since we were young. That's why we have our current cultivation. Why should we be afraid of a nobody? He has used up all his luck. Yu Chen shouted loudly. He had to boost everyone's morale. If not, they would lose before the battle even started. Kill him. Kill him. Everyone shouted. Their morale was high, and their blood was boiling. Under Yu Chen's lead, they maintained absolute unity. Because at this moment, there was no competition between them. They only had one enemy, Ling Xiao. The Yin Devil King was hiding in a dark corner of the dark. She was ready to watch. Wait for these stupid humans to kill each other, then suddenly make a move. Ling Xiao was calm. In his eyes, the only ones who could threaten him were Ghost Sword, Yu Qiong, and Yin Devil King. As for these hundreds of idiots, in his eyes, it was nothing more than a whetstone. Before the real battle began, he would become a whetstone that could make him stronger. Kill. Yu Chen suddenly waved her hand and pounced at Ling Xiao. To him, Ling Xiao was also a terrifying person. Although his cultivation base was not high. However, his combat power was frighteningly strong. His Yu Chen's of Tian's heavenly Tian of. Therefore, even if he was a little shameless, he didn't care. More than 100 people attacked at the same time. Everyone unleashed their ultimate moves. More than 100 attacks flew towards Ling Xiao. They wanted to blast Ling Xiao into pieces. Ling Xiao, do you need my help? Kai Niming asked. Stay here. Your opponent is the Yin Devil King. Don't worry. This bunch of trash isn't my match. Ling Xiao wouldn't easily expose Kai Niming. This could be considered one of his trump cards at the moment. When his life was in danger, he wouldn't be stingy. Bloodthirsty Plague. Before facing this group of people's attacks, Ling Xiao released the Bloodthirsty Plague. Of course, the main target of the Bloodthirsty Plague wasn't this group of people. It was Yu Qiong and the Yin Devil King. He would weaken them as much as he could. I originally planned to use the heavenly demons as prey. I'm not interested in you anymore. But you want to kill me. Then I won't let you off. Hell Hydra, 9 snake poison domain, 10,000 snakes. A group attack. The effects of the 9 snake poison domain and 10,000 snakes were just too good. Ling Xiao couldn't bear to not use them. The roaring poisonous mist rushed out. It turned into 9 roaring poisonous dragons. In an instant, the 100 men were devoured. Miserable screams rang out. It was as if it had turned into a beautiful requiem. Ling Xiao's figure had disappeared from where he stood. The falling plum-clear shadow steps allowed him to appear and disappear like a ghost. The falling plum shadow began slaughtering his enemies. This was almost a one-sided slaughter. In an instant, the 100 men were reduced to 8. These 8 men were all heavenly core warriors. And they were all geniuses from the Yu family and Yang family. All of them were covered in a strange glow. It covered the poison and prevented them from being bitten by the poisonous snakes. As expected of a big family, interesting. Ling Xiao smiled. He didn't expect his group attack to kill these 8 men. It was enough to kill those bastards. Damn it, how dare you hurt my Yang family's warriors. White goat descends the mountain, frightening all ghosts and gods. Peerless white goat seal. Suddenly, an early heavenly core warrior let out a furious roar. The white goat martial soul appeared behind him. The white goat martial soul had merged with his fist energy. It transformed into a huge white goat and charged towards Ling Xiao. At this moment, the ground was shaking, and the air was rumbling. The terrifying power caused the sky to change color. A low 8th order Emperor realm martial skill. Combined with the martial soul, it could unleash a power close to a mid 8th order Emperor realm martial skill. Ling Xiao didn't back off. He didn't dodge. He just let the fist hit his body. Bang! A terrifying explosion sounded out. Ling Xiao coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured. However, he only spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and let out a hideous smile like a devil. A mid-8th order Emperor realm body, and the defensive strength of the peerless heavenly rat soul. Even an early heavenly core warrior wouldn't be able to kill him. He just stood there and let his opponent hit him. His opponent would be exhausted to death. Because the bloodthirsty plague could continuously transfer blood and life force to him. However much he lost, he would be able to absorb. Even if he didn't do anything today, these people would probably be exhausted to death. Of course, it would be different if Yu Chen attacked. Ling Xiao was still afraid of the attack from a late heavenly core warrior. Ha 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 ha, awesome. This attack feels good, but why does it feel like a massage? It's just a little stronger than tickling. Ling Xiao laughed out wildly. He stared at the 8 heavenly core warriors like a demon god. The Yin Devil King who was hiding in the dark was dumbfounded. This guy is just a human, but he has such a strong body. He is even scarier than the beasts in the beast region. No wonder this guy is the stumbling block for the revival of the true Devil Empire. This guy is crazy. How can he laugh after taking a punch from me? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Peerless white goat seal, unleash all your power. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 4183. The attacker didn't know why Ling Xiao didn't dodge. But since there was such a good opportunity, he had to grab it. Although he couldn't get the demonic epiphyllum by killing Ling Xiao, as long as he could get the Yu family's recognition, that was enough. With that, he would be able to get more resources to cultivate. Ling Xiao looked at the attacker coldly. He didn't say anything. He still didn't attack. He allowed this person's power to directly bombard his body. This time, they could clearly hear the sound of bones breaking. Success. Everyone's faces lit up. Arth. However, at that moment, what they heard was the miserable screams that erupted from the attacks. What a pity, you only cultivate your true yuan, but not your body. Your bones are so fragile. 2 powerful martial skills, and both your arms are broken. What a piece of trash. This time, Ling Xiao felt even more relaxed than the previous time. Because his body had become stronger again. A huge amount of energy was being released from the demonic thunder jade into his body. His body was being repaired and tempered at the same time. Although he hadn't broken through yet, he felt like he was not far away. He suddenly grabbed the head of the man in front of him. Like a devil's claw, he was holding the man captive. A ferocious look appeared in his eyes. Inside his body, there was a terrifying black energy. He had absorbed too much of the devil energy. Ling Xiao's demonic bone had become even more terrifying. Someone from the Yang family is willing to be the Yu family's dog. If that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Go to hell and be the Yu family's dog. He laughed in disdain. He squeezed his hand and crushed the man's head. There was no scream. Because when the Heavenly Core warrior's head was crushed, his inner core was shattered by the terrifying devil energy. Get lost. Ling Xiao threw the man's body away. The other early Heavenly Core warrior didn't have time to dodge. He was hit by the body. He turned into a blood mist. Ordinary warriors only cultivated their true yuan, they didn't focus on cultivating their bodies. Therefore, there was a huge gap between their bodies and their cultivation. This was the reason why they were at a disadvantage during the fight. With just a single strike, he had killed 2 early Heavenly Core warriors. This made Yu Qiong frown and gave the Yin Demon King a headache. It made Yu Chen feel fear. The hearts of the remaining 6 people were all trembling. There were even signs of them retreating and preparing to escape. What are you all afraid of? He was obviously injured. He had just taken 2 punches, so it was impossible for him to not be injured at all. This time I will be the vanguard. Attack from the side. Let's work together and not throw away our lives one by one. Yu Chen was still stronger. Therefore, he was a little more daring. Even when he saw his companions being killed, he still maintained a certain level of confidence in himself. The other 5 felt a little ashamed. They were either geniuses from the Yu family or the Yang family, and they were all Heavenly Core warriors. But facing a mere Ling Xiao, he was so scared that he didn't even dare to fight. Not to mention that his reputation would be ruined if word got out. Most importantly, if Ling Xiao did not die today, their martial path would definitely be blocked. It was likely that he would never have the ability to break through again in his lifetime. Kill. Yu Chen rushed towards Ling Xiao, and the other 5 attacked from the side. Ling Xiao finally pointed the Eastern Victory Sky Sword at Yu Chen. You're the strongest one among these people. Good. I'll defeat you first. Ling Xiao sneered. A terrifying blood mist condensed on the blade of the sword. A terrifying murderous aura kept gathering. 12 Divine Beast Technique, Blood-Piercing Rat. The violent blood-red beast left the Eastern Victory Sky Sword. It turned into a sword beam and pierced through the air. Yu Chen showed a shocked expression. He desperately slashed down with the weapon in his hand. A black demonic shadow condensed on the weapon. At that moment, he had already turned into a demon. Because he was afraid. He was terrified. Boom. Their attacks collided in the air. Yu Chen's body retreated rapidly, but after more than 10 meters, he stopped. But the 2 people closest to him were swallowed by the violent blood mist. Even their corpses could not be seen. 4 people left. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He did not withdraw the Eastern Victory Sky Sword in his hand. He thrust out the sword again. This time, the air suddenly became incomparably cold. A dragon's roar sounded out. 9 heavens chilling dragon. A dragon rises, a dragon dies. Another 2 people were killed. 2 people left. Ling Xiao's smile became colder and more indifferent. After killing so many people, he didn't care that much anymore. He felt like he was cutting vegetables, it was very normal. In the profound world, there were dangers everywhere, dangers everywhere. If he still felt scared or uneasy because of killing, then this world was not suitable for people like him to live in. People like him should go to a peaceful world without fighting. It might be safer there. But as long as he lived in the profound world, he would not be afraid of killing. This guy is not a human. I quit. The remaining early heavenly core warrior turned around and fled in fear. Trash who runs away from the battlefield, you deserve to die. Yu Cheong coldly thrust out her sword. The man died on the spot. Why did you have to kill him? Although he was afraid of death, it was because he saw the difference between me and him. Running away is not a bad idea. As for you, are you still going to stand there and not move? Ling Xiao looked at Yu Cheong with a mocking expression. An early Earth Core Realm Warrior was laughing at an early Extreme Core Realm Warrior. Unknowingly, more people started gathering around them. They looked at Ling Xiao in fear. Their hearts were trembling. Ling Xiao was so terrifying, no wonder he could get the Heavenly Devil Dutchman's flower. No wonder he could survive in the Heavenly Devil Illusory Formation. Inside the Heavenly Devil Illusory Formation, the battle was intense. Outside the Fengdu Devil Forest, all the superpowers received the Devil Emperor's message. The Heavenly Devil is not destroyed, the beast race is attacking. Head to Thunder Mountain immediately. After receiving the message, the Yu family, Yang family, Red Robe Sect, Green Vine Sect, and Blood Spirit Sect were all shocked. They knew what the Heavenly Devil was. They also knew about the beast race. They came from the Savage Beast region, the most barbaric existence. The second superpower after the Eternal Emperor region. Even if the entire Heavenly Devil Ghost region joined forces, they might not be a match for the Savage Beast region. But every superpower had many geniuses in the Fengdu Devil Forest. They couldn't just sit by and watch. They had to go and rescue them. Hence, the three sect masters, Yang family, and Yu family all sent experts. Once those geniuses were all killed, their Fengdu Devil Kingdom's strength would be greatly weakened. This wasn't good news for them. At the same time, somewhere in the Eternal Desert, the Devil Emperor encountered the Savage Ancestor. Ha ha ha, Devil Emperor, my children are going to your Heavenly Devil Ghost region to get something. In order to not let you disturb them, I can only hold you back. The Savage Ancestor was on the same level as the Devil Emperor. What was the reason for him to personally make a move? This confused the Devil Emperor. But since the Savage Ancestor had come, he could only fight. End of chapter. Chapter 4184. Great, I haven't sparred with you for a long time. Let the boys solve their own problems. I believe in them. The Demon Emperor said with a faint smile. That's great. The Savage Ancestor roared and pounced towards the Demon Emperor. The two of them started fighting in the sky above the Eternal Desert. The terrifying aura shook the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Are those two lunatics fighting again? Somewhere, the Golden Emperor shook his head and said, I don't know what they're fighting for. After so many years, no one has won against the other. Mph, it's best if those two idiots are dead. Then, the Deep Sea Dragon region will take over the Heavenly Devil Ghost region and the Savage Beast region. Somewhere, a giant whale was swimming in the deep sea, and it was speaking human language. Boring. The Eternal Emperor looked into the distance with disdain, as if he could see the scene of the battle. As the strongest warrior in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, he had his own pride. Bullshit. If you have the ability, why don't you go and conquer the Eternal Desert? The Savage Ancestor scolded while fighting. That's right, we all know that you're strong, but you don't seem to be a role model. The Demon Emperor also joined in. I will control the Eternal Desert sooner or later. There's no need for you to mock me. The Eternal Heavenly Emperor sneered and did not say anything else. Ling Xiao and Yu Chen, who were fighting, didn't know what was happening outside. They also didn't know that a greater danger was about to befall Thunder Mountain. However, Ling Xiao's performance had opened the eyes of these geniuses from the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. Some were even scared. Especially Yu Chen. From the initial confidence to the current panic. It was all written on his face. More than 100 of them had attacked Ling Xiao together. But now, he was the only one left. This kind of situation really made people panic. Even Yu Chen, who was always calm, started to lose his composure. Senior brother Yu Cheong, There's something wrong with this guy. His strength isn't as simple as it looks. Yu Chen looked at Yu Qiong and said, "Are you scared?" Yu Qiong's indifference didn't seem like he was talking to his own people. It was more like he was talking to an outsider. "You're a late Heavenly Core warrior, why are you afraid of an early Earth Core trash? For so many years, the Yu family has spent all their resources on you. You might as well give them to a dog." Yu Qiong's voice became even colder. "Senior martial brother, don't say any more. I won't embarrass the Yu family." Yu Chen gritted his teeth. He also knew that he could not give up at this moment. Giving up would mean total failure. He could not afford to pay such a price. If he was killed by Ling Xiao, perhaps he could still be considered a hero. But if he was a deserter, he believed that he would be mercilessly killed by Yu Qiong. There was no other possibility. He would no longer perish in madness. Victory in the midst of madness. Yu Chen gritted his teeth. He might not fail. The reason why Ling Xiao was so strong was because he was crazy enough. He could be even crazier. He could be even more reckless. Thinking of this, the black gas on his body became even denser. His aura became even more terrifying. Ling Xiao smiled. He liked such an opponent. Even if the other trash joined forces, they still couldn't help him break through. Regardless of whether it was a breakthrough in cultivation or a breakthrough in physical body. None of them. But he felt that Yu Chen could. Yu Chen was very strong. In fact, if they fought one-on-one, he might not lose to him. This battle was worth looking forward to. He stood there, allowing Yu Chen's aura to become stronger. Anyway, he had also discovered that Yu Qiong and the Yin Demon King were watching the show. Yu Qiong was waiting for him to reveal all his trump cards. Especially that terrifying sword strike. The Yin Demon King was waiting for Yu Qiong to make a move. As long as Yu Qiong made a move, the Yin Demon King could instantly devour Yu Qiong. It was their scheme that gave Ling Xiao a chance to hone himself. They would really regret not making a move immediately. Yu Chen was really going all out. He took out all the treasures he had hidden in the depths of his chest. A divine-grade Heavenly King artifact spirit talisman. But it wasn't an offensive spirit talisman. It was a spirit talisman that increased combat strength. Super Demon Talisman. This was a spirit talisman that only demonic cultivators and demons could use. He could make them release all the demonic power in their bodies. Although the side effects were great after using it. But at the same time, the power was also great. Yu Chen's body began to drip blood. Black blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. He looked like he was in great pain. But he also looked very powerful. That aura had even reached the level of the perfect Heavenly Core realm. The brutal power absorbed all the life force on the ground. He, who was in a state of madness. He didn't notice that the more he acted like this, the more his qi and blood would be devoured by Ling Xiao's bloodthirsty plague. Raw tilde. Yu Chen was like a demon now. And a demon that had already gone crazy. If Ling Xiao used his movement technique to play with him, then he would still die with the passage of time. But that would be meaningless. And the other party had already used this method to fight with him. Out of respect for the enemy, he felt that he should do his best to use his own strength to respond to the other party. Die. The berserk roar actually formed a black whirlwind, blowing until the ground was fragmented and shattered. This terrifying strength was definitely enough to kill Ling Xiao. Even if it was Yu Qiong, she might be injured. Of course, it was just a possibility. When ordinary martial artists faced this kind of monster, they wouldn't fight it head-on. Instead, they would think of ways to avoid it. But Ling Xiao wasn't willing to do that. It was too boring. King Kong Ape Beast Soul Transformation. Indestructible. Impervious to fire and water, Ling Xiao transformed into the Beast Soul Transformation with the strongest defense. He wanted to fight Yu Chen head-on. Boom. Neither of them used any martial skills. Yu Chen couldn't use it, and Ling Xiao didn't want to use it. Although Yu Chen's combat strength had skyrocketed in this monster form. But his control of true origin had become very poor, so it was almost impossible for him to use any martial skills. He only used the simplest attacks. That was the most effective way. Boom. Violent collisions kept coming. The ground cracked again and again. The surrounding martial artists were all dumbfounded by what they saw. This Ling Xiao is really unbelievable. Logically speaking, Yu Chen has already used the Supreme Demon Talisman. Ling Xiao shouldn't be able to block it. What is his body made of? How would I know? Could it be that this guy isn't human at all? Is he actually a ferocious beast? Sigh, I still don't know what his identity is. I only know his name. I guess it must be a genius from some large faction who deliberately changed his name to scare people. Just like Ghost Sword and Night Demon. That's really possible. Yu Qiong looked at the collisions again and again, but her expression was very ugly. The reason why she didn't make a move was to let Ling Xiao expose his trump card. But until now, Ling Xiao still hadn't used his trump card. End of chapter. Chapter 4185. Why? There was no need at all? Or was there no other way? Yu Qiong was also considering it. But the battle situation in front of him really confused him. When Ling Xiao was in the southern puppet city, he wasn't so powerful. This guy's strength increased a little too quickly. It was simply unimaginable. Everyone watched the show, but they didn't know the bitterness in Yu Chen's heart. At this moment, Yu Chen felt that every time they collided, Ling Xiao's physical strength would increase greatly. Every time, he would become weaker and weaker. And Ling Xiao would become stronger and stronger. The two of them fought for hundreds of rounds. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. A strange light appeared in his eyes. His physical strength finally broke through again. The heavenly demon Black Tortoise body had already taken shape. When he visualized, it was actually a heavenly demon sitting cross-legged on the Black Tortoise. That scene really shocked even Ling Xiao himself. Originally, the heavenly demon bone and the Black Tortoise divine body were two separate physical qualities. Now, they were fused into one. The heavenly demon Thunder Jade had also been consumed a lot, and now, only a piece the size of an adult's head was left. But they were all essences. The heavenly demon Black Tortoise body was a high-level 8th level Emperor stage existence, although the physical breakthrough wasn't that special. Other than the opponent and the martial artist himself, others didn't know. So, including Yu Qiong, no one knew what was happening in Ling Xiao's body. I'll send you away. Ling Xiao suddenly punched out. This time, he wanted to kill Yu Chen completely. He could actually wait for Yu Chen's strength to weaken to the limit before making a move. But he didn't. Because Yu Chen still let him beat him up very happily. In order to thank Yu Chen for this contribution, he decided to give Yu Chen a quick death. As for not killing him, that was impossible. Yu Chen was so powerful. If he became enemies with the Yu family in the future, Yu Chen would definitely become a problem. Even if he couldn't hurt him, he would pose a threat to his heavenly empire. Once he offended such a person, he wouldn't let him off. He had always been like this. Therefore, in the heavenly empire, there were very few forces that could rise again. A few rebels would also be instantly suppressed. It was that powerful. In the end, Yu Qiong didn't make a move to save him. It was as if Yu Chen's death had nothing to do with him. Ling Xiao used a punch to blast Yu Chen's dantian. Thus, this prolonged battle had ended. Then, he pointed at Yu Qiong in a domineering manner. "Coward, it's your turn. Aren't you afraid of my terrifying sword? You can only feel how powerful he is if you attack him yourself. There's no point in hiding." Ling Xiao sneered. "All right, I'll fulfill your wish." Yu Qiong didn't want to fight, but there were no heavenly core warriors from the Yu family around him. Asking those warriors below the heavenly core realm to fight Ling Xiao was the same as asking them to die. It was meaningless. What he didn't know was that Yu Feng, Yu Luan, and Yang Zhon were nearby, but they refused to show themselves. Because these three fellows were even more cunning. They were not willing to become Yu Qiong's tool. That was why he went into hiding. "Come, I was just about to test the limits of a martial artist at the ultimate stage of Dan." Ling Xiao hooked his finger. He realized that the Yin Devil King was ready for a sneak attack. He couldn't help but sneer. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The Yin Devil King probably thought that no one had discovered her. Then, he, Ling Xiao, would become the Oriole. Kill. Yu Qiong suddenly attacked. He turned into a sword beam and attacked Ling Xiao. Right at this moment, the Yin Devil King attacked. In the darkness, a devil claw viciously grabbed at Yu Qiong. This gave Yu Qiong a fright. Although he believed that Ling Xiao said that the Yin Devil King was nearby, he didn't believe it. He didn't believe it at all. Right at this moment, the Yin Devil King suddenly appeared. He was really scared out of his wits. He quickly turned around and tried to defend himself. But, the Yin Devil King's attack was extremely powerful. The huge devil claw slammed onto his sword, then slammed onto his body, trying to claw him to death. Ling Xiao made his move at the moment when he was supposed to. Furthermore, it was the sky-covering palm. This was his strongest attack. It descended from the sky and smashed onto the Yin Devil King's body. It caused the Yin Devil King's body to fall to the ground. This wasn't enough. Ling Xiao pounced over. Rage of the Black Soul. Second Beast God technique. Blood-colored Thunder God made his move. He used up another 1,000 top-grade Mind Stones. He finally smashed the Yin Devil King into pieces. After all, the Yin Devil King had just reached the middle extreme pill realm. She was ambushed by Ling Xiao and attacked fiercely. She couldn't react at all. Along with the effects of the demon-suppressing Black Blood Pearl and the Bloodthirsty Plague. He wasn't at his peak anymore. The demon-suppressing Black Blood Pearl forcefully sucked the Yin Devil King in. Ha ha ha, that's great. Disciple, you did well. This way, Master can nurture an extreme pill realm giant demon for you. Just wait and see. The Yuan Venerate normally didn't have much to do in Ling Xiao's soul ocean. It was really boring. Now that he had the demon-suppressing Black Blood Pearl, he was really excited. He had used all the methods that he could. The whole thing had happened too quickly. Everyone was dumbfounded. First, Yu Qiong was ambushed and heavily injured by the Yin Devil King. Following which was Soaring Cloud's sneak attack, killing off the Yin Demon King's crazy skills. The whole process was really exciting. However, by the time he killed the Yin Devil King, Ling Xiao was already very tired. He continuously used the Heaven-Covering Palm and the Second Beast God technique. Although the power was very terrifying, his stamina was also at its limit. He laid on the ground and couldn't move at all. Kill him. Quick. Yu Qiong was the first to wake up from his shock. He shouted at the crowd of onlookers. At the same time, he also stood up. Even though he was covered in blood, he was still an extreme pill realm martial artist. His injuries weren't that serious. On the contrary, Ling Xiao's situation was worse. What should we do? The crowd was a little hesitant. Are we really going to attack? No matter what, Ling Xiao was the one who killed the Yin Demon King. He saved senior brother Yu Qiong. But didn't you hear what senior brother Yu Qiong said? He wants us to attack. That's not good. What's there to be afraid of? He's just a piece of trash now. Kill him. Get the Sky Devil Sirius and give it to senior brother Yu Qiong. The crowd was divided into two groups. One group felt embarrassed. They felt that attacking Ling Xiao at this time was a little embarrassing. The other group felt that this was an opportunity. You shameless people, are you going to take advantage of him? At this moment, Black Pearl, the woman in green, Hei Ming, and Kai Yaoguang all rushed back. Compared to helping Ghost Sword, they obviously cared more about Ling Xiao. The four of them blocked in front of Ling Xiao. But because they had been fighting with the Sky Devil for a long time, everyone was panting. Some of them were exhausted. Hihi, you dare to interfere with our Yu family's matters? Kai Yaoguang, you are a remnant of the Kai family. And Black Pearl, Hei Ming, do you really think I don't know? You are the remnants of the Black Fire sect, right? Just nice, you all gathered together, giving us a chance to catch you all in one fell swoop. A few people walked out from the crowd and said coldly, "End of chapter." Chapter 4186. The men who walked out from the crowd were Yu Feng, Yu Luan, and Yang Zhon. How could they not take advantage of such a situation? This was a great opportunity. Yu Qiong was severely injured. Although she could stand up, she couldn't fight for now. With this, The demonic epiphyllum was theirs. No matter who got the demonic epiphyllum, they would have done a great deed. The higher-ups of the Yu family would definitely reward them handsomely. We have to admit, your strength is very close to the late heavenly core realm. But compared to me, Yu Luan, and Yang Zhon, you are still far from it. Besides, you're completely exhausted now. You can't fight at all. Are you really going to let these guys die for you? Yu Feng stared at Ling Xiao coldly, then he smiled and said, "Don't worry, as long as you hand over the demonic epiphyllum, we won't kill you. At most, we'll just hand you over to the higher-ups of the Yu family. As for whether you'll live or die, that will depend on your own luck. You guys, go and rest." Ling Xiao looked at Black Pearl and the others and said, "Stop joking around. If we rest, what about you? No matter what, we have to wait until you recover. These shameless bastards, they are a disgrace to the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. You killed the Yin Devil King and saved Yu Qiong, but not only do they not appreciate it, they even want to kill you." "Shameless bastards!" Black Pearl roared out. "They are all shameless bastards. What's the point of saying all this? These people won't take it seriously." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Run, I won't die. The Yin Devil King can't kill me, and they can't either." "You're serious?" Black Pearl was stunned. Kai Yaoguang was stunned as well. Ling Xiao's current condition, no matter who it was, they all felt like he was about to die. Although he wouldn't die, he wouldn't be able to fight anymore. "That's right, I'm serious." Ling Xiao didn't have the strength to nod, but his words were clear. Ha ha ha, didn't you hear what he said? He's asking for death. Yu Luan laughed out loud. "Don't waste your breath with them, it doesn't matter if we give in or not, let's kill Black Pearl and the others first." Yu Feng couldn't wait. He didn't have the time to listen to other people wasting their time. Yes. With these three perfect heavenly core warriors taking the lead, Jiang Chen's group was in an extremely dangerous situation. More than half of the onlookers were participating in the battle. There were over 1,000 of them. Many people took action only because they were afraid that the Yu family would settle accounts with them later. Therefore, they had to deal with Ling Xiao's side, which was weaker. He wouldn't disobey the Yu family. Black Pearl, Kai Yaoguang, and the others were already exhausted. Even though Yu Feng, Yu Luan, and Yang Zhon had yet to make a move, they were gradually unable to hold on. These fools. Ling Xiao sighed, but he was very happy in his heart. It felt pretty good to be protected by someone. Demonic epiphyllum. Now. Suddenly, Ling Xiao took out the demonic epiphyllum that he had kept in the mountain river world. In that instant, a black light enveloped the entire area. The martial artists who were attacking Black Pearl and the others were all touched by the black light, and their bodies quickly burned. His death was too horrible to look at. At this moment, the demonic epiphyllum was already under Ling Xiao's control. Before it was consumed, it was an extremely powerful treasure. Not only could it attack enemies, it could also protect its allies. Over 1,000 men were turned into 1,000 burning men. Their miserable screams were heard as they vanished into thin air. "I don't like killing people, but these people are worse than pigs and dogs." Ling Xiao sat up coldly. After a short moment of recovery, he finally had the strength to stand up. Because the bloody plague was still ongoing. It was just that some people hadn't noticed it yet. Although the blood and qi absorbed by the bloody plague wasn't as effective as the qi wine, the effect was still better. But it could last forever. As long as there was enough time, Ling Xiao would be able to fully recover. Demonic epiphyllum. No wonder that guy is so calm. Yu Feng furrowed his brows. His expression was extremely ugly. "Don't be afraid, it's obvious that the demonic epiphyllum he's controlling isn't as powerful as before. It won't cause much damage to you perfect heavenly core warriors. Hurry up and kill him, or else, once he recovers, we won't have another chance." Yu Qiong said angrily. "Senior disciple Yu Qiong is right, we were touched by the blacklight just now, but it only caused some small burns on our skin. As long as we protect ourselves, we'll be fine." Yu Feng checked his own body. He confirmed what Yu Qiong said. Of course, more importantly, the demonic epiphyllum was really powerful. If he could control it, he would be able to do a lot of things. Kill. The three of them were finally ready to work together. Although Ling Xiao was already exhausted, they were still filled with apprehension towards this young man. Right now, even if Black Pearl and the others wanted to protect Ling Xiao, they wouldn't be able to do it. They were already tired. After the previous battle, they were all injured. They had no choice but to return to the Dongsheng Emperor Ring to rest. Now that there's no more trouble, do you have the guts to fight the three of us? We don't need the demonic epiphyllum, Yu Feng shouted out loudly. Although what you just said is shameless, it's 3 against 1. All of you are stronger than me, and you're asking me not to use the demonic epiphyllum? You people from the Yu family and Yang family, are you all so shameless? Fine, 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 I'll fulfill your shameless little wish. Ling Xiao really put away the demonic epiphyllum. Firstly, this thing wouldn't affect Yu Feng and the other two. Secondly, he had unleashed the bloodthirsty plague, and the demonic epiphyllum would affect the effect of the plague. Thirdly, he had killed a late heavenly core warrior. Therefore, he decided to challenge someone stronger. Even if he couldn't win, he would still be able to gain a lot of experience points by running away. Can we start now? Ling Xiao looked at Yu Feng, Yu Luan, and Yang Zhon with disdain. This battle wouldn't be an easy one. But as long as he didn't die, he would be able to gain the experience he needed from this battle. If that was the case, he would win. Yu Feng and the other two looked at each other, then they nodded their heads. The three of them unleashed their martial souls at the same time. Yu Feng's martial soul was a huge demonic shadow. It had transformed into a black scorpion. An icy cold aura was being spat out from this monster's mouth. Yu Luan's martial soul was also a huge demonic shadow, but it had transformed into a pitch-black spear. It was obvious that the Yu family's demonic shadow martial soul could transform into different shapes according to the warrior's needs. Yu Feng was an expert in bare-handed combat. Yu Luan was an expert in spear combat. Therefore, both of their martial souls had transformed into different shapes, and were emitting completely different auras. This was indeed a very interesting martial soul. As for Yang Zhon, his martial soul was also the Yang family's martial soul, the demonic goat. The white demonic goat would sometimes transform into clouds, sometimes into pure white snow. Sometimes, it would transform into a ferocious beast. His combat strength was also very strong. Stop! Suddenly, a terrifying thunderous sound came from afar. It scared Yu Feng and the other two so much that they even scattered their martial souls. End of chapter. Chapter 4187. Everyone looked in horror at the figures flying over from afar. They were all dumbfounded. The patriarch of the Yang family, the sect leader of the Green Vine sect, the sect leader of the Red Robe sect, and the sect leader of the Blood Spirit sect. And the Yu family's Devil King. Disciple greets Devil King Yu Xiangtian. Almost everyone kneeled down and stared at the Devil King, their hearts trembling with fear. Actually, Yu Xiangtian wasn't the only Devil King. The other patriarch and the 3 sect leaders were also Devil Kings. Devil Kings were terrifying existences who had broken through the divine core realm and entered the divine physique realm. No matter if it was their physique or cultivation, they were far superior to Ling Xiao. The moment these 5 men appeared, Ling Xiao felt like his body was about to be crushed by the pressure. In front of these 5 men, his 8th Order Emperor Realm Celestial Devil Black Martial body was just a snail's shell. They could easily crush this snail's shell with a stomp. Of course, the most terrifying one was Yu Xiangtian. Ling Xiao could feel that just by standing there, Yu Xiangtian was like the entire universe. He couldn't even breathe under the pressure. If he didn't have the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he would probably be lying on the ground, unable to move. But right now, he still had to kneel down on one knee. He felt like his soul was about to be sucked away by the darkness. Buzz! Right at this moment, the heavenly devil epiphyllum unleashed a strange light, dispersing the terrifying pressure. Ling Xiao stood up. He stared at Yu Xiangtian coldly. This guy had taken the initiative to pressure him the moment he arrived. Obviously, he already knew something. But Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. If he was forced into a corner, he could use the heavenly devil epiphyllum. Kill Yu Xiangtian. He had reason to believe that as long as he reached the divine physique realm, Yu Xiangtian was no match for him. You're a mighty senior, but you attacked me, a junior, the moment you arrived. Don't you feel ashamed? Ling Xiao stared at Yu Xiangtian coldly. His face was gloomy. A divine physique realm warrior was too terrifying. He couldn't even run away. That was why he thought of using the heavenly devil epiphyllum. He had to use it sooner or later. Being able to get rid of a divine physique echelon expert from the Yu family here wasn't bad either. Yu Xiangtian was only one of the demon kings of the Yu family. It wasn't the patriarch of the Yu family. In that case, wouldn't the patriarch of the Yu family be even more terrifying? Yu Xiangtian looked at Ling Xiao indifferently and said, "Brat, aren't you afraid of death? You actually dare to speak to this king like this? Mph, why would I be afraid of you? Don't forget that I have the demonic epiphyllum now. If you push me too far, I'll take you down with me." Ling Xiao really had nothing to be afraid of. In this case, whether he was afraid or not, Yu Xiangtian's purpose would not change. However, what confused Ling Xiao was that the experts of the Fengdu Devil Kingdom had already entered the Heavenly Devil Illusion Array. What about the human Devil King? Could it have been destroyed? Just as he was thinking, the surrounding darkness suddenly disappeared. The environment suddenly changed. They had actually returned to the peak of the Thunder Mountain. Ling Xiao guessed that if the human Devil King wasn't dead, then he was definitely in hiding. With so many powerhouses suddenly coming, the human Devil King who had not recovered was not their match. Yu Xiangtian really did not expect that Ling Xiao was actually such a weirdo. If it were others, seeing Yu Xiangtian, they would probably be so scared that they would not dare to speak carelessly. But this brat actually remembered the effect of the demonic epiphyllum. It was also rare. Ha 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 ha, good boy, you're indeed different. But don't you care about the life and death of those two people? Green Lotus Swordswoman and Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame are guests of my Yu family. Yu Xiangtian seemed to be certain that he had Ling Xiao under control as he said coldly, "What did you do to them?" Ling Xiao's face instantly turned cold. Although Green Lotus Swordswoman and Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame were very strong, they were still only existences of the Pill Realm. As long as the Yu family's Demon King made a move, he would definitely be captured. Therefore, he believed Yu Xiangtian's words. "You can rest assured about this. We won't kill him easily. What we want is the demonic epiphyllum, Kai Niming and Kai Yaoguang. As long as you hand the two siblings over to us and give us the demonic epiphyllum, the three of you can safely leave the Heavenly Demon Ghost region and return to the Golden Heavens region." Yu Xiangtian laughed. "If you kill them, aren't you afraid of causing dissatisfaction in the Golden City?" Ling Xiao said with a frown. Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman's status in the Golden City was not low. What's there to be afraid of? Don't forget, we even dare to curse Huang Jindi's daughter. Not to mention the two of them. In fact, there are already people in the Golden City who want their lives. Yu Xiangtian said coldly. "Is that so?" Suddenly, a golden thunderbolt fell from the void. The terrifying power directly scattered the dense evil thunder above the Thunder Mountain. Then a person slowly came from the horizon. Wearing a golden armor. Mighty and extraordinary. It's him. Ling Xiao looked at this person in surprise. Of course he recognized this person. This was the guy who took away the golden scripture from the western region. Huang Jinruofeng. He had to admit that although Huang Jinruofeng was a little arrogant back then, he was a good person. He wondered what Huang Jinruofeng was going to do today. "It's you." Seeing Huang Jinruofeng, Yu Xiangtian's face was also very ugly. This Huang Jinruofeng was a top genius in the Golden City and was also the commander of the Golden City's Golden Guards. He was also a friend of Huang Jindi's daughter. "Yes, it's me. You should understand why I'm here, right? A small Fengdu Devil Kingdom actually dares to curse His Majesty's daughter. Does your Yu family want to be exterminated?" Huang Jinruofeng walked over from the horizon. At the same time, he took out a long spear made of gold. He was also a divine physique realm expert. Back then, Ling Xiao naturally didn't know that Huang Jinruofeng would be so terrifying. Now, he finally got close to this person. "Mph, you dare to come to the Heavenly Demon Ghost region to cause trouble, aren't you afraid of the Demon Emperor's punishment? Yu Xiangtian said angrily. Demon Emperor? You should know, right? The Demon Emperor is currently fighting with the savage ancestor. Does he have the time to deal with me? Huang Jinruofeng sneered and said, tell me the method to remove the curse, and I can let your Yu family go. Otherwise, even if your Yu family's 2 demon kings attack together, don't think about surviving from my hand. Chimph, aren't you a little too arrogant? Yu Xiangtian snorted and called out to the people behind him. The 5 demon kings joined forces to deal with Huang Jinruofeng. You came alone, so don't go back today, kill. The 5 of them joined forces and attacked Huang Jinruofeng. However, Huang Jinruofeng just smiled contemptuously and casually stabbed the long spear in his hand. In that instant, the Thunder Mountain was split open. Even more terrifying thunder and lightning gushed out from the Thunder Mountain. It was as if the Thunder Mountain was made of lava. The 5 demon kings on this side were all seriously injured, including Yu Xiangtian. The 5 of you are only at the 1st level divine physique realm. Do you really think you can fight with me? If it wasn't for Huang Jindi not letting me kill, with my temper, the 5 of you would have been beheaded with that spear just now. Huang Jinruofeng said coldly. End of this chapter. Chapter 4188. When Ling Xiao saw this scene, he was truly shocked. Yu Xiangtian, who suppressed him until he couldn't breathe, was actually so useless in front of this Huang Jinruofeng. Huang Jinruofeng never looked at Ling Xiao from beginning to end. Perhaps he didn't recognize him. Or perhaps he didn't take it to heart at all. He just looked at Yu Xiangtian coldly and said, I'll give you a chance, immediately give me a way to solve the curse. Otherwise, you don't need to live anymore. Here, I'll give. Yu Xiangtian's surprise was actually no less than Ling Xiao's. He had always thought that he was already a noble demon king. His strength was not inferior to the powerhouses of the Golden City. But the appearance of Huang Jinruofeng made him feel incomparably terrified. Actually, there is only one way to solve the curse, and that is to let the person who has the heart of the heavenly demon feed her blood. Yu Xiangtian hurriedly said. Heart of the heavenly demon? Huang Jinruofeng frowned. I hope you're telling the truth. He turned around and prepared to leave, but suddenly revealed a trace of information. He suddenly turned around and slapped out. On Yu Xiangtian's forehead, a golden mark was imprinted. Don't be afraid, if what you said is true, I will naturally remove this golden flame seal for you. Otherwise, once I activate the golden flame seal, you will be completely destroyed. After saying that, Huang Jinruofeng turned around and left. The golden light in the sky gradually disappeared. Ling Xiao was also very shocked. Heart of the heavenly demon, wasn't that the thing in his body? If what Yu Xiangtian said was true, then he should be the key to saving the golden divine scripture. But he would not easily say this matter. After all, he had to feed blood. How much to feed and how to feed were all mysteries. If he was drained of blood, he could forget about living. So he had to do this himself. He couldn't be forced by others. Otherwise, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. After Huang Jinruofeng left, Yu Xiangtian looked at Ling Xiao. But there was a hint of caution in his eyes. Ling Xiao was a martial artist of the Golden Heavens domain. And he was actually acknowledged as the young master by Azure Lotus Sword Girl and Ancestor Scarlet Flame. Then what was this guy's identity? Could he be Huang Jindi's illegitimate son? He couldn't afford to offend them. Right now, he was feeling a little conflicted. Ling Xiao could not be provoked. But Kai Niming and Kai Yaoguang had to die. What should he do? Just as he was thinking, another change suddenly struck. In the sky, the lightning became even more terrifying. There were even patches of strange demonic aura that turned into dense clouds and pressed down. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye captured the terrifying energy. The strength of the leader was probably not inferior to Huang Jinruofeng. The rest of the demonic chi was also very strong. There were only 3 types of existences that could release demonic energy: demonic beasts, demons, and beast. It was said that the demon race and the savage beast race were actually meridians opening. They had different names. This debate had always existed. However, no matter what, the auras emitted by the 3 of them were extremely similar. Ling Xiao sensed it. Yu Xiangtian and the other demon kings also noticed it. Oh no! Yu Xiangtian's face was very ugly. Huang Jinruofeng had just left, and now the beasts had arrived. The demon emperor had told them that something had happened in the Thunder Mountain. It seemed to be true. However, Ling Xiao liked this kind of chaos. The more chaotic it was, the more he could fish in troubled waters. Kai Niming, Kai Yaoguang, Black Pearl, Hei Ming, that Yu Xiangtian has already noticed your existence. When the savage beast race arrives later, there will definitely be chaos here. Take the opportunity to escape. As long as you leave the Fengju Demon Kingdom, you don't have to worry about the Yu family's pursuit. This Fengju Demon Forest is already the border between the Fengju Demon Kingdom and the Black Fiend Demon Kingdom. With your abilities, it should be no problem to escape, right? Ling Xiao asked. No problem, but once we leave, I don't know when we will meet again. The Black Pearl sighed. Yes, there will definitely be a day when we meet again. Ling Xiao absolutely believed that there would be such a day. Brother Ling is right. After we leave here, we should concentrate on cultivating and continue to improve our cultivation. Otherwise, if we meet Brother Ling again, we will be defeated by him. As long as Kai Niming did not fight, escaping was not a problem. Boom! A violent demonic aura descended from the sky. A dense crowd of demonic beasts and beast race martial artists landed on the Thunder Mountain. It was as if heavenly soldiers and generals had appeared. In that instant, Yu Xiangtian and the others were locked on. Obviously, the savage beast race martial artists were most concerned about the 5 great experts. The rest were all minions, including Ghost Sword. Go! At this moment, Ling Xiao released Kai Niming and the others from the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. Everyone fled in panic. However, Ling Xiao did not leave. He still stayed in place. This frightening demonic qi was a great help to his cultivation. Previously, Yu Xiangtian's appearance had already caused his cultivation C to soar to 80%. And this time, the appearance of the savage beast race. It caused his cultivation to suddenly break through. From the early stage of the Earth Core realm to the middle stage of the Earth Core realm, although the scene of the breakthrough was also very spectacular, it was still covered by the terrifying scene of the savage beast race descending. When Kai Niming escaped, he deliberately called out to Yu Xiangtian. He did this to tell Yu Xiangtian that he and Ling Xiao no longer had anything to do with each other. He did not want Yu Xiangtian to find trouble with Ling Xiao. Yu Xiangtian tried to chase after Kai Niming. Unfortunately, he was suppressed by the aura of the savage beast race and could not do anything at all. Bastard! He knew very well how much of an impact Kai Niming's escape would cause. The Yu family might never have peace again. Why did these savage beast race take the risk to come to the Fengju Devil Kingdom? It can't be just to invade, right? Ling Xiao simply lay on the ground and pretended to be suppressed. This way, he would not be too ostentatious. He was actually quite curious. Although the savage beast race also had an entrance to the heavenly fiend ghost realm, but it was definitely not connected to the Fengju Devil Kingdom. These guys came to the Fengju Devil Kingdom to suffer the torture of the spatial turbulence. They would probably suffer a lot of losses. Why would they take such a risk? Is this an existence equivalent to a demon venerable? Ling Xiao could feel that Huang Jinruofeng was the same as the leader of the savage beast race. They should both be demon venerables. They were also big shots in the savage beast realm. The appearance of such a big shot was completely out of his reach. Therefore, he could only lie there quietly for now. It's actually a beast venerable. May I know why you have come to the Thunder Mountain? Although Yu Xiangtian felt terrified, he could still speak. Unlike the others, who did not even have the ability to open their mouths to speak. Don't worry. This venerable is not here to start a war. It's just for one thing. The savage beast race that spoke could not be seen clearly at all. One could only see the wings that blotted out the sky flapping in the void. Every time it flapped, the entire Thunder Mountain would shake a few times. The eyes in the sky that were like the sun made one's hair stand on end. You are the great Peng beast venerable. Yu Xiangtian had some understanding of the savage beast race. Genius 1 second remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4189. Its wings spanned tens of thousands of kilometers. It was so large that there was no end to it. It was definitely the Great Peng sovereign beast of the Great Peng race. It was second only to the savage ancestor. That's right. Alright, I won't waste words with you. I'm going to retrieve something. The Great Peng sovereign beast opened its mouth and sucked in like a black hole. It sucked in all the lightning on the Thunder Mountain. In the air above the Thunder Mountain, there is a huge bead. It was like a bright moon, but it released powerful lightning. Ha ha ha, this is it. The Thunder Immortal Pearl. With this pearl, the rising young experts of the savage beast race will be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. The Great Peng sovereign beast swallowed the Thunder Immortal Pearl in one gulp. However, the terrifying lightning released by the bead still burned him. What a powerful item. No wonder the forefather wanted me to bring it back. The Great Peng sovereign beast was surprised, but also very proud. Sovereign beast, are you talking about Jin Tun Ri and Long Chen? Yu Xiangtian asked in surprise. You're quite knowledgeable. Jin Tun Ri, Long Chen, and Cold Plum. The three of them are the future of the savage beast region. The forefather has already accepted them as disciples. They're now the young masters of the savage beast region. In the future, when the young disciples of the Nine Realms compete, the savage beast region will definitely win. You've got what you want. Let's go back. The Great Peng sovereign beast left with a wild laugh. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was completely shocked. The Great Peng sovereign beast had mentioned three names: Long Chen, Jin Tun Ri, and Cold Plum. Long Chen and Cold Plum were Ling Xiao's good friends. As for Jin Tun Ri, if he guessed correctly, it was very likely Little Gold. He hadn't expected that after the savage beast region's beasts brought them back, they'd actually be put in an important position. It seemed that he'd made the right decision back then. What was good to his friends was good to him. Since the three of them were the savage ancestor's personal disciples, it was very likely that they'd become the top geniuses of the Nine Realms. In that case, he'd have to work even harder. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to compare to those three. Ling Xiao was happy for his friend. However, he didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, once he got involved with the savage beast race, regardless of whether it was the Heavenly Devil Ghost territory or the Golden Heavenly Domain, none of them were good places. Before he had the ability to protect himself, there were many things that needed to be done in a low-key manner. Go back. Yu Xiangtian was somewhat dispirited. He could only watch helplessly as someone else snatched away the Heavenly Demon Claw's most precious treasure. There was nothing they could do. It was because the Fengdu Devil Kingdom's demon Venerable had died. That was why he was bullied. Otherwise, even the Tianpeng sovereign beast would not have dared to behave atrociously in the Fengdu Devil Nation. Ling Xiao, follow me. Yu Xiangtian glanced at Ling Xiao. After Kai Niming and the others escaped, Ling Xiao's value was not as great as imagined. Of course, the demonic epiphyllum was still in Ling Xiao's body. He had to bring this kid back first. Otherwise, this brat would really go all out and use the demonic Sirius. Then he would really be in trouble. Sure. Ling Xiao did not refuse. Green Lotus Sword Maiden and forefather Scarlet Flame were both in the Yu family, so of course he had to go. Although he had killed many of the Yu family's martial artists, as long as the demonic Sirius was there, he had the initiative. Moreover, the golden flame seal that Huang Jinruofeng had struck on Yu Xiangtian's forehead was also a deterrent to the Yu family. The Yu family did not know his identity. Then they did not dare to kill him easily. After all, this might concern the survival of the Yu family. Lord Demon King, this kid killed many of our disciples. Are you going to let him off so easily? Yu Qiong roared. This guy was clearly unwilling to accept this. Shut up. Look at your performance this time, it's simply stupid to the extreme. Not only did you not obtain the demonic Sirius, but you also made yourself look neither human nor ghost. I only know that if Ling Xiao had not blocked the Beast Tide and the Yin Demon King, more people from the Yu family would have died. Yu Xiangtian looked at Yu Qiong coldly and said, I'm really disappointed in you. If you really had the ability, perhaps Yu Chen wouldn't have died. Yu Xiangtian didn't care about those dead trash at all. But when Yu Chen was killed, his heart ached. After all, he was a genius of the Yu family. And the key to Yu Chen's death was Yu Qiong's idiotic actions. All right, if there's anything, talk about it after returning to the Yu family. Yu Xiangtian didn't want to listen to Yu Qiong's nonsense anymore. What happened in Fengdu Demon Forest this time was much more complicated than he had imagined. Human demons, heavenly demons, thunder demons, savage beast race, and even golden heavenly region were involved. Even he felt a headache coming on. Yu Qiong couldn't tell that he was in a difficult position. She insisted that he kill Ling Xiao here. Wasn't this going to kill him? He's gone. Are you still watching? Looking at Ling Xiao's departing figure, Ghost Sword asked his sister, Night Demon. When he was in danger, I couldn't help. Night Demon sighed. Then I can only say that you're too weak. Go back, you didn't obtain the demonic Sirius this time. Let's do as Master said and cultivate in seclusion. He has already found a place for us to improve our strength. Ghost Sword was actually not convinced in his heart. He was an existence at the peak of the pill realm. But in front of Yu Xiangtian, Huang Jinru Ofeng, and Dopeng Beast Venerable. It wasn't worth mentioning at all. But what was even more depressing was that he actually lost to Ling Xiao in the battle for the demonic Sirius. This was really infuriating. So he had to become stronger. He wanted Dopeng Beast Venerable. He wanted to make Yu Xiangtian his defeated opponent. Moreover, he absolutely couldn't let Ling Xiao surpass him. Let's go. Night Demon nodded. Thinking back to what happened this time, she was even more depressed. She thought she was already very strong. But after encountering so many troubles, she couldn't solve them at all. In the end, she had to rely on Ling Xiao, her brother. So she had to become stronger. On the other side, on the way back to the Yu family, Ling Xiao didn't seem like a guy who was coerced at all. He appeared very relaxed and looked at Yu Xiangtian with a smile. I wonder if Sister Jiao Jiao is doing well. Sister Jiao Jiao? What Sister Jiao Jiao? Yu Xiangtian was stunned for a moment, not realizing who Ling Xiao was asking. Senior really knows how to joke, Ling Jiao Jiao. Senior, haven't you noticed? Her surname is Ling, and my surname is also Ling. She has been my sister since we were in the small town in the western region. She is my sister in this reincarnation. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. What? Hearing these words, Yu Xiangtian and the others were all dumbfounded. He even almost fell from the sky. Ling Jiaojiao once said that she had a younger brother who she loved very much. She also said that he was in a small city in the western region. They had promised Ling Jiaojiao that as long as they had the chance, they would go to the western region to bring this child over. Because this was the only person Ling Jiaojiao cared about. But they never thought that they would actually meet Ling Xiao here. You are Ling Xiao? Yu Xiangtian asked loudly. It's the real one, Ling Xiao of the western region is me. If Ling Jiaojiao is also from the western region, then you can't be wrong. She is my sister, and I am her brother. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Genius 1 second remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4190. The reason why Ling Xiao revealed the matter of him knowing Ling Jiaojiao was mainly to see Yu Xiangtian's attitude towards Ling Jiaojiao. Because until now, Ling Xiao still couldn't confirm whether Ling Jiaojiao had really been possessed. After all, it was just a guess. That's impossible. Yu Qiong shouted from the side. How is that possible? That's the western region. It was impossible for anyone to come to the 4 regions and 9 worlds from that godforsaken place. The reason why Ling Jiaojiao could come was because she was brought here by the princess of the Golden Heavens region. You think it's impossible, but that's the truth. Ling Xiao glanced at Yu Qiong indifferently and said, although the western region is a godforsaken place, the spiritual energy is thin. It can't be compared to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Basically, as long as a martial artist is sent there, it's impossible for them to come over without the guidance of a powerhouse. I'm naturally no exception. I believe you all know that Green Lotus Sword Maiden and Ancestor Scarlet Flame are both my subordinates. They call me Young Master. My father's status in the Golden Heavens region is not inferior to the Golden Emperor. He was the one who brought me here. I originally planned to go to the Golden City to cultivate, but I heard about Sister Jiao Jiao. That's why I came here. By chance, I participated in the fight for the demonic epiphyllum in the Fengdu Devil Forest. After all, this thing is very important to me to break through to the divine body realm. Ling Xiao's words were half true and half false. And Yu Xiangtian had no way to verify it. The entire Fengdu Devil Kingdom had no way to verify it. So whatever he said was the truth. Even if Yu Xiangtian didn't believe it, he would definitely be afraid. Facing the son of a powerhouse in the Golden City, he didn't dare to act recklessly. Huang Jinruofeng could easily kill him. Not to mention a powerhouse of that level. Wait, Yu Xiangtian suddenly asked, why didn't Huang Jinruofeng greet you? Are you stupid? Ling Xiao looked at Yu Xiangtian as if he was looking at an idiot and said, Huang Jinruofeng is just a servant of our family. Who does he think he is to be qualified to know of my existence? Do you know how much trouble it will cause if my identity is exposed in the Golden Heavens region? Idiot, if my father could expose my identity, he would have brought me to the Golden City long ago. Why would he let me fool around outside? However, he felt especially guilty and felt that he owed me. So, if someone really wants to harm me, then the next one to appear won't be Huang Jinruofeng. It's him. Ling Xiao deliberately put on the appearance of a powerful second generation, making Yu Xiangtian feel fear and apprehension. It could be seen from the situation when he faced Huang Jinruofeng. This Yu Xiangtian was simply a coward. Huang Jinruofeng had only threatened him slightly, but it had scared him into telling Huang Jinruofeng the real way to get rid of the curse. Even if Yu Xiangtian didn't believe all of what he said, he would definitely be very afraid. That was enough. By the way, you haven't told me how Sister Jiao Jiao is doing. Ling Xiao asked. Don't worry, the demon son is doing great. Yu Xiangtian laughed. Demon son? Ling Xiao was stunned. That's right. Your sister will become the next demon lord's successor. Naturally, she will be the demon child. Yu Xiangtian explained, your sister is very hardworking. In the future, he would definitely become the #1 genius of the Heavenly Devil Ghost region. She even became the strongest demon lord. That's good. I haven't seen her for a long time. I miss her very much. If I have to say it, my father can be considered her uncle. Although I haven't seen him for many years. But after all, we are related by blood. You can't treat my sister badly. Ling Xiao turned the tables. Yu Xiangtian was being toyed around with. How could that be? We have always been very good to the demon son. And the demon son is about to inherit the position of demon lord. How could we dare to be disrespectful to her? Yu Xiangtian hurriedly explained. This scene made Yu Qiong, Yu Feng, Yu Luan, and Yang Zhon extremely angry. But there was nothing they could do. Even Yu Xiangtian didn't dare to act rashly in front of Ling Xiao. What could they do? How much courage did they have to be destroyed by others? They could only sulk and be angry. I wonder how long young Master Ling will be delayed in the Yu family this time? Yu Xiangtian asked. I'll have to stay there for at least a month. I haven't seen my sister for a long time. I want to catch up with her. I have other things to do in the Golden Heavens domain. Ling Xiao said. That's great. That's great. Ling Xiao said with a frown. I mean, to be able to let our Yu family entertain young Master Ling as a host, it's simply too great. Yu Xiangtian hurriedly said. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. Do you really think I'm an idiot? I don't know what you're thinking. You just think that the longer I stay, the more likely you are to take away the demonic epiphyllum from me. But this is good too. You want me to stay longer, and I need to stay longer. Thoroughly investigate Sister Jiao Jiao's matter. Just like that, the two of them each had their own ulterior motives. As they chatted, they tried to find some clues from the other party's words to restrain the other party. The place where the Yu family was located was the capital of the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. It was called Fengdu City. Fengdu City was actually not too far from the Fengdu Devil Forest. The key was that there was a teleportation formation nearby. It only took 1 or 2 days to arrive safely. while rushing to the teleportation formation outside the Fengdu Devil Forest. Ling Xiao was really into his role. He acted as the illegitimate son of a Golden City expert. Whether it was his tone, expression, or even temper, he tried his best to be realistic. Of course, Yu Xiangtian also asked a lot of questions about the Western region. From this, he could determine whether Ling Xiao's words were true or not. In any case, he definitely did not believe that a martial artist could run from the Western region to the 4 regions and 9 worlds and become so powerful. Ling Xiao naturally knew the Western region like the back of his hand. However, Ling Xiao avoided some things that involved the changes in the Western region. He could not let these experts know about the changes in the Western region. Otherwise, they would definitely not allow the Western region to develop. Even though the Heavenly Empire was already very powerful. Compared to these powerful forces, it was still far from being able to compete. Ling Xiao definitely did not want the Western region to be targeted because of a few words of his. And then destroy it. That would not be worth the loss. He was acting, and he was very immersed in it, but at the same time, he was very calm. He was even very cunning. From Yu Xiangtian's words, he had deduced some useful information. Green Lotus Swordswoman and Forefather Scarlet Flame were indeed locked up. And they had been tortured. But considering the relationship with the Golden City, the Yu family did not dare to kill or cripple the 2 of them. When he heard this, Ling Xiao almost couldn't hold it in. But in the end, he endured it. He couldn't do it now. He couldn't use force. There was only one demonic Sirius. Once used, there would be no more. This thing was like a strategic weapon, used to deter the enemy, not used to attack directly. It was not a conventional weapon. Ling Jiaojiao's matter made Ling Xiao feel very strange. It seemed that Ling Jiaojiao was very free in the Ling family, and there were no signs of her being possessed or being under house arrest. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4191. Ling Xiao didn't know what Ling Jiaojiao's situation was for the time being. But when they arrived at the Yu family, everything should be clear. Soon, everyone arrived at the teleportation array outside the Fengdu Demon Forest. They were directly teleported to Fengdu City. The entire Fengdu City was basically under the control of the Yu family. It could be said that because the former demon venerable belonged to the Yu family, this also allowed the Yu family to grasp the right time and place. Now that the Kai family had been destroyed and the Black Fire sect had been destroyed, the Yu family could be said to be a super force that truly controlled the entire Fengdu demon kingdom. Originally, Yu Xiangtian was quite complacent about this. But what happened in the Fengdu demon forest made him feel humiliated and afraid. Whether it was Huang Jinruofeng or Dopeng, they were much stronger than him. Even though they were both divine body realm martial artists. The gap was too big. Ling Xiao, after we return, I will go into seclusion. When the time comes, someone will specially entertain you. You can stay as long as you want. You don't have to be polite. You can even treat the Yu family as your own home. Yu Xiangtian wanted to go into seclusion to increase his strength. He no longer planned to care about the trivial matters of the family, because it was too much of a waste of time. Anyway, the Kai family and the Black Fire sect had been destroyed. The other forces had also announced their allegiance to the Yu family. Let the core-shattering realm martial artists control the Yu family. In addition to the 2 demon kings of the Yu family, there were also 8 core-shattering realm powerhouses. They were called quasi-demon kings. They held the position of elder in the Yu family. It was enough to rely on them to manage the Yu family. Yu Xiangtian had a son called Yu Quren. He was already a man in his 50s. His cultivation had also reached the 9th level of the core-shattering realm. He was about to step into the divine body realm. As soon as he arrived at the Yu family, Yu Xiangtian handed Ling Xiao over to this person to take care of. Quren, this is an important guest from the Golden City. You must treat him well. In addition, immediately release the Azure Lotus Swordswoman and Ancestor Scarlet Flame. Bring this important guest to see them. Release those 2 people. Yu Quren frowned, seemingly puzzled. Father will tell you the details later. Just do as I say first. Yu Xiangtian didn't want to talk about those embarrassing things in front of outsiders. All right then. Yu Qiren looked at Ling Xiao and didn't see anything special about Ling Xiao. But since his father had spoken, he did as he was told. Then, Yu Xiangtian left. Yu Qiren arranged a place for Ling Xiao to stay. Thus, he personally went to release them. Ling Xiao waited quietly in the room. The place that Yu Qilian arranged for him was not bad. However, he could sense that someone was constantly using their spiritual consciousness to check the situation here. It was obvious that he wanted to keep an eye on him. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. If he wanted to avoid these surveillance, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Young master, please have some tea. From now on, Qiao will be your servant girl. In this small attic, there was actually a beautiful servant girl arranged to be in charge of it. He was capable and experienced and had outstanding looks. It seemed like the Yu family had really put in a lot of effort. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. He drank his tea quietly and waited. About 10 minutes later, 2 familiar auras came from outside. But they were very weak. Ling Xiao frowned and hurriedly went out to greet them. Azure Lotus Swordswoman and Ancestor Scarlet Flame were covered with injuries. Their hair was messy and their faces were dirty. Obviously, they had just been released from prison. There were hidden injuries in their bodies, and they were very serious. For the time being, they couldn't even fight. Looking at the two of them, he didn't say anything, but his eyes were filled with crazy killing intent. The two of them were imprisoned because they wanted to protect him. He had to take revenge for this. Qiao, you can leave now. Ling Xiao looked at Qiao and said, Young master Yu Qiren said that I have to serve you well. Qiao had an indifferent expression. Obviously, she didn't want to listen to Ling Xiao's order. Get lost. Ling Xiao suddenly unleashed his terrifying killing intent. He was like a devil king who had returned from hell. Qiao was an early heavenly core warrior, but facing Ling Xiao's terrifying aura, her face turned pale. Young master, this is the Yu family. Qiao still didn't leave. Although she was scared, she had received Yu Qiren's order to stay by Ling Xiao's side. This time, Ling Xiao didn't waste any time. He directly struck out with his palm. Qiao was blasted out of the room. Of course, Ling Xiao had shown mercy. He knew Qiao was just following orders. If not, he would have killed her already. Because he was very angry right now. Very angry. The door was closed. Ling Xiao took out a formation refining stone and sealed off the entire room. The divine sense from the outside world could no longer enter. Young master, we're useless. Azure Lotus Swordswoman and Ancestor Scarlet Flame both kneeled down. They were ashamed. Get up quickly. Ling Xiao hurriedly helped the two of them up. If not for the two seniors, I'm afraid I would have been killed. Please don't say such things, or else I'll feel even more guilty. He quickly took out some healing pills and fed them to them. At the very least, it could temporarily suppress their injuries. As for completely healing them, it would probably take some time. He didn't know what kind of torture methods the Yu family used. The internal injuries of these two were even more terrifying than the external injuries. If they weren't treated properly, they would really be crippled. After the two of them took the pills, they went to other rooms to bathe and change their clothes. After tidying up, they came out again. Was it Yu Xiangtian who captured you? After the two of them sat down, Ling Xiao asked. Azure Lotus Swordswoman nodded with a wry smile. No, the one who attacked us was Yu Qiren. This Yu Qiren has already cultivated to the 9th level of the core-shattering realm. He is called a quasi-demon king. His strength is terrifying. Even if the two of us joined forces, we were still not his match. We had no choice but to be captured. Core-shattering realm? Ling Xiao had heard that after the extreme core realm, there would be a transition to the divine body realm. It was the core-shattering realm. The inner core would slowly shatter and transform into energy that would enter the body. Forging the body, tempering the body. Only then could one finally step into the divine body realm. Let's not talk about this embarrassing matter anymore. This grudge will be avenged sooner or later. Patriarch Scarlet Flame gritted his teeth and said, Let's talk about you. Where did you go after leaving us? I feel that your strength has advanced by leaps and bounds. Azure Lotus Swordswoman was also very curious. I went to Fengdu Devil Forest and snatched the Demon Emperor's demonic epiphyllum. Ling Xiao smiled and said, with this thing, I can reach the strength of the divine body realm for a period of time. If I want to save my sister, it will naturally be more convenient. As for my strength advancing by leaps and bounds, this is all thanks to the various tests in Fengdu Devil Forest. Well done. Young Master is indeed worthy of being Master's grandson. This ability is truly admirable. I heard that there are also geniuses of the extreme core realm competing for the demonic epiphyllum this time. I didn't expect you to succeed. Patriarch Scarlet Flame said excitedly. Azure Lotus Swordswoman was also very surprised. Originally, they had already thought highly of Ling Xiao's talent. But now, it seemed that they had still underestimated Ling Xiao a little. This was not just the most outstanding genius in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. In her opinion, even if Ling Xiao was placed in the Eternal Desert, he would definitely be the strongest genius. Perhaps they wanted to realize their hope of going to the Eternal Desert in this life. It really depended on Ling Xiao. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4192. By the way, when we came back, Yu Shangtian appeared and asked us a strange question. Ancestor Scarlet Flame suddenly said, he asked us if young master was the illegitimate son of a powerhouse in the Golden City. How did you answer? Ling Xiao asked. Hehe, although your big brother Scarlet Flame's brain is a bit slow, Qinglian is extremely smart. She realized in an instant that this might be your plan. Therefore, he gave an ambiguous answer. Ancestor Scarlet Flame chuckled. She said, if you want to know, you can ask our Golden Emperor directly. This sentence blocked Yu Shangtian's mouth. Yu Shangtian seemed to be very afraid of the Golden Emperor, so he didn't ask again. Sister Qinglian answered very well. There's nothing I can do about this. Because you've been captured, I have to make sure that they don't dare to act rashly against us. So I lied, saying that I have a relationship with a powerhouse second only to the Golden Emperor in the Golden City. That Yu Shangtian is really a suspicious person. Ling Xiao smiled and said, but no matter how suspicious he is, he can only half believe and half doubt this kind of thing that can't be proven. As long as we don't do anything too excessive. He definitely won't do anything bad to us. Actually, it's not a lie. Qinglian Swordswoman suddenly said, your grandfather, our master, used to have a position in the Golden City. It was the state preceptor. His status was extremely high. Even the Golden Sovereign had to be respectful to him. The current state preceptor was also promoted by your grandfather. He is also very grateful to your grandfather. So, you don't have to lie. I didn't know that my background was so big. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. His grandfather really did a lot of things for him. He paved a lot of roads. For the time being, let's not use this background. I still want to put more pressure on myself. This way, I can devote myself to cultivation. Of course, but young master, what are you going to do next? Qinglian Swordswoman asked. Let's get in touch with Sister Jiao Jiao first. I'm very confused now. Was she possessed, or did she choose to change herself? Or maybe something else happened to her. No matter what, I have to help her. Thus, I plan to stay in the Yu family for a while longer. That Yu Shangtian is also very welcoming, because I have the demonic epiphyllum on me, which is something that he is looking forward to obtaining. Ling Xiao said. That's the only way. Green Lotus Swordswoman nodded. Based on the current situation, the Yu family's strength was greater than they had imagined. It was impossible to snatch it by force. He could only take it one step at a time. When are you going to see your sister? Green Lotus Swordswoman asked again. Yu Killian told me to go to the Yu clan's meeting hall tomorrow. Because of my special identity, I have the backing of the Golden City and the identity of Ling Jiaojiao's younger brother. He even grasped the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower. The higher-ups of the Yu family all want to see me. Temph, I know very well what these people are up to. Ling Xiao said coldly. They just want to force you to hand over the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower. Or they might use Ling Jiaojiao's name to ask for the demonic epiphyllum. You just have to hold on to one principle. That is, no matter what, the demonic epiphyllum can't be given away. That's enough. Green Lotus Swordswoman suggested. I know, this demonic epiphyllum is a huge bargaining chip in my hand. This bargaining chip is more useful than any big backer or the identity of Ling Jiaojiao's younger brother. Ling Xiao was actually the clearest in his heart. The demonic epiphyllum was his strongest trump card. It was a strategic deterrent nuclear weapon. The Yu family wanted this thing, but they were afraid that he would use it. They would definitely not provoke him easily. This was his opportunity. Oh right, young master, are you interested in being a demon venerable? Patriarch Scarlet Flame laughed. A demon venerable can still be a demon venerable? Ling Xiao was stunned. Of course not. After the demon venerable of the Fengju Demon Kingdom was killed, there must be someone who wants to fill this vacancy. According to the rules of the heavenly demon ghost, when the demon venerable of a certain country dies, it will naturally be replaced by the martial artists of this country. But there is an interesting restriction here. The demon venerable candidate can't be older than 30 years old. His strength can't be weaker than a 9th level divine core warrior. I'm old enough, but my cultivation base isn't enough. Ling Xiao said with a bitter smile, Big Brother Scarlet Flame, you know that I'm only a mid-7th level divine core warrior. Besides, I'm not a martial artist of the Fengju Demon Kingdom, I'm not qualified to participate. But Kai Niming is qualified. I just don't know if he can make it back in time. You're right. Patriarch Scarlet Flame scratched his head embarrassedly, I'm just stunned by young master's strength. Big Brother Scarlet Flame, you're really good at praising people. Ling Xiao lightly shook his head and said, all right, let's stop joking around. I'll deal with Sister Jiao Jiao. But, I can't do it alone. Therefore, I'll have to trouble you two seniors to help me. Of course, before that, I'll have to treat your injuries. I guess the reason why Yu Shangtian let you go is because he thinks you won't be able to recover in a short period of time. But too bad, he doesn't know that I'm an alchemist, and a very powerful one at that. You guys just wait here, I'll go to the Fengju city and get some herbs. Ling Xiao knew that although everything seemed calm on the surface, he had killed so many warriors from the Yu family. On the surface, the Yu family wouldn't do anything to him, but there would definitely be a lot of people who would try to trip him up behind his back. Therefore, he had to become stronger, and at the same time, he had to help Patriarch Scarlet Flame and Azure Lotus Swordswoman recover their strength. They had to break through their original strength. Only then would it be safer. Young master, the Fengju city isn't safe, why don't you let us follow you? Azure Lotus Swordswoman said. Don't worry, I have a way. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of ordinary troubles. The main reason was because he had suppressed 10 giant devils in the Black Blood Pearl. 9 of them had reached the peak heavenly core realm. 1 of them had even reached the mid-extreme core realm. As long as he didn't run into any powerful enemies, even if Yu Qiong came looking for trouble, he would be able to deal with them. After saying that, Ling Xiao turned around and left. When he arrived at the Fengju city, Ling Xiao started searching the herb stores one by one. He didn't know if he could find the herbs he was looking for. All he could do was try his best. Those 2 were injured because of him. Also, after they recovered, they would be of great help to him. Too bad, although the number of herb stores in the Fengju city wasn't any less than those in the Fighting Soul Sacred City. There were also plenty of herbs. But, the herbs Ling Xiao needed were too rare. After searching for a long time, he still couldn't find anything. But, he found something strange. There were actually a lot of alchemists in the Fengju city. Others might not be able to tell, but he could tell at a glance. Because these alchemists all had a unique aura. Almost every one of them had 1 or 2 heavenly flames that were used to concoct pills. End of chapter. Chapter 4193. Ling Xiao carefully listened to the conversation of those alchemists. In the end, he inquired about a very important news: the Yu family was going to hold an alchemy convention. And the ultimate goal of this convention was to refine a medicinal pill that could allow people to safely pass through the pill shattering process. It was called pill shattering divine water. This thing's grade was extremely high because it was for martial artists at the peak stage of the pill realm cultivation. Therefore, the requirements for alchemists were also extremely high. The Yu family could not do it themselves, so they asked the entire Heavenly Fiend Ghost region for help. It was just that they used a more special method. It was this alchemy convention. Through this alchemy convention, recruiting powerful alchemists was also another goal of the Yu family. The refinement of the pill-shattering divine water was just the first stage. This Yu family's ambition was not small. Of course, the rewards of the alchemy convention were also very generous. Quickly go to the auction house, there are precious medicinal herbs for sale there. Suddenly, someone shouted. Ling Xiao suddenly came back to his senses. That's right, although he went to all the medicine shops, he just did not go to the auction house. Although the things in this auction house were messy, it was very likely that precious medicinal herbs would appear. Moreover, so many alchemists came to Fengdu City this time, it was hard to guarantee that no one would sell the precious materials they collected. If there really was, then he must get it at all cost. Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao. Just as he was about to move, he suddenly heard a familiar voice shouting. Ling Xiao turned his head to look and found that it was indeed a familiar person. Green clothes. The person was precisely the green-clothed woman of Luluor cult. Hello, Ling Xiao, why are you still in Fengdu City? Aren't you afraid that the Yu family will find trouble with you? The green-clothed woman came over, clearly a little excited. I still have some things to deal with, so I can't go back for the time being. Ling Xiao explained. So that's how it is. The green-clothed woman nodded and did not ask in detail. She was very clear that she had done something to offend Ling Xiao in the past. So when talking to Ling Xiao, she was very careful, afraid that Ling Xiao would suddenly turn hostile. Actually, she was thinking too much. Ling Xiao would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. However, the green-clothed woman had performed very well in the Fengdu magic forest. Ling Xiao had long forgotten about this small misunderstanding. Why are you here? Ling Xiao asked casually. Of course it's for the alchemy conference. You probably don't know, but our Luluor sect is actually famous for its alchemy. We're not really suited for battle. The woman in green said with a smile. I would like to ask, where can I register for this alchemy conference? Ling Xiao asked. If possible, Ling Xiao planned to participate. This would increase the number of trump cards in his hands. If he was a powerful alchemist, the Yu family would value him even more. He would have more opportunities to get close to Ling Jiaojiao. It's in the Yu family's Baohe Hall. This Baohe Hall is the largest alchemist club in Fengdu City. Not only will the registration be held there, the alchemy conference will also be held there. The woman in green answered every question. It seemed that she really wanted to have a good relationship with Ling Xiao. Baohe Hall? I'll definitely go take a look when I'm free. Ling Xiao made up his mind. Since it was an alchemist club, the chances of those alchemists having precious medicinal ingredients were very high. If he couldn't find them in the auction house, he could go there and try his luck. Where are you going now? I'm very familiar with Fengdu City. Why don't I lead the way for you? The woman in green suddenly said. Just in time. Tell me, where is the largest auction house in Fengdu City? Ling Xiao asked. I'll take you there. The woman in green said straightforwardly. The largest auction house naturally belongs to the Yu family. It's called the Yu Family Auction House. It's not far from here. Without waiting for Ling Xiao to say anything, the woman in green pulled Ling Xiao's hand and walked forward. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then retracted his hand. However, he did not reject the woman in green's good intentions. He was now in a hurry to find medicinal ingredients to help the Green Lotus Sword Maiden and the Scarlet Flame Ancestor get rid of their injuries. Even if he didn't want to owe the woman in green a favor, he had to now. We're here. It's here. Just as he was thinking, the woman in green's voice sounded again. Ling Xiao looked up. It was really a big building. Looking at the entire Fengdu City, the level of luxury here was really not inferior to the Yu family's headquarters. He ignored the guards who were staring at the coming and going crowd like hawks. Ling Xiao and the woman in green walked directly into the auction house. The guards did not stop them. It could be seen that they should have their own way of identifying danger. They would not casually stop people from entering the auction house. The Yu family auction house was similar to the auction houses that Ling Xiao had seen before. It just felt that the scale was larger. Moreover, the auction houses were divided into 4 grades according to heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Warriors who had less than 1 million high-grade spirit stones were qualified to enter the yellow auction hall. Warriors who had 1 million to 10 million high-grade spirit stones were qualified to enter the profound auction hall. Warriors who had 10 million to 20 million high-grade spirit stones were qualified to enter the earth auction hall. Only when the capital exceeded 20 million would one be qualified to enter the heaven auction hall. Generally speaking, the yellow and profound auction halls were opened every day. The time of the earth and heaven auction halls was uncertain. Usually, the hall would only open when there were enough auction items. In terms of spirit stones, Ling Xiao was not worried. He had gained a lot from this trip to the Fengju Demon Forest. Although he had used up all 2,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. But the high-grade spirit stones on him were close to 100 million. It was very easy to enter the Heaven Auction Hall. It just so happened that there was an auction in the Heaven Auction Hall today. Ling Xiao walked straight over. Who knew that he would be unlucky and meet a dog? TSK, TSK, TSK. Isn't this lady in green? I heard that you hooked up with a gigolo. I thought it was just a rumor. I didn't expect that you would actually bring this gigolo today. The one who spoke was a warrior in his 50s. A man in his 50s could only be considered a young man in the 4 major regions. That was why his appearance was still very young. He looked like a young man in his early 20s. This guy probably didn't participate in the battle in the Fengju Demon Forest, because he was too old. So, he probably didn't know how scary Ling Xiao was. This person walked as if he wanted to stroll. His heels were light, and it was obvious that he didn't have enough energy. His face was also pale. He must have been addicted to wine and women, and his body had been hollowed out. His cultivation level wasn't bad, mid-earth core realm. If it was before, Ling Xiao might have been cautious. But now, Ling Xiao didn't even want to waste his time looking at this trash. Hearing this guy's humiliating words, the lady in green was obviously a bit angry. Her expression was filled with anger. Yu Ming, you better watch your mouth. Don't forget, I'm a heavenly core warrior. If you anger me, I won't let you go. The lady in green's voice was filled with a strong anger. Especially in front of Ling Xiao, she didn't want to be humiliated by anyone. Genius 1 second remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4194. Ha 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 ha, you won't let me off. You'd better take care of your own matters first. I heard that you used to be Yuan Meng's woman. Yuan Meng died in Fengju Devil Forest, and the Red Robe sect is looking for the murderer. Everyone says that you're stuck with that guy. You'll be found sooner or later, so you should take care of yourself first. You still won't let me off. Your Luluor sect can't afford to offend our Yu family. That guy called Yu Ming was very arrogant. And his words were getting worse and worse. I don't know how many times you've been F***ed by Yuan Meng. Does this pretty boy know? Hey, don't worry, Yu Ming, won't mind as long as you accompany me obediently. If the Red Robe sect comes, I'll help you block them. Yu Ming had been interested in the girl in green before. But at that time, the Yu family wanted to rope in the Luluor sect, so he didn't dare to mess around. Now it was different. Even the people of the Luluor sect seemed to be against the girl in green. There were rumors everywhere that the girl in green helped outsiders deal with the people of the Luluor sect. So he wasn't afraid. Looking at the girl in green's provocative figure, he felt that his nose was about to bleed. Pa! The girl in green suddenly slapped him. Yu Ming was hit until he saw stars. He spun a few times on the spot and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, there was someone to support him, so nothing unexpected happened. Bitch, you dare to hit me. Men, catch this woman for me. Yu Ming let out a hysterical scream. It was as if his life was being squeezed by someone else. Several guards in the auction house rushed over. These guards were quite strong. Seeing Yu Ming being bullied, They definitely wanted to help. When this group of guards came, they didn't ask anything and pounced on the girl in green and Ling Xiao. Who the hell did I offend? Ling Xiao shook his head helplessly. However, the girl in green led him here after all. He naturally had to help. And that idiot just now actually called him a pretty boy. Then he could only prove that he was a capable person. A group of mangy dogs, get lost. In order not to cause a commotion in the Yu family, Ling Xiao tried his best not to be ruthless. He only released his true essence to send those guards flying. Then, his hammer-sized fist smashed towards Yu Ming. Brat, next time when you want to act tough, you better be careful. There are some people who you can't afford to offend. Ling Xiao was not as easy to talk to as the woman in green. He directly punched Yu Ming in the face. His facial features were all squeezed together. His head was deformed. Luckily, he was a divine core warrior. If not, his head would have been deformed, and he would have died. This kid was considered lucky. He wouldn't die, but his injuries weren't light. Scram. I'm in a good mood today. I don't want to kill anyone. Ling Xiao kicked Yu Ming to the side, and then, under the dumbfounded expression of everyone, he continued to walk inside with the woman in green. Brat, remember this. Yu Ming climbed up from the ground. Although his head was deformed, his mouth could still speak. If you have the ability, don't leave Fengdu City. I'll definitely make you pay. Price. A vicious glint flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. But in the end, he restrained himself. He wanted to save Ling Jiaojiao, so he couldn't cause too much trouble for now. Although he couldn't kill Yu Ming in public, he still remembered Yu Ming's face. With his transformation skills, no one would know it was him who killed someone behind their back. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. You better leave Fengdu City as soon as possible. That Yu Ming has a good father. Moreover, he was a very protective person. I'm guessing Yu Ming must have gone to complain. The woman in green hurriedly said. Don't worry, if he comes here, I'll have a way to deal with him. Let's get down to business. Ling Xiao said. Are you here to buy herbs? The woman in green asked. Yes, do you have a way? Ling Xiao asked curiously. How about this? I have a senior brother here. He's one of the higher-ups of the auction house. He has always taken good care of me. Furthermore, we are considered very close friends. There was a time when he almost died, and I had to carry him back to the sect. He will help me. The woman in green said. If that's the case, then it's better. I don't have to waste time participating in the auction. Ling Xiao nodded. Okay, I'll take you to him. The woman in green also wanted Ling Xiao to leave the auction house as soon as possible. That's why she used her relationship with him. This senior brother of the woman in green was really not bad. At least on the surface. After seeing the woman in green, he asked about her well-being and showed concern. Senior brother, my friend wants to buy some herbs. I wonder if you can help. The woman in green patiently listened to the other party's words, and then said her request. It's a small matter. The senior brother nodded and said, Brother, what herbs do you need? Just say it. Although I'm not much in this auction house, this is still convenient. Then I'll thank you in advance. Ling Xiao took out the list of herbs that he had already prepared and gave it to the senior brother of the woman in green. Originally, this senior brother was very confident, but after seeing the list, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, Brother, what do you want these herbs for? These herbs are extremely precious. I've only heard of some of them. I've never seen them before. It's to save someone. I hope you can help me. If you can't get all of them, I'll take as many as you have. I don't need a lot, just 2 of each. As for spirit stones, it's not a problem. Ling Xiao replied. I can only get 6 kinds of herbs at most, but it requires a lot of spirit stones. Just these 6 kinds will cost at least 5 million upper-grade spirit stones. These are the cheapest 6 kinds of herbs you need. The senior brother of the woman in green frowned. At the end of the day, this was definitely a valuable medicinal ingredient. He was still worried that Ling Xiao couldn't take out the money. As I said, spirit stones are not a problem. I can transfer you 1 million upper-grade deposit now. You help me find the herbs. If you find them, you'll pay in full. If you can't find them, you can take 10,000 as a labor fee. Ling Xiao knew very well that the face of the woman in green was definitely not enough. He had to give her some benefits. 10,000 spirit stones was just a drizzle for him. It was nothing at all. Well, since you're so straightforward, I can't refuse. Well, you wait here. I'll go find the herbs. I'll be back in half an hour. I'll have to trouble you then. When the senior brother of the woman in green left, he made tea for Ling Xiao. He took good care of him. Ling Xiao calculated in his heart. This time, he didn't come in vain. He found 6 kinds of herbs that he couldn't find in the medicine shop. It was a big harvest. After getting these 6 kinds of herbs, it was time to go to Baohe Hall. The rest of the herbs could be found there. End of this chapter. Chapter 4195. After nearly an hour, the woman in green's senior brother finally arrived. There seemed to be a bit of anger on his face. He looked at Ling Xiao coldly. His attitude was completely different from before. Where's the medicine? Ling Xiao didn't care and just asked indifferently. Medicine? You still have the face to say that. Green, how can you be with this kind of person? Don't you know that he hit you, Ming? I was scolded by the shopkeeper. The woman in green's senior brother glared at Ling Xiao and then said to the woman in green. The woman in green hurriedly explained, Senior brother, that Yu Ming humiliated me, so he attacked. Yu Ming humiliated you? That's because he thinks highly of you. Don't you know that the Fengju Devil Kingdom is now the world of the Yu family? If you can become Yu Ming's woman, it will be a good thing for our Luluor sect. The senior brother said contemptuously. It was like a bolt from the blue. The woman in green had never thought that the person she had once saved would actually say such words to her. She was too disappointed. You, how can you say that? The woman in green was so angry that her body couldn't help but tremble. What's wrong with me saying that? This is also for your own good. All right, the shopkeeper will be here soon. Later, you can just say that you don't know this kid. This way, I can still protect you. Otherwise, if you annoy the shopkeeper, no one can save you. You're shameless. The woman in green didn't seem to be a person who would scold people. After thinking for a long time, she said such a sentence. He's more than shameless, he's simply scum. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the woman in green's senior brother and said, All right, since the matter didn't succeed, return the 1 million low-grade spirit stones to me. Return the spirit stones to you? What a joke. Go out and ask around. Is there any possibility of taking out the spirit stones that our Yu family auction house collected? The senior brother was very arrogant. Spirit stones are more important than your life. Ling Xiao said indifferently. What? You dare to fight in the Yu family auction house? It's hopeless. Ling Xiao gently shook his head. Suddenly, his right hand shot out like a viper and grabbed the green-robed woman's senior brother. Then, he snatched the storage ring from the other party. Then, he threw the man to the ground and stepped on him. Not bad. There are still a lot of spirit stones in this storage ring. It's mine. Ling Xiao checked the storage ring and found that there were at least 5 million high-grade spirit stones. 1 million of it was his own, and the other 500,000 was this dog's. It also belonged to him. Although he said that he wanted to keep a low profile in Necropolis, it was impossible for him to swallow his anger. On the contrary, the more arrogant he appeared, the more jealous Yu Xiangtian became. As long as he didn't cross the line and let Yu Xiangtian fight him to the death, he could do anything. A mere scum from the Greenvine sect. Even if he killed him, Yu Xiangtian probably wouldn't ask about it. Give me back my storage ring, or you're done for. The senior brother of the woman in green roared. Finished? Let me see how I'm going to be finished. Ling Xiao kicked the man to the corner of the room. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. It seemed like many of his bones were broken. Ling Xiao was too lazy to pay any attention to this guy. He looked at the green-robed woman and asked, Who is the shopkeeper of the Yu clan's auction house? Yu Ming's father, Yu Haotian. He is a perfect heavenly core warrior, and he is a mighty warrior from the older generation. I think his ability is even stronger than Yu Feng and Yu Luan. The green-robed woman answered. I don't care who he is, I'm going to get this herb today. If he doesn't give it to me, Daddy will take it from him, Ling Xiao said with a ferocious expression. Since he had paid for it and the shopkeeper didn't want it, he couldn't be blamed for taking it by force. Who is so daring? How dare he take something from the Yu clan's auction house? I, Yu Haotian, really want to see who it is today. Who is the guy who injured my son? Suddenly, a cold snort came from outside the door. A cold killing intent was unleashed without any disguise. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked over. He saw a few men walking in from the door. The one leading the group was a middle-aged man wearing luxurious clothes. Although he looked like a middle-aged man, he was probably in his 70s or 80s. His cultivation base was only at the perfect heavenly core realm. His talent wasn't outstanding at all. The man following behind him was Yu Ming. There were also a few other warriors with decent strength. They should be guards or something. You are the shopkeeper here, Yu Haotian? Ling Xiao looked at the middle-aged man and asked. He didn't pay any attention to Yu Ming. Dad, this is the guy who injured me. When Yu Ming saw Ling Xiao, he immediately shouted out loudly. Kid, you injured my son, and now you dare to hurt the staff of the Yu clan's auction house? How many heads do you have? Yu Haotian looked at the guy who was cowering in the corner. It was obvious that he had been crippled. His expression became even gloomier. I don't care how many heads I have. What's important is that you go and bring me the herbs I want. I'll give you half an hour. If you don't, you and your son will be crippled. Ling Xiao sat there and said calmly. He didn't care about Yu Haotian's pale face. His tone was cold and unquestionable. What arrogance. My father is the shopkeeper here, and he has a very high status in the Yu family. Who do you think you are? Yu Ming roared. Heh. Ling Xiao smiled lightly, but he didn't do anything. He just gently drew an incantation in the air. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation came from the air. After that, a huge body came out from the air. The crowd had yet to see clearly what it was. That thing had already pounced towards Yu Ming. Yu Ming's face instantly turned pale. Yu Haotian was also shocked. He quickly circulated his true yuan and stood in front of his son. He used all his true yuan to defend himself. But he was still in a hurry. In the end, he was hit by a huge figure. Yu Haotian felt like he was being stepped on by an elephant. All the bones in his body were about to shatter. Blood poured out from his mouth. At that moment, he had almost lost consciousness. He was sent flying, and he crashed into Yu Ming's body. Both of them then slammed into the wall. Yu Ming's body was smashed into pieces, but luckily his inner core was still intact. But, if he wasn't treated in time, he wouldn't be able to escape death. Yu Haotian was indeed a peak heavenly core warrior. Although he was seriously injured, he wasn't dead. He just stared at the huge figure in front of him with fear. Giant devil. That's right, Ling Xiao had controlled the giant devil. He had just unleashed a peak heavenly core giant devil. The giant devil's body was extremely strong. Although its cultivation was the same as Yu Haotian, its combat strength was much stronger. And it was a sudden attack, so Yu Haotian was no match for it. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and prepare the ingredients. If I don't see what I want in half an hour, then, you will all die. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded out. He ordered the giant devil to capture Yu Haotian. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4196. Yu Haotian was severely injured, and there was no way he could escape. He quickly shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and find the herbs. Also, bring young master's core with you, go now." Yes, yes. The guards were so scared that they almost pissed their pants. They ran away in a panic. Even a peak heavenly core shopkeeper had fallen into someone else's hands. These guards were so scared that their souls had left their bodies. They had to hurry up and do what they were told. When the lady in green saw this, she couldn't help but open her mouth. She couldn't believe what had just happened. She had seen giant devils before. They were war machines created by the human demons. But the strongest giant devil should only have the combat strength of an early heavenly core warrior. Why did Ling Xiao's giant devil have the strength of a peak heavenly core warrior? No wonder Ling Xiao wasn't afraid when facing Yu Haotian. With such a powerful warrior by his side, why would he be afraid? This guy, he was getting more and more mysterious. Who was he? Where did he come from? How many trump cards did he have? The lady in green suddenly felt that she had made the wisest decision in the past. If not, she would have been in big trouble today. In less than 10 minutes, those guards who had just run out ran back. They quickly and carefully placed the wrapped herbs on the table. They asked Ling Xiao to inspect them. Yu Haotian begged, young hero, my men have brought all the herbs for you. Please, let me go." Ling Xiao inspected the herbs. There was no problem with them. Not only was the quantity enough, the quality was good as well. It looked like in order to protect Yu Haotian, these guards had risked their lives. "Do I need to pay for these?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile on his face. No, how could I take your money? Don't worry, I'm willing to give these to you." Yu Haotian was really a coward. Ling Xiao had only shown a little bit of his strength, and he was already scared out of his wits. "That's more like it, get lost." Ling Xiao recalled the giant devil. Yu Haotian rolled and crawled away. When they were far away, Yu Haotian slapped the guard's face and said, "What are you idiots doing? Didn't I tell you to go to the Yu family to get reinforcements?" "Shopkeeper, we've already gone, but there's a message from the other side." "Serves him right." The guard smiled bitterly. "Who did you say deserved it?" "It wasn't me who said it. It was young Master Eccentric." The guard hurriedly explained. "Could it be that there's really someone behind that kid?" Yu Haotian didn't dare to disobey Yu Kilian's orders. This also showed that Ling Xiao's background was not simple. Luckily, he held back and didn't kill Ming Er. Otherwise, I really don't know how to take revenge. Yu Haotian was absent-minded for a moment. Today's matter was really too dangerous. She had almost lost the lives of herself and her son. On the other side, Ling Xiao and the lady in green had already left the Yu's auction house after receiving the medicinal herbs. The purpose of coming here was to buy medicinal herbs. Since the medicinal herbs were already obtained, there was no need to participate in the auction. But just as they arrived outside the Yu's auction house, Ling Xiao suddenly saw Yu Kilian walking over nervously. He didn't even bring any guards with him. It was obvious that there was something urgent. "Ling Xiao, among the medicinal herbs you need, the most precious one is called 9-spirit demonic snake gallbladder. I remember that Yu Kilian has one." The lady in green suddenly said. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Ling Xiao knew very well that among the 10 medicinal herbs he needed, the most precious one was the 9-spirit demonic snake gallbladder. With this thing, he was halfway to success. But this thing was very difficult to find. Although he didn't know where Yu Kilian got it. But there should be some hope. "Young master, how are you? What are you doing in such a hurry?" Ling Xiao directly blocked Yu Kilian's path and asked. "Something happened to your sister. The evil poison in her body is causing trouble. I'm going to the Baohe Hall to see if there's anyone who can treat her." Yu Kilian finished speaking and left, not willing to stay a moment longer. "Something happened to Sister Jiao Jiao?" Hearing this, Ling Xiao immediately became anxious. He originally planned to go to the Baohe Hall, but he had to change his mind at the last minute. The meeting with Ling Jiaojiao couldn't be delayed any longer. He had to see her today. He said a yawn to the lady in green and then flew into the air. Turning into a red light, he flew towards the Yu family. If something happened to Ling Jiaojiao, then in the entire Fengju city, only he could save Ling Jiaojiao. If not him, then who? When he arrived at the Yu family, he first went back to his residence and called Xiao Er over. "Take me to Sister Jiaojiao. Young master said that the demon son's situation is not good. The date of your meeting has to be postponed, not brought forward." Xiao Er said in a trembling voice. After being beaten up before, Xiao Er had learned to be more obedient in front of Ling Xiao. "What if I say that I can cure the demon son?" Ling Xiao said coldly. "Then there's no problem, right? This okay?" Xiao Er hesitated for a moment, then led the way. Because Yu Kren said that as long as there was a way to save the demon son, they had to use it. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao was telling the truth or not, they had to give it a try. Otherwise, if she really delayed something important, she couldn't bear the responsibility. What happened to the demon's son? On the way, Ling Xiao asked. Xiao said as they hurried, actually, the demon's son was attacked by a villain. Although he killed that villain. But before that person died, he poisoned the demon's son with a terrifying evil poison. This kind of evil poison is even more terrifying than a curse. Although it won't kill people immediately, it will continue to torture the martial artist. The demon's son is very distressed because of this. Although the Yu family has been looking for a way to deal with it, until now, we haven't been able to find a real solution. I see, but what kind of evil poison is it that is so terrifying? Ling Xiao thought in his heart that it was fortunate that he was a pharmacist, and that his master was an even more powerful pharmacist. Otherwise, this time, he was afraid that he would have to watch his sister Ling Jiaojiao suffer, but there was nothing he could do. I'm not sure about this, but it's very powerful. Qiao said. Ling Xiao didn't ask anymore. After all, Qiao was just a maid, and the things she knew were limited. It was better for him to check it himself. Soon, the two arrived at Ling Jiaojiao's residence. Yu Xiangtian, who was planning to go into seclusion, was also there. It could be seen that Ling Jiaojiao was very important in their eyes. There were a lot of people outside. They were all pharmacists. Many of these people had already gone in and tried, but the more that went in, the more that came out. One by one, they went in excitedly, thinking that they could make a contribution. In the end, they came out with their heads drooped. As the number of people decreased, Yu Xiangtian's expression became more and more ugly. Demon King, why don't you let me try? At this moment, Ling Xiao walked forward and said, You, why are you here? Yu Xiangtian glanced at Qiao, seeming to blame her. Don't blame her, since my sister has something to do, as her younger brother, I'm duty-bound. Ling Xiao said in a clear voice. Genius 1 second remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4197. I know you care about your sister, but the problem is, can you treat the evil poison in her body? We have invited many famous doctors, but none of them can cure her. Yu Xiangtian frowned. Didn't anyone make any suggestions? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. There is one. The leader of the Luluo cult is the most powerful alchemist in the Fengju Devil Kingdom. Although he has no way to get rid of this evil poison, he explained the reason for its existence. This evil poison is actually a kind of germ with self-consciousness. If you want to get rid of this germ, you need to have a very powerful soul force. You also need to know medical skills. Strange flames are not enough, you need to have an immortal fire. Of course, the most important point. This kind of germ is very corrosive to ordinary true essence. So the healer also needs to have a powerful demonic true essence. Yu Xiangtian sighed. Hearing Yu Xiangtian's words, Ling Xiao felt more confident. He was worried that he would need some precious herbs, but for the current him, it would not be easy to get them. But if it was just soul force, immortal fire, and demonic true essence. He had all of them, and they were all very powerful. If immortal fire was not enough, he still had divine fire. Although it could not be used to attack the enemy directly, it could be used to treat illnesses and save people. Let me try, Ling Xiao said. You have to think carefully. If even the leader of the Luluo cult can't do it, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. If you are not careful, you may harm the devil's son. Yu Xiangtian reminded. Demon King Xiangtian, you should not be such an indecisive person. You have to understand that at this time, if you are still indecisive, in the end, the one who will die will be the devil's son, my sister. You don't think I will harm my sister, do you? Ling Xiao said with a frown. Yu Xiangtian was stunned for a moment. Seeing Ling Xiao so confident, he was a little tempted. Gritting his teeth, he nodded and said, Forget it, the devil's son situation is not good. We have already used all the methods that should be used. None of them worked. Since you have this confidence, then you can try. Don't worry. If I don't have any confidence, I won't dare to act rashly. I'm also afraid that I will harm Big Sister. Ling Xiao nodded. Yu Xiangtian led Ling Xiao into the room. With Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye, he could clearly see the defenses around the room. There were almost no blind spots. Even if an ant crawled over, it would definitely be discovered. He didn't know if this was because they valued the Devil's Son, or because they were closely monitoring him. There were many people in the room. They should be the higher-ups of the Yu family. This was because ordinary warriors were not qualified to step into the Demon Son's residence. The moment he stepped into the room, everyone's whispers stopped abruptly. All eyes were focused on Zhongxian. When they saw Yu Xiangtian, they all bowed respectfully. But when they saw Ling Xiao next to Yu Xiangtian, they all showed a puzzled expression. With their divine sense, they could sense that Ling Xiao was less than 20 years old. He was so young. Among the youths of the 4 major regions, he was considered young. After all, the youths of the 4 major regions referred to warriors under the age of 50. There was a bed in the room. The curtain on the bed was lowered, and one could vaguely see Ling Jiaojiao sleeping inside, in great pain. Seeing that face, Ling Xiao was a little excited. It had been a long time. Finally, he saw his closest sister after reincarnating. There were a few doctors near the bed. They should be people from the Luluor sect. These people were all quite old. It was normal for them to be over 100 years old. Therefore, Ling Xiao's appearance surprised them. Demon King Xiangtian, this is? An old man sat next to the bed, discussing with the other doctors how to deal with the situation. It was the leader of the Luluor sect. Ling Xiao had also seen him in the Fengju Demon Forest. It was just that this leader was a Demon King-level existence. He definitely wouldn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes. It was normal that he couldn't recognize him. He is the Demon Son's younger brother, and he is also a doctor, Yu Xiangtian said. Doctor. The Luluor sect leader was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, Demon King Xiangtian, are you desperate? This is still a child. The Demon Son's body is priceless. If something happens to him, it will be too late for regrets. Yu Xiangtian sighed, not knowing what to say. Although he was powerful, he was completely clueless in terms of medical skills. Ling Xiao smiled and said, if Senior can save the Demon Son, I naturally wouldn't dare to embarrass myself. But I wonder if Senior succeeded. His words were full of mockery. The Luluor sect leader's mouth twitched. But it was true that he couldn't save the Demon Son. Since Senior didn't succeed, why not let Junior try? The Demon Son is Junior's sister. Why would Junior harm her? Or is Senior worried that Junior will make you lose face if Junior cures the Demon Son? Ling Xiao continued. The Luluor sect leader was originally resolutely against it, but Ling Xiao had already said so. What else could he say? If he objected again, then Ling Xiao would really hit the nail on the head. If something really happened to the Demon Son, he couldn't bear the responsibility. Although he was a Demon King, he had to admit that Ling Xiao, this boy, had a sharp tongue. What an arrogant boy. Although you said so, you have to have a reason to convince us. Otherwise, just based on you saying that you're the Demon Son's younger brother, we'll let you treat him carelessly. If something really happens, even dying 10,000 times won't be enough to compensate. The one speaking was an old man from the Yu family. Ling Xiao didn't know him. But although this person's attitude wasn't very good, his request was reasonable. Thinking about it in his shoes, Ling Xiao would do the same too. May I ask this Senior, what's the most important thing to expel the Demon Son's poison? Ling Xiao answered with a question. Naturally, it's immortal fire. But immortal fire is incomparably precious. Even the Luluor sect leader only has a powerful strange fire. No immortal fire. It's precisely because of this that we have to consider other methods. We absolutely can't let the Demon Son leave like this. The old man said. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He just stretched out his right hand. All of a sudden, the entire room became hot. Everyone felt a terrifying heat flow rushing towards them. Originally, many people in the room looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and ridicule. The Luluor sect leader was just waiting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. But at this moment, they were all shocked. They stared dumbfoundedly at the holy flame in Ling Xiao's right hand. This temperature was definitely not something that a strange fire could reach. This aura definitely didn't belong to a strange fire. It clearly looked like a small flame. But the aura it released could make people feel as if they were about to be melted. Seeing this flame, Yu Xiangtian went from shock to ecstasy. What a powerful guy! Not only did he obtain the demonic epiphyllum, but he also controlled an immortal fire. As expected of the illegitimate son of the Golden City. This talent, even my son, Yu Qiren, can't compare to him. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4198. I'm sure I don't need to say much. You should know what this is, right? Ling Xiao smiled at the Luluor cult leader who mocked him just now. That pure white flame turned into a human face, mocking the other party. Ling Xiao was showing off his control skills. Although he couldn't use the immortal flame to fight with his current strength, his control over the immortal flame was extremely powerful when used to refine pills or save people. Immortal flame. It's actually an immortal flame. I've searched the entire Heavenly Fiend Ghost region, but I've never seen an immortal flame. You actually have one. The Luluor cult leader felt his breathing quicken. Give me the immortal flame. I'll personally treat the fiend son, the Luluor cult leader suddenly said. Give it to you. Are you sure? Ling Xiao smiled. Of course I'm sure. The Luluor cult leader thought of himself as a divine physique echelon expert. If Ling Xiao could control the immortal flame, he should be able to as well. So he said. Yu Xiangtian felt a bit awkward. But in his heart, he also hoped that the Luluor cult leader would be the one to treat him. So he didn't say anything. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't refuse. Instead, he walked towards the Luluor cult leader. He offered the immortal flame with both hands. Kid, you have a bright future. You're so obedient. The Luluor cult leader was immensely proud. He couldn't expect to return what he borrowed. With this immortal flame, his cultivation would increase even faster, and his alchemy skills would also become more powerful. In the future, his status in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom would naturally rise. Ah! Suddenly, the Luluor cult leader let out a hysterical scream. His hands were instantly charred black when he caught the immortal flame. He instantly turned into ashes. The flame continued to spread, crazily devouring the Luluor cult leader's body. This was the terrifying part of the immortal flame. Fortunately, Ling Xiao couldn't use it in battle. Otherwise, even a divine physique echelon expert wouldn't dare to act rashly in front of him. Hurry up and retract your ability. The leader of the Green Vine cult howled in terror. Ling Xiao smiled. With a wave of his hand, the immortal flame returned to his hand. In truth, he knew that it wasn't very realistic for the immortal fire to burn the leader of the Azure Vine cult to death. If the other party really got angry, Ling Jiaojiao would also be in danger. He was just teasing this fellow for a bit. There was no need to be too persistent. Brat, you plotted against me. I'll kill you. The leader of the Green Vine cult roared as he charged towards Ling Xiao. But she was stopped by Yu Xiangtian. Everyone saw it just now. You were the one who asked to take the immortal flame. He didn't do it on purpose. Yu Xiangtian said coldly, in any case, you're still a senior. It's just a small injury. Is there a need to be so furious? What he hated was that the leader of the Green Vine cult had disregarded the fiend son's life and death and wanted to kill Ling Xiao. What an idiot. Can I start the treatment now? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Of course. Yu Xiangtian nodded. He believed that a person who possessed the immortal fire and the demonic epiphyllum would definitely have a way to help the fiend son. Ling Xiao nodded, opened the curtain, and walked in. How could it be so serious? And this doesn't look like she was plotted against at all. It's more like there's another soul wreaking havoc in Sister Jiaojiao's body. Ling Xiao carefully observed for a while and was incomparably shocked. Fortunately, he came in time. Otherwise, if this continued, Ling Jiaojiao would definitely not live for more than a year. How is it? Can you treat her? Outside, Yu Xiangtian asked. The situation is very serious. If she doesn't receive treatment soon, I'm afraid her life will be in danger. How did you guys protect her? How did you let her suffer so much? Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. It's a long story, but from what you said, it seems that there's hope of treatment. Yu Xiangtian asked. She's my sister. Even if I have to risk my life, I have to save her. However, I need a few medicinal herbs. Help me gather them. Ling Xiao took out a piece of paper. It was the medicinal herbs he had been looking for previously. He could take the opportunity to plunder them. Immediately go and find these medicinal herbs. Yu Xiangtian passed the paper to the people below. Then, he ordered the idle people in the room to leave. Only he and the Luluor cult leader were left. This way, if there were any unforeseen events, they could deal with it in time. At this moment, Ling Jiajiao's eyes were tightly closed and her face was ashen. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat. She was obviously in pain and unconscious. Ling Xiao released the immortal fire and then used his soul force to control it. At the same time, he released the demonic epiphyllum's aura, wrapped his soul force and entered Ling Jiajiao's body. In the next moment, he saw a strange world. This should be Ling Jiajiao's soul realm. In the soul realm, there were actually two types of power entangling and fighting each other. He was very familiar with one of them. It was Ling Jiaojiao, but it was relatively weak. On the other side, there was a very unfamiliar but very evil power. It was this power that made Ling Jiaojiao suffer unbearable pain. Sister Jiaojiao, Ling Xiao called out softly. On the other side, the soul that looked exactly like Ling Jiaojiao suddenly trembled. But it suddenly attacked fiercely. You want to use my brother to confuse me? Don't even think about it. I will definitely not give in. It wasn't easy for this body to become like this. I would rather destroy her than be stolen by you. Ling Xiao easily dodged Ling Jiaojiao's attack. But in his heart, he suddenly seemed to understand something. It turned out that the so-called germs that made Ling Jiaojiao so uncomfortable that she was about to die was actually Ling Jiaojiao's own soul. And the soul that was trying to survive was the real outsider, the invader. Sister Jiaojiao, calm down. I'm Ling Xiao. I've come to the heavenly devil ghost domain to save you, Ling Xiao said while dodging. Ling Jiaojiao naturally didn't believe him and still attacked. At this moment, the powerful and eerie energy pounced down and laughed. I didn't expect those fellows from the Luluor sect to really find something like the immortal fire. This is good. Hurry up and incinerate this crazy woman's soul. That way, this body will be this sovereign's. Ling Xiao understood the current situation more and more. This powerful and eerie soul was the existence that was trying to possess Ling Jiaojiao. And Ling Jiaojiao had been working hard to prevent herself from being possessed. Those bastards from the Yu family made up lies and said that they wanted to save Ling Jiaojiao. In fact, they wanted to completely destroy Ling Jiaojiao's soul. It was too vicious. Get lost. A ball of immortal fire formed a huge wall of flame, blocking the powerful and eerie soul from pouncing over. Fortunately, the other party was just a soul. So it couldn't pose too much of a threat to him. And he could use the immortal fire to resist. You are really Ling Xiao. Ling Jiaojiao was stunned for a moment and finally calmed down. She felt Ling Xiao's familiar and intimate aura. Sister Jiaojiao, you finally recognized me. What's going on? Ling Xiao resisted the powerful and eerie soul attack. He asked. Although he had guessed some of it, it wasn't everything. End of this chapter. Chapter 4199. It's a long story. This soul is the dead demon Venerable's soul. This guy tried to extend his life and took over my body. He sealed my soul away. However, this body is mine after all. I released the seal and was planning to perish together with him. Ling Jiaojiao sighed and said, "What a pity, my dear brother. You really came at the wrong time. I can't have a good drink with you outside. Sister Jiaojiao, why are you so disappointed? Since I'm here, I definitely won't let this person take over your body. We still need to steal his power and make you stronger." After saying that, Ling Xiao activated the immortal fire and burned the demon Venerable's soul. Ling Jiaojiao helped from the side. The siblings worked together and burned the demon Venerable's soul until it was in great pain. However, this was the demon Venerable's soul after all. It was still very stubborn. Ling Xiao used a full 3 hours and only refined less than 1% of his energy. Hateful brat, you actually joined hands with this girl to deal with this venerable. Why are you doing this? If you help this venerable can give you everything you want. The demon venerable looked a bit panicked. After all, he was an outsider. Just suppressing Ling Jiaojiao's soul was already very strenuous. Now that another Ling Xiao came, he was no match for him at all. The key was that Ling Xiao had the immortal fire and the demonic epiphyllum, which had a very strong deterrent effect on his soul. What do you think can buy the relationship between us siblings? Ling Xiao said with disdain. In this world, there is nothing that cannot be bought and sold. As long as there are enough benefits. If you are willing to help this venerable can take you as a disciple and make you the successor of the demon venerable of Fengdu Devil Kingdom. The soul shouted. Sorry, I don't care. Ling Xiao sneered. Brat, don't be too proud. If you have the ability, then leave your soul here forever. Otherwise, this venerable will definitely kill this girl. The demon venerable was a bit annoyed. Hehe, do you think you still have that chance? Ling Xiao mocked. Do you know the effect of the array? Even if I can't stay here forever, I can set up a soul formation. Day and night, I will refine you. Sooner or later, you will disappear completely. This is what you get for trying to possess my sister. Disciple, just leave this guy to Master. Master has already absorbed his soul energy. The strength of his soul would be restored to the level of a divine body echelon cultivator. In this way, if you need Master to help you in battle in the future, Master will help you. It will also become easier. Yuan Venerate spoke up. Then I'll have to trouble Master. I'll deal with those people outside. In fact, Ling Xiao was also having a headache. If he were to do it his way, Ling Jiaojiao's body might not be able to take it. Things would be much simpler with the help of a Yuan Venerate. Sister Jiaojiao, in a while, your soul will temporarily gain control of your body. However, it's best if you don't talk too much and don't show too much. Just pretend to be weak. This was to prevent those guys from noticing anything amiss. I believe that these people from the Yu family must know that you've been possessed. Ling Xiao told Ling Jiaojiao. Don't worry, little brother. I've been out for a long time. This isn't a big deal. Ling Jiaojiao smiled. Meeting Ling Xiao in her despair might be another turning point in her life. This meant a lot to her. Master, I'll leave Sister Jiaojiao to you. I'll come over every day. After saying that, Ling Xiao withdrew his soul but left the immortal fire to the Yuan Venerate. The Yuan Venerate was a powerhouse of the immortal court. Although his soul wasn't as strong as it used to be, he still knew how to control the immortal fire. How is it, Ling Xiao? Yu Xiangtian asked hurriedly when he saw Ling Xiao walk out from behind the curtain. Don't worry, everything is going smoothly. However, the germs are too tyrannical and can't be resolved in a day or two. It will take at least 3 days. This was the time that the Yuan Venerate had told Ling Xiao. He trusted his master. That's good, that's good. Yu Xiangtian heaved a sigh of relief and asked, didn't you notice anything strange? What strange things? Ling Xiao froze for a moment before asking, did my sister encounter other problems? No, nothing. It's good that you didn't notice anything. I was just worried. In fact, Yu Xiangtian was afraid that Ling Xiao would discover that Ling Jiaojiao had been possessed. How would he know? Ling Xiao didn't check for any germs at all. He knew that the demon venerate had deliberately set up the germs to fool outsiders. If the germs were removed, it would indirectly harm Ling Jiaojiao. Therefore, he immediately entered Ling Jiaojiao's spirit realm. Of course, how could he tell the Yu family about this so easily? He would let this group of idiots continue to believe that Ling Jiaojiao had been possessed. Ling Xiao, as long as you can cure the demon venerate, the Yu family will provide you with anything you want. Yu Xiangtian said excitedly. Ling Jiaojiao's situation really gave him a headache. What are you talking about? That's my sister, of course I have to help. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, but if Demon King Xiangtian wants to give a reward, I won't refuse. If there was something to take, it would be a waste not to take it. By the way, We only found one of the herbs you wanted before. It was the 9-spirit devil snake gallbladder. The others were really hard to find. Yu Xiangtian smiled bitterly. Aren't you preparing for some alchemy conference? Don't tell me there aren't any precious herbs in the prizes. Ling Xiao asked curiously. The prize of this alchemy conference is the secret recipe of broken pill divine water. There are also some other rewards. Yu Xiangtian explained, but since brother Ling Xiao has such medical skills, why don't you sign up for this alchemy conference? Anyway, it won't delay the treatment. You can also exchange pointers with those alchemists. Maybe those alchemists will have these herbs in their hands. That's true. Fortunately, these herbs only play a supporting role. When Sister Jiao wakes up, the remaining poison will be removed. Otherwise, it would really be bad. Xiangtian Demon King, please stay. I'll go back first. As for the alchemy conference, I will consider it. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and turned to leave. Looking at Ling Xiao's back, Yu Xiangtian's expression suddenly became gloomy. Boy, if you know the truth, will you vomit blood? How sad. This Demon King Xiangtian never thought that Ling Xiao would be able to discover the secret in Ling Jiao's body. After all, even the sect leader of Green Vine sect did not discover this secret. Ling Xiao returned to his room. He still did not let Qiao follow him in. Young master, Green Lotus Sword Lady and Ancestor Scarlet Flame both revealed a look of joy when they saw Ling Xiao return. Good news, the medicinal herbs you need for healing have almost been gathered. I will go to the Baohe Hall later to communicate with those alchemists. Maybe I can get the last few medicinal herbs from them. Also, I saw my sister. Ling Xiao also said excitedly. Genius 1 second remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4200. Because he used an isolation array and added a layer of martial soul barrier. Ling Xiao was not afraid that his secret would be discovered by others. How is she? Green Lotus Swordswoman asked. The situation is not very good. Her body was indeed stolen by the dead demon Venerable. However, Sister Jiao has been resisting. Now, I can help her. I estimate that I will be able to completely refine the soul and energy of the demon Venerable in about 3 to 4 days. Ling Xiao did not mention the Yuan Venerable, not because he did not believe Green Lotus Swordswoman and Ancestor Scarlet Flame. He was afraid that it would be too troublesome to explain. Good. That's great. Green Lotus Swordswoman and Ancestor Scarlet Flame naturally would not ask more. They were just happy for Ling Xiao. Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt that something was wrong with his body. He hurriedly sat cross-legged. He looked inside his body. He found a mass of black energy floating in his soul sea. This is the energy of the demon Venerable. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. Feeling the abundant energy, he could not help but smile. He did not expect to receive such benefits unexpectedly. It was impossible for Ling Jiao to completely absorb all the energy of the demon Venerable alone. This energy was obtained by him, and it happened to be a channel to distribute it. He closed his eyes and began to refine this energy. Without the control of the demon Venerable's soul, this energy couldn't withstand his powerful soul pressure at all. Soon, it scattered into streams and integrated into his meridians. It began to circulate gradually. After being tempered by the blood-colored lightning in his body, the impurities of the mixed demonic true essence were removed. It became the purest demonic true essence. This demonic power not only increased his true essence by a lot, but it also increased his true essence by a lot. It also helped his potential to directly break through the limit of the extreme core realm. He had entered the core-shattering realm. In other words, his potential was now comparable to a core-shattering realm martial artist. In terms of endurance, he would not lose to any martial artist below the core-shattering realm. Not only that, this pure demonic true essence also increased the energy of his cultivation C by 30%. At his current cultivation level, it was not easy to increase the energy of his cultivation C each time. It is indeed the energy of the demon Venerable. Just this little bit can help me to have so many changes. Looks like this is really a blessing in disguise. Ling Xiao smiled. He was in a good mood. Young master seems to have become stronger again. Sword Maiden Blue Lotus was originally very nervous. But as she saw Ling Xiao's aura become stronger, she immediately let out a breath of relief. That's right. He can even become stronger by saving people. Looks like there's really nothing in this world that can stop him. Forefather Scarlet Flame said with a smile. Having such a reassuring young master was truly a joyous thing. Fengdu City, on the busiest commercial street, there was a huge building. This was Baohe Hall. At the Yu family's Alchemist Guild. Alchemists from all over the Fengdu Devil Kingdom could live here, refine pills, exchange pointers, and research. The only thing they had to do was to complete the mission issued by Baohe Hall. To refine some pills. Furthermore, these missions wouldn't be too complicated. Enjoying themselves here didn't consume spirit stones or money, but mission points. Therefore, many alchemists were willing to come. In any case, the Yu family provided all kinds of medicinal herbs and experimental materials. For those who were determined to become alchemists but were relatively poor, it was simply a blessing. Standing outside Baohe Hall, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The strength of the Yu family was really not without reason. To be able to own such a building, it could be seen that the higher-ups of the Yu family had a very long-term strategic vision. Although it would be a large consumption to entertain so many alchemists. But the pills refined by the alchemists could continuously nurture the cultivators of the Yu family. This was the biggest reason why there were so many powerhouses in the Yu family. Big brother Ling. The woman in green suddenly changed the way she addressed Ling Xiao. It was probably because of the incident at the Yu family's auction house. Are you here to sign up too? I'll go in and take a look first. Yu Xiangtian's words were a little ambiguous. I want to see what the rewards of this alchemy conference are. If it can move me, then I will naturally participate. Ling Xiao smiled. It will definitely satisfy you. The woman in green grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and walked inside. As soon as he stepped into Baohe Hall, he could smell the pill fragrance that couldn't be smelled outside. Just living in such an environment for a long period of time would probably make one's body strong and healthy. Big brother Ling, this Baohe Hall is divided into 3 courtyards. The front courtyard is used for trading. Many alchemists come here to trade pills, herbs, and so on with others. It is very common. The woman in green pulled Ling Xiao inside. While introducing, Ling Xiao also found that the front courtyard of Baohe Hall was the most lively place. In the hubbub of voices, there was a feeling of a trading market. The middle courtyard is mainly the place where alchemists refine pills and learn from each other. The alchemy tools and various herbs there can be exchanged with task points. As long as you have the ability, you can get everything you want in Baohe Hall without spending money. The woman in green said excitedly. What about the backyard? Ling Xiao asked. Actually, I haven't been to the backyard before. I heard that only some big shots are qualified to enter there. It's probably a very mysterious place. But Big Brother Ling, with your ability, you will definitely be able to enter. The woman in green trusted Ling Xiao very much. After all, the rumors of Ling Xiao saving the demon's son had already spread throughout Fengdu City. I'd better go to the front courtyard first. Ling Xiao was indeed interested in the backyard. But he didn't want to go yet. Since the front courtyard was the trading area, it would be good to take a look. Maybe he could find some treasures. Okay, I want to take a look too. The woman in green accompanied Ling Xiao to wander around the front courtyard. This place was huge. There were many counters and even bunks. Ling Xiao found that there were many precious herbs on the bunks and counters here. Here, you can use spirit stones to buy things, and you can also use other things to exchange. It mainly depended on what the owner of the goods needed. Everything was decided by the owner of the goods. Ling Xiao really found the last few herbs he needed here. It was just that the prices were extraordinarily expensive. Fortunately, the owners of these herbs needed spirit stones. Therefore, he spent nearly 10 million high-grade spirit stones to gather the materials. Spirit stones came and went quickly. They could be used everywhere. But in order for the Green Lotus Sword Maiden and Patriarch Scarlet Flame to recover as soon as possible, He was absolutely willing to do so. After gathering the materials, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to leave. There were so many good things in this trading market. It would be a pity to leave so soon. Anyway, refining pills wasn't something that could be done overnight. So he continued to wander around. If there were such good medicinal herbs, then there would definitely be some treasures that would appear. If he went back like this, he felt that he wouldn't be able to refine pills in peace. If something really went wrong, he wouldn't be able to take responsibility. End of this chapter. Chapter 4201. Lu Yi, long time no see. While Ling Xiao was strolling around, he suddenly heard someone's voice. It sounded like someone the girl in green knew. Eldest senior disciple. The girl in green seemed to respect this eldest senior disciple, but when she saw him, she felt uneasy. Are you going to participate in the alchemy competition as well? The man asked with a smile on his face. Yes, eldest senior disciple. To be able to compete with other alchemists is one of my dreams. The girl in green nodded her head and said. While speaking, she didn't even dare to raise her head. Ian, work hard. The eldest senior disciple smiled, then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, Lu Yi. I've always warned you, you can't make friends casually. You're a heavenly core alchemist. Walking together with a mid-earth core warrior, aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Even if they don't laugh at you, you should think about it. You should also think carefully about whether these people have any ulterior motives for approaching you. Ling Xiao was looking at the goods on the stall. Hearing this, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. He didn't like to beat around the bush, so he went straight to the point and said, Lu Yi, is this idiot your eldest senior disciple? No wonder the Lu Luo sect is getting worse and worse. It's so bad that the Yu family has taken them in. Brat, what did you just say? When the eldest senior disciple heard this, he immediately became angry. The girl in green smiled bitterly as well. Hehe, didn't you hear me clearly? Or do you want to hear it again? I've traveled extensively, and I've met many people, but I've rarely met someone like you who likes to be scolded by others. Ling Xiao sneered and said, I said you're an idiot, do you understand now? You're courting death. The eldest senior disciple suddenly unleashed a powerful true yuan and was about to attack Ling Xiao. Do you want to fight? This is the Baohe Hall, do you dare to fight? Ling Xiao sneered. Lu Ling, forget it, the Baohe Hall is the Yu family's territory, it's not a good place to fight. The man who came with the eldest senior disciple quickly stopped her and said, Me. Brat, do you dare leave your name? Green Spirit suppressed his anger and said, What's there to be afraid of? It's pretty good. Your grandfather's name is Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said with a smile. All right, remember that. Green Spirit said before turning around and leaving. He didn't dare to make a move in Baohe Hall, but he didn't believe that Ling Xiao could stay in Baohe Hall forever. Idiot. Ling Xiao scolded in disdain, and then quickly threw this unhappiness to the back of his mind. He continued his stroll. It wasn't until they had explored the entire front yard that they went to the backyard to register for the competition. The Yu family's alchemy conference was quite interesting. Of course, more importantly, he had the formula for the fragmented core divine water. This item was extremely important to Ling Xiao, so he had to obtain it. When he arrived at the backyard, LV Ling was chatting with the people of Baohe Hall. Accompanying him was Yu Luan from the Yu family. Seeing Ling Xiao was truly like seeing an enemy with blazing eyes. However, Ling Xiao was now the most popular person in the Yu family and was the key to saving the demon son. No matter how angry Yu Luan was, there was nothing she could do. However, LV Ling didn't understand and said to the shopkeeper of Baohe Hall, This brat spoke rudely and insulted our Luluor sect. Shopkeeper, if you want to give us face, you shouldn't let him participate in this alchemy conference. Young Master LV Ling, I'm afraid this is inappropriate. The shopkeeper smiled bitterly and said, This is not in accordance with the rules. Rules? Shopkeeper, if he participates, I'm not going to participate. You can do as you see fit. Don't forget that my master is the leader of Luluor sect. He has an extremely good relationship with Demon King Xiangtian. LV Ling snorted coldly. Then you might as well not participate. The shopkeeper shook his head and said, "What did you say?" LV Ling was stunned. He thought that the shopkeeper of Baohe Hall would definitely give him face if he threatened him like this. However, the other party actually said such words, making him completely embarrassed. "What do you mean?" "Young Master LV Ling, I'm afraid you don't know. This person is called Ling Xiao. He's the key to saving the demon son. Even Demon King Xiangtian has to treat him with respect. Even if you give me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to not let him participate in the alchemy conference." The shopkeeper sighed. How could this be? In that instant, LV Ling's face flushed red. He had never been so embarrassed before. He had just been called a retard by Ling Xiao and didn't dare to make a move. Now, he had dug his own grave. No matter how thick his face was, he couldn't take it. "Shopkeeper, I'm a very kind person. Young Master LV Ling is the eldest senior brother of Luluor sect. It doesn't seem appropriate to not let him participate in the alchemy conference. I'll have to trouble you to register him. I'll take my leave first." Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. "You want to leave just like that after provoking me? No way. Wait until you participate in the exam, then wait to be humiliated by me. Young hero Ling, don't worry. We'll definitely do as you say." The shopkeeper hurriedly agreed. "That's good." Ling Xiao nodded and then left with the green-clothed woman. The two parted ways outside the Baohe Hall. Ling Xiao returned to his residence in the Yu family and began to refine pills. The medicinal herbs to save the Green Lotus Swordswoman and Ancestor Scarlet Flame were all ready. The next step was to refine pills. After more than an hour of refining, 2 pills came out of the furnace. Originally, these pills were only meant to cure the Green Lotus Swordswoman and Ancestor Scarlet Flame. Who knew that the effect was much better than expected? The Green Lotus Swordswoman and Ancestor Scarlet Flame actually broke through. They directly broke through from the 7th level of the core-shattering realm. And they broke through consecutively. They reached the 9th level of the core-shattering realm. Although they were still inferior to Yu Killian. They were even inferior to the Demon King. But compared to most of the warriors in the Yu family, they were much stronger. After all, there were only a few people in the core-shattering realm in the Yu family. There were even fewer who had reached the 9th level of the core-shattering realm. "Thank you, young master, for helping us break through. We will never forget your kindness." After the 2 of them broke through, they directly knelt down to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao hurriedly helped them up. "I've already said that we call each other brother and sister in private. You guys are clearly trying to make things difficult for me. Hurry up and get up." After the 2 of them got up, Ling Xiao reminded them, "Don't tell anyone about your recovery for the time being. I want to give the Yu family a surprise. From tomorrow onwards, I will help my sister refine the soul of the demon venerable. At the same time, I will prepare for the alchemy conference. The alchemy conference will have a preliminary competition tomorrow. The official competition will be the day after tomorrow. Are you confident?" The Green Lotus Swordswoman asked. "Of course." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "In terms of martial arts, I don't dare to say that I'm very powerful. But when it comes to alchemy and formations, I don't think I will lose to anyone." The next day, Ling Xiao went to check on Ling Jiajiao's situation first. Everything went very smoothly. After that, he went to the Baohe Hall. In the Fengdu Devil Kingdom, alchemists seemed to be divided into 9 grades, which was completely different from other places. According to the grades here, the woman in green was considered a 2nd-grade alchemist. End of this chapter.